Azad Mupin, Founder Chairman and MD of Aster DM Healthcare. Aman Gupta, Co-Founder and CMO of Boat Lifestyle. Mr. Surinder Jasrani, Managing Partner and CEO of MMJS Consulting. Mr. M.K. Anand, Managing Director and CEO of Times Network. Mr. Robin Singh, UAE cricket coach and Indian cricketer. Mr. Robin Uthappa, Indian cricketer. Mr. James Franklin, New Zealand cricketer. C. Chandrasen Hara, Head Investment Operations of ADIO. Mr. Ashneer Grover, Co-Founder of Bharat Pay. Ms. Shalini Saraswati, the Indian Blade Runner. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, Founder and CEO at Your Story Media. Mr. Isaac John, Managing Editor of Khalij Times. Mr. Neelakantha Bhanu, Founder Bhanzu and Fastest Human Calculator. Mr. Alwyn Rasta, Group CFO of International Holding Company. Mr. Marcos de Quadros, Group CFO of ADQ. CA Hari Mohan, Group CFO of Burjeel Holdings. CA Padmanabha Acharya, Audit Partner at Deloitte in the UAE. Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Director of IIFL. And Mr. Chetan Bhagat, Indian author, columnist and YouTuber. The seminar will also hold memorable entertainment experience for its members and families through live musical concert from renowned Indian singer Kanika Kapoor. And stand-up comedy show from stand-up comedian Jai Vijay Sachin. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Join us for an unforgettable evening of learning and entertainment as we come together to make this a truly one-of-a-kind event. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Our title sponsor, Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange. Lead sponsors, Lulu Group International, Burjeel Holdings. Platinum sponsors, eBari, First Abu Dhabi Bank, G42, and Jedox. Gold sponsors, MMJS, Creston Menon, Arons. Silver sponsors, Crow, HLB Hamd. And our premier sponsors, ADMMI, Adnic, Acthia, Al Nasser Enterprises, Anderson, Ardent Advisory and Accounting, Bank of Baroda, Deloitte, Gargash Insurance, Chappan Bhog, Ideal Capital, Liwa Trading, Lulu Exchange, MCA Auditing, NAM Valuers, Protivity, Ascensio, UHY James, Windmills. Media partners, Khalij Times, Your Story Gulf Edition, The Finance World Magazine, 89.1 Radio 4 FM.
एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is the world's second largest prestigious accounting and auditing body. The Abu Dhabi chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was formed in the year 1984. Since inception, it has been led by prominent chartered accountants in Abu Dhabi and has been promoting ethical practice and professional excellence among chartered accountants in the region. The Abu Dhabi chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, is a vibrant and active community of professional chartered accountants. Membership is open to all chartered accountants who are members of the parent body and residing in the UAE. The chapter has grown to over 1,000 members from its humble beginnings of around 50 members. Our members are highly valued and occupy important positions in industry and the profession. The chapter's primary objective is to provide continued professional enhancement and growth opportunities, and towards this end, regularly organizes seminars and events featuring leading subject matter experts, as well as professional development sessions on technical and soft skills. The chapter also supports students by offering coaching classes and participation in career fairs and roadshows. It has a proud history of achievement, having received numerous awards for its excellence, including the title of Best Overseas Chapter for the years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 profession. The chapter also received a Special Appreciation Award in 2019. The current committee, elected in February 2022, is led by Chairman C.A. John George. The chapter has organized 29 PDC events in the past year, covering 99 hours of CPE credit. Let's have a quick recap of technical events conducted last year. UAE Corporate Tax Symposium, Analysis of Union Budget of India, UAE VAT and Excise Tax Updates, UAE-India Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, Digital Economy Reshaping Global Landscape, Wealth Creation, Business Valuation and Due Diligence, Investment Opportunities and NRI Taxation, Stock Markets Simplified, Regular Updates on IFRS, and many more. The chapter also organized a grand event to support the noble cause of the Save Soil movement led by Sadhguru from Isha Foundation. During the year, the events were attended by dignitaries such as His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to UAE, His Excellency Muhammad Al-Hosani, ADIO, Shri Om Birla, Lok Sabha Speaker, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICAI, Sadhguru, Kamal Hassan, CA Nihar Jambusaria, and many more. In addition to professional activities, the chapter also prioritizes social events and networking opportunities for its members and their families. In the past 12 months, the chapter has organized over 23 social events, including cruise trip to Qatar, trip to Kenya, a cricket Premier League, and placement drive. The chapter's activities are widely covered in local newspapers, and it is also very active on all social media platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The activities related to the professional development reach the pinnacle each year with the hosting of annual international seminars, a regular feature since 1988. These seminars feature leading industry and financial sector experts and are attended by over 800 members and guests. Luminaries who have addressed the seminars in the past include the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan bin Mubarak Al Nayyan, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Dr. Sam Petroda, Robin Sharma, Shiv Khera, Sunil Gavaskar, Arokya Swami Velumani, Mr. Ramesh Damani, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Mr. Amit Lodha, to name a few. Also, the chapter has hosted amazing renowned singers in the live musical concerts held during the annual seminar, such as Sonu Nigam, Sunidhi Chauhan, Shreya Ghoshal, Mika Singh, Kailash Kher, Sukhvinder Singh, Shankar Mahadevan, Vishal Shekhar, and Preetham, to name a few. The 34th Annual International Seminar, themed Transformation Redefined, possibilities infinite, promises to be a unique learning experience, featuring an outstanding lineup of keynote speakers. His Excellency Sheikh Nayyan Mubarak Al Nayyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence, UAE. His Excellency Sanjay Sudhir, Ambassador of India to the UAE. CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, ICAI India President. CA Aniket Sunil Talati, ICAI India Vice President. His Excellency Yunus Haji Al Khoury, Under Secretary of the Ministry of Finance. His Excellency Abdul Aziz Al Nuaimi, Under Secretary Assistant Commercial Affairs, Regulatory Sector, Ministry of Economy, UAE. Mr. Yusuf Ali, Chairman and MD of Lulu Group International. Pujya Swami Brahma Vihariji, Senior Sadhu, BAPS Swami Narayan Sanstha. Dr. Shamsheer Vailil, Chairman of Burjeel Holdings. A. Amarnath, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India to UAE. Other notable speakers include Dr. Azad Mupin, Founder Chairman and MD of Aster DM Healthcare. Aman Gupta, Co-Founder and CMO of Boat Lifestyle. Mr. Surinder Jisrani, Managing Partner and CEO of MMJS Consulting. Mr. M.K. Anand, Managing Director and CEO of Times Network. Mr. Robin Singh, UAE cricket coach and Indian cricketer. Mr. Robin Uthappa, Indian cricketer. Mr. James Franklin, New Zealand cricketer. C.A. Chandrasen Hara, Head Investment Operations of ADIO. Mr. Ashneer Grover, Co-Founder of Bharat Pay. Ms. Shalini Saraswati, the Indian Blade Runner. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, Founder and CEO at Your Story Media. Mr. Isaac John, Managing Editor of Khalij Times. Mr. Neelakantha Bhanu, Founder Bhanzu and Fastest Human Calculator. Mr. Alwyn Rasta, Group CFO of International Holding Company. Mr. Marcos de Quadros, Group CFO of ADQ. CA Hari Mohan, Group CFO of Burjeel Holdings. CA Padmanabha Acharya, Audit Partner at Deloitte in the UAE. Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Director of IIFL. And Mr. Chetan Bhagat, Indian author, columnist and YouTuber. The seminar will also hold memorable entertainment experience for its members and families through live musical concert from renowned Indian singer Kanika Kapoor. And stand-up comedy show from stand-up comedian Jai Vijay Sachin. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Join us for an unforgettable evening of learning and entertainment as we come together to make this a truly one-of-a-kind event. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors and partners for their support. Our title sponsor, Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange. Lead sponsors, Lulu Group International, Burjeel Holdings. Platinum sponsors, eBari, First Abu Dhabi Bank, G42, and Jedox. Gold sponsors, MMJS, Creston Menon, Arons. Silver sponsors, Crow, HLB Hamd. And our premier sponsors, ADMMI, Adnic, Acthia, Al Nasser Enterprises, Anderson, Ardent Advisory and Accounting, Bank of Baroda, Deloitte, Gargash Insurance, Chappan Bhog, Ideal Capital, Liwa Trading, Lulu Exchange, MCA Auditing, NAM Valuers, Protivity, Ascensio, UHY James, Windmills. Media partners, Khalij Times, Your Story Gulf Edition, The Finance World Magazine, 89.1 Radio 4 FM.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Please close the doors, please. I'm extremely honored and delighted to have His Excellency Sheikh Nahyan bin Mubarak Al Nahyan, Minister of Tolerance and Coexistence of ICAI Abu Dhabi. Our theme of this year's seminar is Transformation Redefined, Possibilities Infinite. Thank you, His Excellency, for joining with us. I also extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Yunus Al Khoury, His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Noemi, and Mr. A. Amarnath. I also welcome all other distinguished guests, speakers, and members of our chapter. May I request His Excellency to please come on the stage to light the lamp. And I also invite His Excellency Yunus Al Khoury, His Excellency Abdul Al Noemi, Mr. A. Amarnath, C.A. Sharad Bhandari, Founder Chairman C.A. Richard D'Souza, C.A. Prakash Mehta, and EXCOM to please come to stage for lamp lighting. I request His Excellency to please unveil the brochure.
May I request our Chairman and Vice Chairman to present a memento to His Excellency as a token of appreciation.
members and friends of the ICAI Abu Dhabi, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. You at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Abu Dhabi chapter, know what you are doing. You have chosen to conduct this 34th annual international seminar in celebration of a city and a country that epitomizes transformation. And more specifically, you have assembled in Abu Dhabi where the wisdom, integrity, practical competence, and imagination of our people and those who reside in our country and our nation's leaders are clearly evident. Your topic today, transformation redefined, possibilities infinite, as well as the eminent speakers at this seminar, speak to the important notion that transformation, however you define it, is clearly a test of a leadership. This test of leadership has been both our quest and our elation since the birth of the United Arab Emirates in 1971. Our founding president, the late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, led us as our 7 Emirates transformed into United Arab Emirates. He held in his heart our hopes and dreams for the future and formed a notion that looks to a bright future. We have become an influential, prosperous nation in an incredibly short time because we are always looking to the future with confidence and resolve. Just as Sheikh Zayed projected us into the future through his wisdom and vision, so our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, leads us with wisdom and vision. With the leadership and guidance of His Highness the President, our country is continually transforming itself in accord with a bold, ambitious, and carefully articulated strategy. That strategy lays the foundation for a socially cohesive and economically sustainable country. It deals directly with human resources development, reduced dependence on oil, expanding manufacturing, infrastructure renewal, sustainable development, and green technology and tourism and culture. That strategy also aims to enhance our business competitiveness and for our country to become even more business friendly. And in our 51 years as a nation, we have purposefully become an influential member of the global society. Ladies and gentlemen, you as accountants in Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates are at the heart of this positive and continuing transformation in our country. Thank you. Thank you. The accounting profession has a responsibility to help guide businesses and industries and governments into a new and continually changing world. For example, in 2023 has been designated as a year of sustainability in the UAE. When we assess sustainability, we must consider the environment, but we must also consider the societal and economic implications of policies, regulations, and programs. How can we fully account for the future cost of today's economic activities? How can we ensure that better trade-offs are made among economic, societal, and environmental factors supporting sustainability? Your profession is central to answering these questions. We depend on you. Another example of where your thoughts, leadership is needed is in promoting a global perspective and preventing the rise of protectionist attitudes. One of the few positive outcomes of the COVID pandemic is that it dramatically advanced our understanding of how interconnected all countries and all people of the world are. Governments and businesses are in need of new ways of thinking about the accounting of these interconnections. Accounting and reporting mechanisms are needed to promote global cooperation and coordination. I have great confidence in your profession's capacity to meet these challenges with confidence. You have powerful new tools at your disposal. Big data, artificial intelligence, and blockchain are examples of these new tools. Their potential in improving financial reporting and enhancing transparency in your work is limitless. To achieve this unlimited potential requires the leadership of the accounting profession. This seminar is clear evidence of your desire to provide that leadership. At this seminar, you will be exposed to ideas from some of the top people from within and outside your profession. You will have opportunities to consider new viewpoints, discuss possibilities, and make new connections. I hope you take this chance to consider larger context of your profession. How important it is to the world's success and how you can contribute to that success effectively. My dear friends, being here with you today is a testament to the deep friendship between India and the United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you. Our friendship has benefited the people of our two countries and has contributed to regional and global progress and stability. Thank you for understanding that the enduring relationship between India and the UAE has great potential for further growth and also provides a beacon for others to follow. I wish all of you, I wish all of you and all the people of great India continued success, prosperity, and progress. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm confident that you will be successful in helping your profession to adapt to the infinite possibilities ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Very good morning. How many of you were here yesterday? Great, great. I'm sure most of you might have enjoyed the yesterday's session. As you witnessed yesterday, a great day where great minds with proven track record and exceptional achievement reinforced only one important thing that can lead to your transformation. Today, His Excellency Sheikh Nayan Al Mubarak Al Nayan reiterated the importance of transformation. It is of prime importance that everybody should look into how they can transform themselves for a better future. It begins from you, continues from you, and grows with you until you accomplish it. I'll repeat, it begins from you, continues with you, and grows with you until you accomplish you. I'm sure you all know the places where the transformation is taking place in the current time. Any guesses which are all the countries where the transformation is taking quite a lot? Yes, you are right. One is our Matrubhumi, another one is our Karmabhumi, both India and UAE. But why? Because we as a country believe in it, as Honorable Prime Minister Modi once reaffirmed Nida Fasil belief, Safar mein dub to hogi, jo chal se sako chalo, sabhi hai beed mein tum bhi nikal sako to chalo. And the same thoughts has been echoed in the words of His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed. An easy life does not make men, nor does it build nations. Challenges make men, and it is these men who build the nation. as I conclude my opening remark, to deliver transformation that works from day one and continues to work long after we have gone, priming you to take on the demands of today and preparing you for the challenges tomorrow. Here, I am proud, standing as Vice Chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter, in its honor and privilege to welcome each and every one of you to present over here on the 34th Annual International Seminar. His Excellency Yunus Al-Khoury, Under Secretary of Ministry of Finance, thank you for your visit, sir, over here to deliver a speech of address. His Excellency Abdul Aziz Al-Noyami, Under Secretary Assistant, Ministry of Economy, for your presence over here. His Excellency K. Amarnath, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India, UAE, for coming over here. On behalf of the chapter, I welcome each and every speaker over here who is going to take us on the transformation subject today. So my sincere thanks to all our committee members for their valuable time and efforts. With warm admiration, I would like to once again welcome our speakers. We will enlighten with their knowledge, experience, and wisdom. Can we have a big round of applause for all the speakers? We are happy to see once again an auditorium full of intellectual speakers. A big thanks and round of applause for all our members joining today to take over further proceedings.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. No way. My good morning was louder than all of you combined. Give me a louder one, everybody. Good morning. That's much better. See, I trained you yesterday and you forgot today. That's not good. See, I need you to keep good energy in this room because today is yet another day of very fun-filled, engaging, informative, and insightful sessions that are coming up here at the 34th Annual International Seminar by the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. We had a very successful day yesterday, and we hope to have a very entertaining one today as well. You've seen the address delivered by His Excellency, and then we had the brochure unveiling also. We have a couple more inaugural sessions that we'll have here today, and then we will be moving on to our technical sessions. So let me head straight into that. I would like to invite on stage our special guest, His Excellency Yunus Al-Khoury, Under Secretary, Ministry of Finance, to please come up on the stage and say a few words to our audience. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
The Under-Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, UAE. His Excellency supervises the UAE's tax and budget-related matters, as well as agreements including avoidance of double taxations and exchange of tax information with OECD and FATCA. His Excellency assists in managing the UAE's relations with regional and international institutions, such as the IMF, World Bank, Arab Monetary Fund, and OPEC Fund. He has served on the board of several organizations, which include the Central Bank of the UAE, UAE General Pension and Social Services Authority, Emirates Development Bank, UAE University, Al-Ittihad Credit Bureau, Federal Tax Authority, and the Arab Monetary Fund. His Excellency holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering from Boston University, USA, and a Master of Science in Engineering Management from Northeastern University, USA.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum, and as he has stated, a very good morning. I am delighted to join you today at the 34th Annual International Seminar. This is my second attendance of this important event. This flagship event by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has become a global platform for leaders, decision makers, and professionals in finance, accounting, and economics to tackle our shared global challenges and solutions. Themed as Transformation Redefined, Possibilities Infinite, today's seminar could not be more relevant. I have a couple of thoughts that I want to share with you today, but before I do that, allow me to welcome you all to Abu Dhabi and the UAE. Hosting this seminar in the capital of the UAE reflects the strong historical ties, as His Highness stated a few minutes ago, of our two nations. And with the comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the UAE and India, we have even more options to leverage the multiple opportunities of cooperation. In sectors of common interest, including but not limited to financial policies, services, trade, digital transformation, macroeconomic, and investment. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, embracing digital transformation in accounting and finance is one of the critical ways to enable sustainable economical growth and social development. Digital technologies such as Internet of Things, cloud computing, robotics, and AI are disrupting business, and accounting industry is no exception. But it's a healthy transformation that presents opportunities to enhance transparency, accuracies, and exchange of financial information. Digital transformation offers accountants, auditors, and financial professionals infinite possibilities to add value and provide timely financial advice and more predictive analysis derived from automated, efficient, and complex processes. In recent years, the UAE has accelerated transformation to drive digitization, economic diversification, and green transition, and sustainability as pillars and underpin a new era of growth for independent federal entities and other public sectors. For its part, the Ministry of Finance has taken significant steps to ensure the sustainability of our government resources, enhance the efficiency of our financial systems, protect the UAE financial stability to promote equitable economical growth and national development. With this in mind, let me now move to another topic that is undoubtedly of interest to you today, which is the UAE corporate income tax. We introduced taxations of corporations and businesses in deliberate move to enhance tax transparency and build a fair tax regime that supports the strategic objectives of the UAE and enhance its global economic competitiveness. Businesses will become subject to UAE corporate income tax from their first financial year that starts on or after the 1st of June this year, 2023. The regime sets a standard rate of 9% for taxable profit exceeding 375,000 dirham and a 0% rate on taxable income up to and including that threshold. Corporate income tax provides the national economy with sufficient flexibility to deal with the support to international financial systems within the framework of the UAE established partnership. Corporate income tax also provides a predictable revenue stream for the government which can be reinvested into the UAE continued sustainable development while also ensuring we keep pace with the requirements of a globally competitive market economy. The implementation of corporate income tax is undoubtedly a significant change for businesses operating within the UAE, but it will also create new tax and accounting job opportunities. Auditors and auditing firms will provide tax advisory services and support businesses to prepare precise and accurate financial statements audit to assist with corporate income tax preparation and compliance needs. Accountants will have a major role in helping businesses maintain detailed and accurate accounts and file tax returns, thus ensuring compliance with the new tax regime. Earlier, I said that digital transformation allows accountants to have a more strategic role in driving businesses and economical growth. As accountants, you will have a visible role in protecting the interests of shareholders, investors, and public. We will rely on your expertise to support a stable tax environment that promotes investors' confidence and certainty. I want to share one last thing. The UAE corporate income tax is an opportunity for accountants to be part of country's transformation agenda. You are the guidance to trust in the digital age. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please request Chapter Chairman CA John George, Leader Membership CA Mohammed Shafiq, and Founder Chairman CA Richard D'Souza to please come up on the stage to pass a token of appreciation to sir. Sure.
Mr. Richard D'Souza just reminded me of the old good days, as they call it. I was an engineer working for National Oil Company, ADNOC, and His Excellency, the Assistant Undersecretary of the Department of Finance in Abu Dhabi, called me. It was a Thursday, and back then, ADNOC, we used to have a 2 days holiday or weekend, while the government was working on 6 days. So I came, I met him. He said, I wanted to transform Department of Finance and the government of Abu Dhabi, moving away from NCR system, right? Yeah. That was adopted since 1968. And they had only 6 terminals, one database that was residing, and everything was on that. So I came on, and I took that challenge. So I was introduced to Dushi, the chief accountant, Kamal Khadr, and D'Souza, of course. D'Souza was very important. He was responsible for the cash management. And he will always push me to use only one bank, which is in BAD. So I was wondering why he is only emphasizing on one bank, that the transformation wasn't that quick in that bank. And they wanted to move so quick in the government. So I was challenging him, why don't we move to another bank? He said, no, this is political decision, don't talk. So then I started my days, and interestingly, nobody at the Department of Finance had computer literacy. So you have the implementation. I think it was already engaged the department with Arthur Anderson that went bankrupt, unfortunately, due to Enron problem. You all recall the Enron problem. But then the advisors moved to Accenture. So we continued that journey. I had really the pleasure to move the Department of Finance accounting system from the NCR to Oracle Financial in a very short duration of time. Not only because we had the professional, this was and his team, we also had the willingness of the department leadership and the government of Abu Dhabi to move away and to adopt the automation. So I believe Abu Dhabi government, although they are not very famous to do the PR and the marketing, but they were the first in the region to adopt a full-fledged ERP solution that really linked the whole government of Abu Dhabi in no time. So we started Department of Finance just before the Y2K problem and the Western region and Medina Zayed in 2003. So in 4 years, the whole Abu Dhabi was interconnected seamlessly, and the payment was so fast, and so the request and the purchase order, the contracts would sign online, but they never came to the media. So that part, I think it was missing in Abu Dhabi journey. But the willing was there, and the support of the leadership that I think today's Abu Dhabi government and even the UAE government as a whole is moving so fast and so quick. And I had the leisure also to do some other things, i.e. establishing the credit bureau, that would not have happened without the vision and the support of the leadership. Today, that company that I have led for 2 years, establishing and making the company operational, has only 80 people that has a full-fledged automation. Everything is digitized. You as an individual, you could download the app and have your own credit rating and instantaneous, so in a few seconds. Also, we moved and we implemented the VAT in 2018. I think with the support, as of His Highness stated, professional accountants. And in the same year, we had more than 3,000 tax agents. 3,200 people moved to the UAE with professional of accountants. I'm sure that with the corporate income tax, more people will make UAE their home. The UAE banking sector is the biggest in the region, and by far, although our economy is our banking system, that I believe if you go back to the founding year of the UAE, the money in circulation was approximately 250 million dirham, equivalent of 25 million dinar Bahraini in Abu Dhabi, and 230 million in Dubai. Today is in excess of 100 billion. So you could just imagine in slightly more than 50 years how many folds that have grown. The banking system that was, and the economy that was only $10 billion, today is more than 500 billion. And the success story keeps going. You just need to, yesterday, everybody was talking about the late Muhammad Saeed al-Mullah and how he really founded a company that started with 1 billion dirham capital. Other than how much they have distributed in dividends, the market cap of that company is today approximately 200 billion. So you can just imagine how the UAE has grown and how much of the wealth UAE has created for everybody that lived in the UAE, and that could not happen except when you have a visionary leader who has founded the UAE and the same path the current leaders are moving. Sometimes you feel this is just a dream, but this is a reality. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It's indeed a blessing to be able to listen and learn from your experiences. I would now like to invite on stage our next esteemed guest for a keynote. And before I invite him on the stage, can we have the intro video played for His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Nuaimi,
His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Nuaimi, Under-Secretary Assistant Commercial Affairs Regulatory Sector, Ministry of Economy, UAE. As the Under-Secretary Assistant, His Excellency handles the strategic and operational aspects of the sector, deploying both legislative and non-legislative tools to spur the country's economic growth in line with the leadership's vision and directives. His Excellency has also served as the director of a Boston-based satellite company, Analytical Space, and is the chairperson of Harvard Business School Alumni Angels Association of the GCC. He holds an MBA from Harvard Business School, a Bachelor of Science in Finance from the American University of Sharjah, and a Chartered Alternative Investment Analyst CAIA certification.
May I please invite His Excellency Abdulaziz Al Nuaimi to come up on the stage and say a few words.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, thank you really for hosting me today. Good morning. So since the Abu Dhabi chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was established in late 1984, you guys have developed and grown the profession across the UAE in a pivotal role. You have increased your membership from merely 20 people in that day to over 1,000 people in the past decades. So congratulations. I'm really, really honored here to stand before you as we explore a theme so relevant to the current state of the UAE. Transformations redefined, possibilities infinite. Indeed, we live in a time of enormous technological possibility, a time of hope and prosperity. There's a perfect reason why the Museum of Future can be found in the UAE. Our nation is where the future arrives first. But when our nation was founded in 1971, it was a vastly different place. Back then, the infrastructure was limited, the economy was heavily dependent on oil exports, and the population was relatively small. But through hard work, determination, and innovation, we have transformed our nation into one of the world's most prosperous and developed countries, with the 5th largest economy in the Middle East and a GDP of over $500 billion last year. So today, we have a world-class infrastructure, a diverse economy that includes not only oil, but also tourism, finance, and technology, and a population that has grown from around 340,000 people to over 9.5 million today. So we have become a hub for international trade and commerce and a destination for people from all over the world. And we became a hub, most importantly, for hope and prosperity. The UAE, the place where the skies are dotted with cranes everywhere, buildings going up, and dreams become reality. Think of the incredible growth and trajectory we have seen over the past quarter century. Rapid change. And I believe we are only just getting started as the population of the MENA region continues to grow and flourish. So consider some of the steps the UAE has adopted to advance hope and prosperity. Some of the significant achievements include the UAE CEPA agreements, which will allow businesses to enjoy a wide range of benefits as we boast bilateral trade from 60 billion to 100 billion over the next 5 years. The Abraham Accord with Israel, a historic agreement that poised to transform the Middle East as we commit to promoting regional security, prosperity, and peace. And the bilateral trade between the two countries in 2021 reached a staggering $1.1 billion since. Further to that is privatization and spinning off state-owned enterprises to IPOs, including Dubai Duty Free, Salik, Abu Dhabi ports, and more. 5 Abu Dhabi government-controlled companies raised over $6 billion to spin off into IPOs. And we have the corporate tax, as excellently mentioned, and of course, COP28, in which government and industry leaders from around the world will gather in the UAE in the late 2023 to formulate the next steps for global-wide changes to the climate. But none of our advancement would be possible without you. Every bold strategic plan looking ahead for the UAE depends heavily on our growth in FDI. That's true. But you play an integral role in ensuring these investments are possible, assuring all these seeking to enter this market that you have performed the due diligence that will instigate the market integrity that is needed. Every regulation introduced by the Ministry of Economy is implemented for one clear reason: to ensure that our auditing ecosystem remains the standard for the region. You are the enablers and change agents who make progress possible as we advance hope and prosperity. Just as our region's economy is evolving and changing, so is the work that you do each single day. In a world, well, you might have heard it, the only constant is change and disruption, you will be called upon to upskill yourselves and embrace new tools and capabilities. Emerging technologies, like His Highness mentioned, data analytics, machine learning, will continue to reshape many duties that define your day-to-day experience. And your mission will continue to evolve, especially regarding sustainability. You will be critical partners in our efforts to diversify the region's economy. That said, the foundation of your knowledge and skill set will remain constant. They will remain as crucial as ever. So one of the greatest economists and information theorists, Carl Shepro, said that technology changes, economic laws do not. We still need skilled, talented, and dedicated professionals to leverage these new tools effectively. So if you remember nothing today, let it be this key message: we depend on you to advance our future. That's why we continue to focus on the steps to strengthen this exact profession. The Ministry of Economy, as the regulator of the statutory auditors in the UAE, we commit to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency of this profession. So we are implementing several changes to enhance the ecosystem. So we are considering, along with the stakeholders, ways to integrate digital transformation into future regulation and legislation, including expanded use of tools like advanced analytics and AI. And I think a lot of people here have seen what ChatGPT has done so far, right? It's scary, by the way. So we have introduced mandatory rules and regulations for professionals, training and standards for quality, as seen in the UAE Association of Accountants and Auditors Fellowship Program. And finally, we are exploring a proactive enforcement model where audit firms are expected to submit their work outcomes through a reporting panel. But as we enhance the regulatory framework of our profession, we commit as a ministry to engage with the private sector every step of the way. This shall take a form of sharing the draft update to the federal law and revisions and also gathering your feedback. But one of the most important things is that we have come a long way. Still, there's much work to be done. We must ensure that our efforts are inclusive and beneficial to all members of our society. And we must work to build a culture of collaboration and cooperation where the public and the private sectors come together to achieve shared goals. As we move forward in this journey, let us just remember that hope and prosperity are ultimately not the outcomes of technology, but people. It is about empowering our auditors and other professionals with the skills and knowledge that they need to succeed in a rapidly changing world. It's about creating an environment where creativity and experimentation are encouraged and new ideas are embraced. And a lot of people look at auditors as a very boring profession. So this is a complete different mindset that not so many people believe in. I'm a CFA and also CAIA, so I can tell you that it was a very joyful path that I engaged in. So imagine if you will, what our nation could look like in the year of 2071. Just imagine, think of the incredible advancements in technology that will have been made, the incredible new structures, the incredible new buildings, that will have been built and the countless new opportunities that will have been created. Just imagine that. We can envision a future where renewable energy sources are the norm, smart cities are the standard, a future where education and healthcare are accessible to everyone, and the quality of life here simply and exemplary to the world. With that in mind, I urge you to think about your role in shaping the future of our nation. Each of us has the power to make a difference, and we must work together to create a brighter, more prosperous future for all. Let us truly continue to innovate and push the boundaries of what is so possible from now to the next 50 years, not only for us, but for our children and grandchildren, so they can look back on our time with pride and admiration, knowing that what we did our part to build a better future for them. Like the gentleman, the 20 people who literally launched this chapter 20 years ago. So I want to end with one of my favorite mantras, that the reasonable man adapts himself to the world, while the unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all the progress depends on the unreasonable man and woman. I urge all of you to embrace the spirit of innovation and transformation, and thanks for having me here so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Can I please invite on stage Chapter Vice Chairman C.A. Krishnan, NV, Chapter General Secretary C.A. Rohit Daima, and Past Chairman C.A. Naresh Jain to please pass a token of appreciation to His Excellency. And for our final inaugural session, So we will go ahead and have our final inaugural session. I would like to invite Mr. A. Amarnath, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India, UAE. Can we have his intro video played, please?
Mr. A. Amarnath joined the Indian Foreign Service in 2006. As part of his assignments, he has served in Indian diplomatic missions in Israel and Maldives. He has also served in the Indian delegation to the United Nations in New York, where he handled issues related to disarmament, international security, and Middle East affairs. He was also part of India's Security Council team during its membership in the body in 2021-22. In the Ministry of External Affairs, he has served in the Northern Division as Director and also as Chief of Staff of the Minister of State of External Affairs from 2016 to 2018. He is currently the Deputy Chief of Mission in the Embassy of India, Abu Dhabi.
Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Members of the ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter and in the UAE, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed an honor and my privilege to be part of the 34th ICAI International Seminar, this annual gathering which brings together some of the eminent personalities and experts from various walks of life, has been both inspirational and very informative. I wish you success for this year's seminar. I must also compliment the ICAI team for choosing a very topical theme for this year's seminar. Transformation redefined, possibilities unlimited. I would say it is the most apt way to describe the current India-UAE partnership. While our both countries have enjoyed traditionally a strong and deep-rooted friendship underpinned by very strong people-to-people contacts, it has been transformed and redefined in the last few years under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and President His Highness Mohammed bin Zayed. The joint statement unveiled by the two leaders in February 2022 charts the path for a multifaceted, mutually beneficial, forward-looking, and a dynamic partnership that will explore new frontiers and achieve new milestones. Let me mention a few recent examples to underscore the transformative nature of this relationship. You are all aware that our two countries signed the historic Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement in May last year in February, which entered into force in May 2022. In the last 8 months alone, our bilateral trade has grown tremendously, which is an indicator that the ambitious bilateral trade target of $100 billion that we set for each other would be achieved well ahead of the 2027 deadline. Even before it entered into force, CEPA was a trendsetter because of the short time of 88 days, just 88 days in which it was negotiated and concluded. I think it is a record for both countries, and it is also a reflection of the convergence of our interests. Our traditional cooperation in areas like the energy sector, where we've enjoyed decades of partnership and cooperation, have also been redefined today. We are working closely to boost collaboration on renewable energy and climate action. UAE and India have agreed to fast-track various initiatives across the energy transition spectrum, including through public-private partnerships. Friends, we have not stopped there. We are constantly pushing the frontiers of cooperation and are also exploring newer avenues. In the post-COVID-19 pandemic era, healthcare and food security have emerged as potential avenues for deeper collaboration. The India-UAE Food Corridor, as you are aware, is a futuristic project that will not just benefit the two countries, but will also contribute to the food security of the whole region. Similarly, our health partnership is also targeted towards third countries, benefiting the third countries, especially those in Africa. I would like to mention another new area of collaboration which most of my fellow Indians here are familiar with, cricket. Due to the COVID pandemic, when India could not host the T20 World Cup in 2021, guess who stepped in? It was UAE, and the World Cup was held here. And the Indian investment and the involvement in the ongoing successful International League T20, which is currently being hosted in the UAE, is expected to grow in the coming years. And our deep gratitude to our chief guest, His Highness Sheikh Nahyan, for making the International League T20 possible. Today, the India-UAE partnership stretches across every aspect of human endeavor. In a world that stares at slow growth, the India-UAE partnership and its potential remains a beacon of hope. And the world is gearing up for the leadership of the two countries as India holds the presidency of the G20 and UAE that of COP28. Friends, as our chief guest had mentioned, India's chartered account community in the UAE had earned the deep respect, confidence, and the trust of the leadership, the government, and all Emiratis here in the UAE. You have made India proud. As some of the best brains and minds that India has produced, your collective contribution will be vital to further build on the success of this relationship and help it progress and evolve into the new age. Thank you once again for inviting me to this event.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I please invite on stage Chapter Treasurer CA Priyanka Birla, Team Membership CA Aditya Bhatia, and Past Chairman CA Suresh Panwar to please pass a token of appreciation to sir. Yes. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of the inaugural sessions. And we are now going to start with our technical sessions. And you all know who our first speaker, our first guest is, right? He's already here with us in the room. And without any further ado, I am going to invite the man who is a best-selling author, the author of blockbuster novels, one of the most influential people in the world. So many of his books have been adapted into movies. We all are hooked on to his books and the movies that they've been adapted on. And he's right here with us to share his transformation journey with us. Can we have the intro video played for none other than Mr. Chetan Bhagat?
Mr. Chetan Bhagat, Indian author, columnist, and YouTuber. Chetan Bhagat is a well-known Indian author, screenplay writer, and a motivational speaker. He is the author of 13 blockbuster books, out of which 5 have been adapted to Indian Bollywood films. Time magazine named him as 100 most influential people in the world, and he received accolades from New York Times, Fast Company USA, and from many other international organizations. He regularly writes columns in English and Hindi newspapers, focusing on youth and national development issues. He is a B.Tech graduate in mechanical engineering from IIT Delhi.
Can we invite popular Indian author, columnist, and YouTuber, Mr. Chetan Bhagat, on the stage with a huge round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Hi. Wow, I was worried about morning session. I said, who will come? Everybody will sleep, but good attendance. Thank you so much for having me. No better time to do a CA conference than when a big scandal is going on in India. I'm not taking names. हम क्यों नाम लें, है ना? But इज्जत CA की तभी जब बीमार होता है, everybody knows little bit Hindi. हाँ, I will stick to English only, but some things only Hindi you understand. You know. जब बीमार होते हो तभी डॉक्टर की याद आती है, और जब घोटाला होता है तभी CA की याद आती है. Yes or no? So everybody is now suddenly discovering the value CAs add, and it's a great time to do the CA conference. I have actually been in banking, as you know, right? And my last job was distressed debt. And my job was to make reports like the reports that have come out on all the related party transactions. Yeah, we are all related parties here. ICAI is related party, and this is one big party also going on. So good. Thank you for doing all the audit work and saving people's investments. It all happens behind the scenes, so pata nahi lagta, but when disaster happens, then you realize the value, right? Isn't it? It's not about a single case, and that's not going to be my theme of the talk today anyway. But I always feel it's not about a company. These things happen, right? It's the reaction. It's the how you deal with it and how you change with it. And I think it's time now for you to increase your prices, right? You tell them, dekh lo, ye ho jayega, nahi to. So you want a good CA? You want to have me. Anyway, do you have a clicker or something? Yeah, okay. Thank you guys for having me. It is a very nostalgic and emotional kind of moment for me because I came here 10 years back. James said, some of you were here 10 years back? My God, we do nothing else in life. Bas yahi karte rehte hain. No, yes, and there is a transformation in me. Not just physically, of course, some of it is biological transformations, what you can say 10 years. I was seeing some pictures of 10 years ago. I look like my son actually in those photos. But the common thing is we have all grown, you know. Last time it was a combined event. Now all of you don't fit in one room. Now you have to do your own events, which is a sign of growth. I have grown to do so many different things. I told you at that time also that I try to keep adapting and try to keep doing things. And you know, in my profession, it's entertainment or whatever you can call it, public thing. Fads come and go, right? Singers, even actors sometimes, film directors, producers, writers also, especially when young people are reading you. Young people move on from one to the next. They change an app also. One app will be there one day. Snapchat used to be so big. Now it's not. So one big fear always is that how long is the party going to be there for me, right? But 10 years back it was there, and 10 years now also it is there. So God's grace, still here on stage. I will be hopefully a lot wiser than 10 years back today. And you are all also wiser, which is another way of saying older. And the white hair is one thing. I actually tried that black beard thing. You saw the photo, right? But it's very hard to maintain and it just looks too fake. But the beard has come from Dubai, by the way, which I'll tell you by Dubai's story. One other things I'll talk about, but one other big change that has happened is I am now UAE resident. So I have my golden visa, which is there. I'm very happy about that. I have my own house in Dubai, and I go running in the marina. It's a small place. I obviously am still Mumbai based mainly, but I keep coming here. So this is what my team now calls a local event. So it's nice to be here on that. And that change has happened also. It's another example of how transformation happens. My family was in Singapore during COVID pandemic, and we were there. We had gone there for the kids' high school, and Singapore was very strict, of course. And I got an opportunity to go to India and act in a Netflix show, Decoupled. Anybody saw? Yes. Yeah. So it didn't just happen. You have to actually go and shoot it, right? And it was in the middle of COVID, the shooting was happening. And obviously my wife, everybody, mother-in-law, everybody, like, don't go, don't go. I said, when will I get a chance to act in a Netflix show? Okay, there is a virus, there is a pandemic in this world, but I think this counts as essential travel. Fine, I fought with everyone, I came. And I did the show. Now I have to go back to Singapore, to my family. And they said, well, you can't come from India. You have to go somewhere for 14 days and then you can come. So I came to Dubai. 12 days later, when I had time to do web check-in, Singapore said, okay, you know, we changed our mind. You can't come at all. Okay. And then I was told, now you've been here so many days, if you go back to India, India said, so nobody will let you come. Then the second wave also started, that really deadly wave. So they said, don't go back to India. Don't go to Singapore. I'm in Dubai. That's it. No reason. I ended up staying 80 days alone, neither here nor there. And that's how my relationship with the UAE grew, because I'm bored all day. So what to do? Let's see real estate. Because it's a fun activity. Anybody enjoys going with brokers? It's free. And they treat you so nicely also, right? And they say, this is the bedroom, this is the, okay. And it's relatively safe from COVID point of view. Like you're just one-on-one going to see the apartment. So I said, okay, every day I'll see some apartment. And then I have James here, who is right there. He said, I need the vaccine, man. I said, you can't get a vaccine like this. You have to be resident to get a vaccine. Go back to India to get a vaccine. I can't go to India. I can't go to Singapore. Okay, we'll get you residency here. So we got the residency here. Then I got the vaccine here. And then that was a normal residency, became golden visa. And then I finally, I think the broker, I felt so bad for him, I bought an apartment. Because of all the entertainment he provided me. Some of the houses really have spectacular views. So if I just wanted to see a building with a nice view, I would tell him, how about this building? He said, okay, I'll take you. So he will take me. Sometimes they also want to go, because they want to tell the landlord, I have clients. This writer from India is there. He's going to buy all the villas in Palm. So, anyway, so that's how I'm here. It's been a big change, and COVID has been a massive change thing for me. I don't do docs as my main profession. I have other things to do. And I see you as my friends because all my batchmates are your shape and size. You know, same professional profile, IIT, IIM, like the same, finance, a lot of people are in banks. So I want to give you something that is useful to you. There are many, many stellar speakers you guys have lined up on this conference, but I want to leave you with something that is actually beneficial to you. I'll talk to you about myself, my journey. Maybe some of you know already, but I'll tell you what is in it for you from there, you know. Would you agree we are all middle age? I don't know, it's good only, right? It's not so bad being old. Is it that bad? It's okay, yaar. Age is just a number. And CS do numbers. So you can, yeah, age is just a number. But you know, there are some advantages of being old. I'll tell you as I go along. Like my kids. Anybody have kids who've gone to college? Right? So I have twin boys. So this year they went to college. Just this year. So both went at the same time, right? And then everybody calls, what do they call it? Empty nest. What is so empty about it? I am in the nest. It's more square feet for me nest. My wife is in the nest. But I made the nest. But it's empty nest. As if kids are the birds and hum wo ande ke chilke hain jo reh gaya. It's not empty nest. But again, that thinking that comes that now you're old. You are discardable. You know? Bacche. Indians are obsessed with children. Producing children, which I can imagine is kind of fun. But they are obsessed to the point of ignoring their own life. And I'm going to tell you about that because I have done it. We've all done it. Ab to bachcho ka time hai. Now my kids are going to be the shining light in this world. And the kids are like, Dad, can you shut the door behind me? I'm chatting with my friend. I'm playing Fortnite. Okay, fine. A video game is more priority than your parent. Fine. But we obsess about that. And I want you to stop doing that. I want that to stop from today. Conferences like these are, of course, great chance to network, right? Great. What else is the benefit of these conferences? You take a break from your normal day's work. It's not the same routine. Hopefully you're at a nice, you're staying here in a nice resort. You get time to think. What am I doing with my life? What's going on? Is it even worth it or is it not? And I want you to do that today. I recently read a book. Most expensive book I've ever read, I think, because it will end up being. It's called Die with Zero. Die with zero. It is what it means. Whatever money you leave behind is the extra work you have done. Shouldn't have done it. Nobody can die with zero. It's not possible to precisely time it. But the concept is you must think of life as finite. And money is made for what? To spend it one day. As CAs we forget. Money is made to balance the balance sheet. Yes, but you have to, we make money to spend it. And we think of life as a bucket list. We all have bucket lists, right? One day we'll do this. We assume something in that bucket list, that these things can be done any day. But it doesn't work that way. Your health is not the same. Some things you can. If your bucket list is you want to go to libraries in Europe, yeah, you can go at 70, 80 also. But if you want to do skydiving, you can't do at 70. If you want to do a lot of traveling, you can't do at 80. You won't feel like it. So there should be a bucket list by decade. You have to realize the finiteness. If you're 50, in 500 weekends, you're going to be 60. Those 500 weekends need to count. And we forget that. And we never think that because there is so much work the client is calling us. And that's a good chance to think about these things here. And I have had a chance to think about this thing in my life because I have not done any real work for the last 15, 20 years. So I can tell you what life is all about from my perspective. That will be different. My earlier talk, 10 years back, only about my career, only about my success. But being older is great. It's not just, you realize that it's not just about the success outside. There is a scorecard inside us. It's not just external scorecard. And that is a beautiful thing about being old. I don't want to be 30 again. I was an idiot. Now I'm far more sorted. It doesn't matter. NRI parties, everybody's trying to be friends, but actually they are showing off. Right? You're laughing because it's true. Right? Who's got more money? Who's less fat? Who has a better house? Who has a better car? Who did a better holiday? All that happens when you're young. As you get older, you don't care. Right? So that's the beautiful thing about being old, right? So I'm saying there are some many advantages. Anyway, let me get going. I am not the best author, as you know. A lot of people will tell you, literature experts, LitFest is going on. They'll say, Chetan's not the best author. Somebody just said, yeah, thank you. Like he had to say it loudly. Thank you for agreeing with me and making me feel so welcome. Well, that's true. But I'm the one on stage. I'm the one here who is the best guy. Right? Because I'm the best-selling author. That's what matters, ultimately. Right? You guys especially, you guys are numbers people. You guys are people who measure things. Best-selling can be measured, best can't be measured. Right? We don't even know. And that's the first thing. Sometimes you have to be best-selling. And how did that happen when you're not the best? I think there's some learning from that in life. Because you're best, then you have nothing to learn. You're Sachin Tendulkar, fine. But most of us are not. How did this happen? How did this guy got known that he was here in 2013 and now here is 2023 also? Okay, let's go. This is my thing. I made this slide so that you know some firms at least you are familiar with. Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank, House husband is not a company. Some of your James is thinking, I should pitch to these guys. That's my job now, okay? It's best job. My aim is always been to reach a lot of people through entertainment. Entertainment has the power that makes people give you attention. You are interested in my talk today because of Three Idiots, because of Two States, because of something you may have read, seen, whatever. And then once I have people's ear, I can influence them towards a better society, a better India, right? I can give my views on issues. You won't listen to my views on issues unless there was the entertainment. It's a two-pronged strategy. I am not the best, and I am mortal, and I'm getting older, and the young generation is getting younger and younger and younger. So how do I keep it going? It's by transformation. I call it changing the game. You can call it reinvention. You can call it transformation. MBAs come up with a new term every week. So you can use anyone you like. Point is to continuously change. And that is not just something as a strategy, it has to be a part of who you are as an individual. And it, like I said, because I'm more sensible now, it just doesn't mean career. There's no point me telling you how to make more money only. Firstly, you know how to. And secondly, there is more to life than that. So that transformation has to be applied to your life also outside the career. We think it's for our company, for our business, but for your own self. Have you transformed? Are you a different person from 5 years ago or not? That's something to think about. People who do it better than others are the real best people. And the people who are best selling sometimes, despite being not the best, are people who change the game, who do things differently, who keep changing. This is a very old quote from Charles Darwin, who was 200 years ago quote about nature, which drives everything. It's not a management guru quote. It's not a religious guru quote. It's not some rich guy, Warren Buffett quote. It is a quote by a biologist, which is talking about how nature works. It's good for you to know this and for your kids to know this. It's not the strongest that survives. It's not the most intelligent that survives. It's the most adaptive that survives. Someone who adjusts, you just have to adjust, that attitude. It's okay, we'll adjust. It's okay, we'll do it, yaar. We'll do it anyhow, So that's what this is all about. That attitude, if you have, you, your company, your family, progress will be unlimited. The moment you stop adapting, no matter how smart you are, how great you were, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter I did Three Idiots long back. Who cares? Now it's Pathan, man. I mean, it's okay. Ho gaya. What am I doing today? What have I done differently today? It doesn't have to be another movie. That would be almost stupid also. If I have not changed as a person, in 15 years I have not grown and I just want to keep on doing one more box office, maybe it's something different. But it's what's today. That's what matters, right? My analogy is always unconventional, and this is my, what is this? It's a cockroach. I know it's a cute cockroach. If I put a real cockroach photo, it'll look very bad. This is my inspiration in life. And you'll be like, how can a cockroach be an inspiration? I will tell you, you'll have newfound respect for cockroach after today. It's not a tiger. Cockroach is one of the most adaptive creatures on this planet. They adapt to anything, right? They're like the same attitude. Okay, we'll adjust. We used to live in the jungle. Now I have to live in downtown. Okay, it's fine. We used to eat insects or plants. Now we have to eat Kellogg's Special K. Okay, we'll eat that. This is how cockroaches are. They adjust, they live in any weather, any climate. They were there when dinosaurs were there. Now there are no dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were so big and strong. But cockroaches were there then, cockroaches are there today. They live anywhere. Drawing room, bedroom, kitchen, car, factory, railway station, airport, hotel, restaurant, they are hanging everywhere. They don't care. One easy way to tell a species is doing well is if they are reproducing, because then there's no tension in life. Cockroaches are laying eggs everywhere. Night happens. Male cockroach calls the female cockroach. Idhar aao tum. Here, it's kitchen. So cold, this marble. It's okay. Dil mein jagah honi chahiye. Now, do you know last week Chacha ji mar gaye hain spray mein? Oh. It's okay. We'll make another Chacha ji. That's how they think. They don't care. Think about this. There are companies like Baygon, HIT. They also must be doing conferences. They have HR, finance. Someone's doing their accounts. They are going to office. The son must be asking, Dad, where are you going? I'm to office. Why? We're trying to kill cockroaches. It's okay, it's a job. But the point is, have they been able to? Big multinational companies are working to kill cockroaches and they haven't. Nobody wants to protect cockroaches. Have you heard any society for safety of cockroaches? Nobody treats them as nice or cute or anything, nothing, right? You feel bad killing rabbits because they're cute. But these guys, social sanction, legal sanction, multinationals, everything, you can't kill them. They'll reproduce faster than you can kill them. You know, we have killed all the tigers, almost, despite it being illegal, but we can't kill this. So this is the mentality, and the only thing is it can adjust to anything, anything. And that, if you have, you keep going, right? I won't go too much into my work. This is my first book, 5 Point Someone. I went on to write a lot of books. And then I realized that, you know, you have to be in the movies to reach maximum Indians. Books, no matter how big a hit, ultimately has a limit. So I did movies. This was a big adaptation. And I'll tell you what is the big adaptation which may be relevant to you. When I started trying to get work in the movies, I was nobody. They didn't think much. They don't read and all like books and all that. They don't care, right? A producer is going to give me a meeting. He'll make me wait 3 hours. That's the culture there. It's not professional. It's not like Goldman Sachs. 9 o'clock team meeting means, 9 o'clock means 2 p.m. in Bollywood or whatever. The problem is that I was already a hit in books. I was already #1, bestseller, this, most influential people in the world. My kids are not listening to me, but fine, okay. Now to level down and say, okay, I will wait for this meeting. I will talk in Hindi to this producer. I will use his language. I will deal with his unprofessionalism, because what would a cockroach have done? He would have adjusted to the new reality of Bollywood, because the end goal is these big, big movies that I want to be a part of, right? That's hard for people. You're in your job, you have a position, you have a business card, you have clients, you have lunches, and now you want to try something new and you're nobody there. You're nothing. Nobody will respect you. People will probably think you're going to fail, and you don't want to try it. You have to adapt. Life cannot be on past laurels, right? Do you think about your class 12 marks now? Ho gaya na abhi? You cannot keep doing that. So it's for every stage in life, every step in life, you have to kind of keep on trying things. Most authors can't do this. It's not like they can't write books or they can't write movie scripts. They can't bring themselves down. Once the literature festival has put you as the signature event, and you have this, people crowding for your books to be signed, then to go and stand in Ashti Vinayak Films office and they say, remove your slippers here, because that's what they do. Then 3 hours wait, then you do a meeting. Ashti Vinayak Film is bankrupt now, by the way, but that's a different story. But yeah, it's hard, and not everyone can do it. I could do it. It's got nothing to do with writing, but it led to a level of success that most writers don't get because of this. Once I did this, I told you my strategy was to contribute to the nation in some way, write good articles. So I started writing columns in newspapers, and I realized English is not going to be enough, so I wrote in Hindi as well. Once you do all this, you get invited to horror shows. Don't watch this alone, please. Don't watch this alone, okay? It's a big adaptation, because until now, my face was never in front of people. Books, movies, articles, it's only my name. Second, I'm used to being a writer, which means you can edit your work 5 times. I can edit an article, book. Here, you can't even talk, forget editing, right? So, but you have to make your point. If you want to be noticed, you have to make your point. I don't do this anymore. It's too much, but fine. I even did this. You remember this? This is too much adaptation even by cockroach standards. Even the cockroach society called me and said, what are you doing? Because I'm the only author in the world who has judged the dance show. And only author who will ever do that. But there was a strategy. This is one of the most popular shows in India. Even a panwala is watching this. So they watch, and then they see the Dainik Bhaskar newspaper, and they say, "Arey, ye to nach bali wala hai. Dekhiye kya column likha hai budget pe." And he'll read it. There it is. I've got somebody, a consumer for this, because they watched this show. I learned a lot. I learned the power of makeup. Look how I'm looking, like my son. But I'll tell you one thing, the power of makeup is not just on me. I'm not saying anything. Let's move on. I did talks. Is this? No, Khalij Times. I'm wondering if this photo, no, this is one of the Dubai talks, but I don't know. I did social media. There was no social media at that time when I started. Now everything on Twitter, Facebook, things like that, right? So that's why I do so many other things like films, television, books, print media, stage, all this. And that's why you've heard of me. That's why you've invited me. And that's why I'm more known than the best, right? I don't know who, okay? It never stops. I did stand-up comedy recently because OTT platform came. They weren't there 5 years back. You didn't really have them. Amazon Prime, I did this. I started a YouTube channel those 80 days in Dubai. I had nothing to do, and I was missing doing talks. So I started a YouTube channel from my hotel room at Intercon Marina. And now it's grown, right? And it's basically motivational videos. You can watch them, more than 600 now. I became a YouTuber at 47. Not exactly the age at which people become YouTubers. I had to learn about mics and light and whatever else. But YouTube is big now amongst young people. I'd be foolish to think that I'm an author, so now they'll come. The medium is not important. I'm not in the paper business. I'm not in the ink business. So what is the big importance attached to books? I have to reach where the young people are. So I started this. That's what a cockroach would have done. I've done it. I started doing Deep Talk, which is a part of a podcast on my YouTube channel where I interview a lot of founders. I do all kinds of people actually, like Everest climbers and Bollywood people also, but a lot of founders to again help young people get motivated to do things. And I learned a lot. I mean, legit billionaires have come. And very interesting thing, you know what the observation I've had is they're not necessarily happier. You could be a billionaire, like literally a billionaire, and they're not happier. In fact, some of them are quite sad. The marginal utility of money actually becomes negative. Because how to handle so much money? You know, the pressure, how to sleep, knowing that I have to manage $1 billion. And how much can you consume? You know? So it really changed me. I said, okay, there's no point chasing this stupid game of making as much money as possible. It's just an app on my phone, the bank balance, or the stock market account or whatever you might have. You see it, you feel good if it goes up. But it's just a stupid video game because it's just there. And then you're competing, and I realize I will never reach $1 billion, so there's no point doing this race. And even when I reach $1 billion, these people aren't happy. It takes more to be happy. Not that lots of, I used to think money is everything. We all grow up in middle class backgrounds. I used to think money is everything. I thought once I have enough money, I will lie down on silk sheets, roll in bed all day and eat grapes. I thought that's what people do with money. But it's very boring. And silk sheets are not as comfortable. And how many grapes can you eat? Right? 250 grams. Beyond that, you're like, okay, I don't want any more grapes now. Okay. So what is it then? Right? There's more to it. I did decoupled, I mentioned. So this is just a shot from there. I don't like to give big gyan lectures. So I want to give you some quotes which have helped me. Some are from me, some are from my deep talk, some are from billionaires, some are from like my life. And they're simple so that you remember it. If I give you long quotes, you'll not remember. But they're deep. The first thing you realize in life, that life is uphill. Zindagi chadai hai. We try to live life by being as comfortable as possible. We want to be comfortable. And we think if we navigate ourselves in a way that comfort, it means no pain and we'll be happy. But it doesn't work like that. It's not, there's nothing in life which is just downhill. Life, it's like you don't want to go to the gym because it's not comfortable, it's too difficult for me. And then later on you're overweight or you have diseases. So the pain has come. If you had gone to the gym, you would have felt pain, but that pain would have made you healthier or whatever, but the pain has come. You don't want to do the work, or like the kids, they don't want to study because they feel it's painful, it's not comfortable, I'd rather watch Instagram reels, but then the bad marks will come. The pain is coming. Life is pain, life is uphill. That's only thing we have is we can choose our pain. And when we intentionally choose our pain towards some productive goal, it will lead to your happiness. If you just let life happen, pain is going to come one way or the other. If you work on your relationships, it will lead to better relationships. If you say, it's too painful to work on this, well, the relationships are going to go bad. And then the pain is coming. Pain is there. Own it, control it, and life will be much better. That's just simple. Second is do the work. People don't do the work. I say this especially to my YouTube channel or to my talk. You've attended this talk, maybe you feel motivated, maybe you feel inspired, you like it. It's not enough to just listen to me and 5 other speakers today. I'm being super honest. You have to go and make a change. You have to take action. Without action, there is no change. You can consume 600 videos of mine and hundreds of videos of other motivational speakers on YouTube. They're all excellent. They're excellent if they trigger you to change, trigger you to action. Things that you know you have to do for so many years and you're not doing it. Because one day I'll do it. You have to do the work. You have to take the action. You don't do the work, you will not be happy in life. Yesterday, I know one friend said, it's okay, if we have made the money, it's okay if the next generation just enjoys that money. It was just a dinner table discussion. So what if our kids don't work hard and they just enjoy the money we have made? I can tell you, the kids are going to have the miserable life. The brain adapts to hedonism. The brain adapts to pleasure. The brain adapts to comfortable hotels and buffet breakfasts and all these luxuries, whatever we have, cars and flights, the brain adapts. And then if they haven't done the work, they'll be desensitized. It's like the worst curse you can give someone is that. Here, lots of money, don't do any work, live a comfortable life. No, you have to do the work till the day you die. That work doesn't have to, when I say work, it's not just career work. It's on your health, it's on your relationships and everything, right? Keep adapting. I've spoken enough about it. I don't need to. Never settle. Settle is an Indian term. Well-settled boy, everybody wants. Right? All the people working in UAE are well-settled people. Right? Don't settle. This whole settled mentality is coming. Like, okay, now the kids have to go. The kids will go to college, their placement, their job, their partners, their kids. We have lived our life. We are settled now. What are you doing now? Waiting for your death? हो गया, हमारा तो हो गया, now we've done it. No, you've not done it. You're settled financially maybe, but there's so many things you needed to work on. When will you do that? If not now. Like I said, it's great to get older because you finally get free to do things you weren't able to do. Otherwise, you're just like attending PTA meetings. Not that many actually. Luckily in COVID, they did it on video. Fine. Okay. Die once. The quote, I love this quote. Every time you don't do something you wanted to do in life, you give up on a dream, you give up on something, for whatever reason, maybe for good reason. Okay, you know, how can I do this? My family demands this, this spouse, kids, mother-in-law. Someone is always the reason. A part of you dies. एक दिन तो मरना ही है. एक दिन हम सब मरेंगे. Right? We are all going to die one day. Die that day. Don't die every day. Don't die every week. Don't kill your true sense of who you are as a person and not follow that dream and not do it and just like, you know, okay, it's okay, I don't get this in life. Why? Why? You're not a victim of life, right? You will die, we will all die. We have to accept that reality. But you don't have to die every time. Just die once. Ek baar maro. Baar baar nahi marna, right? 3 legs of a happy life. Simple. Career, health, relationships. People forget this, especially professionals who are so good at their work, like you guys, that we love our work, right? People say, but I love my work. Okay, but love other things also. There is more to life. I love my work. Imagine how exciting my work is. But I am telling you, I was stupid to think that this is all it is. There is more to life, and that is these 3 legs. Career, health, relationship. In your head, give yourself scores out of 10. How many marks you give yourself on career, how many on health, and how many on relationships. If your career is 8 and your health is 3, and all your effort in life is to make that 8 a 9, and the 3 remains 3 and relationships are 4, 5, whatever, you're not going to get happier. The formula is simple. It doesn't work. It's a product. It's like the report card is made with these 3 subjects. You're failing, you're getting compartment, and you're topping physics. Okay, what do I do with you now, right? Better to make that health from 3 to 6 and let the career be at 8. Even if it goes to 7, who cares? When we are doing this career 9, 10, we are doing it to get validation from others. I became MD. Nobody cares. At the end of the day, in your universe, in your friend circle, everybody's caring. But you think some farmer in middle of India cares what your position is? Nobody cares. Different worlds. But if you look at yourself, then you need these things. And happiness only comes when you're operating from inside. If you're operating just to show off, just to prove a point to the world, I will show them I can do this. They're not even interested. I don't know who you're trying to show. Everybody's busy with their phones anyway these days. Who cares about anybody now? Right? Nobody cares. You look at yourself and say, I'm going to maximize in these 3 subjects. I don't care you're a CEO, billionaire. You can't just say, oh, I'm Elon Musk. I'm all about career. No, even he has to care about this. Because that's the human condition, right? This was me. When I was super successful, all those movies are coming, the slides look great, but this was me then. Because I was traveling all the time, doing these 300 plus talks, which I showed you, and writing movies and doing lit fests and writing books and going crazy literally. Because, you know, who will get a chance like this? And so I became overweight. The picture on the left is only showing you physicality. It can't show inside. But deep down, this is not a happy person. This is 15 years younger than this guy, by the way. Okay. Apart from seeing real estate, I had nothing to do, so I ran in the marina every day. So I started a running habit. In fact, I started a little before that only. And I don't miss workouts or whatever this. I'm a slave to this little bit. But the main thing was that I decided that I have to prioritize myself. And health was something which was really suffering. And I had to change myself not just physically, but from inside also. I'm not a fitness instructor, and I think everybody knows, eat less, move more. The whole industry is based on that. But there's one more thing I'll tell you, which we often forget. Sleep. Very, very important. Sleep properly, because sleep is actually now, these are all not just opinions, these are scientific studies show that sleep is what heals you. Half of your night is emotional healing happening when you sleep. That's why you have sometimes very weird dreams. But some knots are getting fixed emotionally. And the other half of the night, physical healing is happening. Aches, pains, whatever has happened in your body the previous day is happening. That is why sometimes when you wake up or you have slept less, either your body will be hurting a lot or your head will be hurt. Something will, because it's incomplete. Without sleep, nothing happens. Even the physical exercise you do will not have the same benefit. And without sleep, you'll feel like eating a lot because you need constant sugar to keep. So this is a very big priority, but people feel like, arey yaar, I'll give up sleep for that party, for my friends, for my spouse, for my kids. Don't compromise on this, because this is where it all begins. And it's the easiest thing I'm telling you, right? Sleeping. It's not like I'm saying, you know, climb stairs or something. You should do that also. But yeah, I was losing all my hair and I was resigned to that I'm going to go bald. And the hair has come back. I know it sounds crazy. Maybe it's all these people in Dubai. I'm lucky, but I'm also saved myself. The reason is simple, because I was unhealthy and I was not exercising as much. My testosterone levels must have gone down. And by doing this, you can, even your hormonal things can be reversed. Even for women, a lot of the hormonal changes can be much better regulated with exercise and everything. So yeah, this is again another example, left and right. I think 15, 20 years difference in the photos. The guy on the left is younger, 20 years. My final thought to you is this thing, this little quote. And I know it sounds selfish, but it's not. It's be yourself, the world will adjust, okay? What this means is you prioritize yourself in life. All the advice I've given you, you all agree with it, but you're not able to implement it because you are not prioritizing yourself. Bacche, saas, she's not going to get impressed. Forget trying now, okay? It's not going to happen. Just accept it. She doesn't like me, okay, fine. Not everybody has to like you. You think everybody likes me? No, right? So, we don't do it because we don't put ourselves first. There is a way of thinking. The first thought that should come to you is, but what about me? We don't think like this. We're not encouraged to think like this. We're encouraged to say, but what about my kids? But what about my husband? But what about my wife? But what about my mother? The first thought be, what about me? We don't do it. We feel guilty doing it. We are living for other people's happiness. I'm trying to make other people happy. Why should I do it? You can't. You cannot make other people happy if you're not happy. In a plane, what do they say? First your oxygen mask, then others. Same applies to life. If you're not happy, you're not fixing the things you needed to fix, and you think you'll be like this sacrificing Karan or whatever, you know, you're going to like help everybody around you and you'll be this Mother Teresa. You're not going to be able to do that, and nobody's going to come and give you an award. Wow, what a great husband you have been. Hua hai aaj tak? Nahi milega, ma'am. I am telling you, it's not going to happen. But where you can get the award is when you work on yourself. You guys are all finance people. You understand the concept of ROI. The most reliable ROI is when you invest in yourself. Other people are the least ROI. You know, health is the best ROI from a pure, because if you work out and you manage your diet, your body will change. It's maths. There is nobody in this world who has not seen changes, right? 100% reliability, best IRR. Career is next. You work, yeah, maybe you have to get lucky also to get promoted or whatever. People are the most unreliable. But it's fun also. I'm not saying, I still feel career, health, relationship, 3 legs are there. But remember that you must have this diversified portfolio. Something that gives you great returns, reliable returns, something that's less reliable, but when relationships work, there is nothing as beautiful as that, right? So that's your crypto, relationships, career is your stock market, and health is your FDs, right? You need all 3 sorted in life. So I hope today's talk helped you think a little bit, and you'll go back, but don't just think, take action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chetan. You've heard everyone applauding for you, so you can tell by that how inspired everyone is with everything that you've spoken here. I'm sure we all have a lot of takeaways from today's talk that you've given here. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite on stage Leader PDC CA Shafiq Nealil, Leader Communications CA Ramesh Dave, and Past Chairman CA Neeraj Ritolia to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Chetan Bhagat, please. Right. So everyone, what were the key takeaways from this talk? It could be, everyone would have a different one. You can share some. Or you're waiting for... I want you to tell me what were your key takeaways from Mr. Chetan Bhagat's talk. Yeah? Why not? You want to come on the stage and say it? You can be, yeah, you can talk from there. Yes. To your children and husband. Nobody listens to you. This is the trauma of a wife and mother. The children and the husband don't listen to her. It's a universal problem. Yeah, that's why I said trauma of a wife and mother. That's universally true for all wives and mothers. Yes, become...
Actually,
see, like Mr. Chetan Bhagat said, being best
here is the problem.
Is good, but being best-selling is better.
Here is the problem. What she has said that 365 days she tells her husband and children. But she is not telling herself. The problem is, one has to tell...
What does she need to tell herself?
One has to tell oneself what is the priority for his or herself.
See, the priority is to be herself, as he also mentioned. Be yourself, the world will adjust.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ah.
This is exactly
yeah,
what I was
another
trying to
lady
say.
has spoken.
No, it's not man versus woman. It's for everybody.
We are starting a debate here.
It is basically getting your priorities right. And when everybody has a priority, and I think as women, we have in our DNA to put the husband or the children on the priority list first. But yes, the world is changing now.
Yeah, we have lots of mics.
So here's the USP. Women look after everybody else around them and themselves. You see any happy family, it's a woman who's putting the others in front of them. Right?
Yeah, and
otherwise you can't get happiness. Where is Mr. Chetan Bhagat?
By the way, there is a Ramesh Bachao Andolan happening here.
No, and there is a popular saying in India that a lady can look after the entire family of 10 to 15 people, whether it's children or relatives or parents or everybody. But if the lady falls ill, the main lady, it is very difficult for the rest 15 of them to look after her.
That is very true. And if a woman falls ill, she's in the kitchen, she's going to work, she's taking care of everything. But when a man falls sick, he is dying. He's just plain dying.
I would extend it to an analogy. A woman's place in the house is like the heart. It functions steadily, beating steadily. The minute the heart stops, you know what happens.
And
I
would otherwise put it in food. Her presence is like salt. If it is there, nobody feels it. If it is not there, definitely things comes that there is
100%. Absolutely. Everyone agrees? Woman is always right. Yes,
We dare not disagree.
Right. Is our next speaker ready? I would like the committee members, because I don't see anyone sitting in front of me. Yes, sir. Yes?
Looks like they are all looking after themselves.
Okay. Before we call our next speaker, there's a very important announcement which has not been made since morning, which is about the raffle draws, guys. We need to tell you how to participate, right? So we've got CA Rajesh from the social team who would like to explain the criteria and the whole participation process. Please, Rajesh, over to you.
Thank you. Morning, good afternoon, everyone. This is CA Rajesh Reddy from social team. Just to give a quick announcement regarding the raffles. So we're gonna have 4 kind of raffles that's happening today. In the interest of time, we couldn't do raffle yesterday evening. That was supposed to happen today, but then we are doing it right after the lunch. Like I said, like we did yesterday, we want the people to be inside to be able to claim the gift. So we're gonna have 4 raffles. The biggest raffle is gonna be a sign-up raffle for ADX. So there is a ADX stall. All you need to do is open an account, which you can do in under 60 seconds. And once you get the confirmation number, there is a QR code placed. You can just enter the raffle by scanning the QR code. We're gonna give away Apple Watch and iPods for the ADX sign-up raffle. And then there is gonna be another raffle from the chapter side. For that, there are QR codes placed on each one of the sponsored stalls. You just have to scan at least one of the QR codes to enter. The more you scan, the more stalls you visit, the more you scan, the more eligibility you get. And the third one is for the top 3 most visited. If you go visit, I think there are 23 stalls over there. If you visit all 23, you'll be eligible to enter this raffle. So this will be raffled among top 3 most visited number of stalls. And the 4th one is being done by the sponsors, NAM Valuers, MCA Auditing, and Azensio. This will be done based on the business card that you need to drop at the sponsor stall. So good luck, everyone. We're gonna do one right after lunch, and to be able to claim your gift, you need to be inside the hall, and we'll be doing another one towards the evening before we conclude the seminar. Thank you.
Okay, so clear everyone, after the lunch break, we are going to have a raffle draw. For now, we have our next technical session coming up, and this is by a lady, a very popular one, and you would have all heard of Your Story Media, right? So let me invite on stage, but before I invite her on stage, I would like the intro video to be played for Ms. Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO at Your Story Media.
Ms. Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO, Your Story Media. Shraddha founded Your Story in 2008, which helps India's new age entrepreneurs to share their stories through digital media. She has engaged with leaders from diverse realms, including politicians, entrepreneurs, and global icons. Shraddha was featured on Fortune's list of the best 40 under 40 entrepreneurs in India for 3 years in a row. In 2018, she won the Forbes Power Trailblazers Award and twice featured on LinkedIn's list of powerful influencers along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and actor Priyanka Chopra. Shraddha has more than 2 million followers on her personal social media handles, over 5 million on Your Stories handles, and around 8 million monthly active readers on the platform.
So Shraddha had the belief that India's new age entrepreneurs deserve to have their stories heard, and that's how she came up with Your Story Media. And she will be interviewed by Mr. Isaac John, Managing Director, Khaleej Times. Can we have his intro video played as well, please?
Mr. Isaac John, Managing Editor, Khaleej Times. Isaac John has been with Khaleej Times for more than 26 years and written tens of thousands of in-depth news and analytical reports. A veteran of breaking news stories and invigorating analytical articles, Isaac has been in the UAE's mainstream journalism for 40 years through his association with Khaleej Times, Gulf News, Emirates News, and UAE Digest. He has won over 24 international, regional, and national awards for his journalistic contributions and is also the Mid East International Coordinator of GOPIO, Global Organization of People of Indian Origin, a UN-accredited NGO.
Can we welcome both Shraddha Sharma and Isaac John on the stage with a huge round of applause, please?
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon. I am going to have a chat with one of the most celebrated digital journalists who had, in fact, she's a game changer in that digital media space in India, and she has earned fame and fortune through her journey, and it is very inspiring, just as that journey was very innovative. That is why, she became so successful. And in that process, she became a champion of startups and the startup ecosystem in India, which is one of the most booming ecosystems in the world. She may be able to throw a lot of light into that. But first, let me ask you a question. See, what was that magical moment when this idea occurred, that instead of writing stories of others, you also should become a startup and start inspiring or continue your inspirational journey? What was that magical moment? Was it sudden, or was it the outcome of a process of thoughts and ideas to start this venture?
Thank you so much. Thank you to ICAI for having me here. It's a great honor to be here in Abu Dhabi for the first time. And all of you in this room will agree with me because somewhere I'm assuming that most of you have made a journey from India, from different parts of India and come here and created such an amazing, I've tweeted about this and I'm hoping that our Prime Minister can like and retweet, but it has got massive liking. I've talked about, we have 8,000 CAs from India in UAE and the kind of work that they're doing, and I hope all of you see it because it has got huge traction and engagement on social and people are loving it, and we're very, very proud of all of you. My journey is, I'm sure, would be similar to most of your journeys, but it's different in a way that I think I represent India and the changing India because I was born in Bihar in a very, and I say I was born in the most backward state of India at the time when I grew up, in a family of 4 daughters. And I was told that when I was born, then, people cried and my mother cried because it was again another daughter and it was tough because that was the era, that was the milieu. And the magic, to answer, sir, to your question, the magic was that every time one looked at you, because the time I was growing up, a lot of movies have been made on that. Lalu Prasad Yadav was just Chief Minister, Sadhu Yadav, Pappu Yadav. It was a very different era where I grew up. And one of the things, and everyone who looked at you, my mother used to look because it was very unsafe growing up in Bihar, and people used to come to our house and tell my father, Sharma ji, 4 betiyan, dahej dena padega. So there was always doomsday and sadness at home. So in that, magic happened. Because you couldn't live with the reality, so the magic was that I am not a liability. I am not, and you started living in that because living in reality was tough. And to me, I started living in stories. And that's why I started your story because, I had the good fortune like all Biharis. And whenever we have struggle, we work very hard. We get good marks. I studied in St. Stephen's College, which is one of the best colleges in India. And हमेशा दौड़ रही थी मिल्खा सिंह की तरह because I wanted to run away from Bihar, I wanted to run away from pain, and somehow pain has a way of catching. The more you run, the more it is running with you. But I had the privilege of working with the owners of Times of India very early on. I worked in CNBC in very, मेहनत करने की आदत होती है तो आदमी आगे बढ़ते रहता है जल्दी जल्दी. But somewhere your story came to my mind in 2008 because I believed that there is a lot of judgment, and I'm sure, I don't know if you guys have experienced this or not, the way we talk, the way we dress up, and if you are a Bihari, Mr. Isaac, you'll also realize if you are a Mallu, then if you're a Bihari or a Mallu or whatever, we have a very distinct accent in which we speak. Right? So Biharis will not say, if I have to say, I am coming, I won't say, हम हिंदी में कहेंगे, हम आ रहे हैं. तो कहेंगे, मैडम आपके साथ और कौन-कौन आ रहे हैं? मैं कहूँगी, मैं, हम, मैं. So people make fun, and constantly for different things there is judgment. For me, your story was not a company or a startup I was starting. It was more of a mindset that every story, every person is important. Where you come from, what's your background, how you dress up, where are you in life, doesn't matter. And it started in 2008, September of 2008. And I'm very happy to share with you, the numbers were read. But today we reached to 10 million people. I had the opportunity of interviewing the Prime Minister. I spent 1 hour with him in 2019 and interviewed him. Because somewhere it has created a movement that you matter. And there's no judgment, there's no discrimination, because constantly we are being judged. And I think that comes from my upbringing, where I was judged so much. So I think I've made lemonade out of the lemon that was thrown my way.
Very good, thank you. See, you might have inspired a lot of people, and you might have scripted the stories of a lot of starry-eyed, raring to go entrepreneurs. But on that way, in that process, you might have seen a lot of startups failing. What is the difference that makes, with the success and to other countries, for instance, Israel or US, startup success rate is only below 10%, I think, startup success rate. And you might have engaged a lot of people. But what do you think are the most important or key attributes or qualities to make a startup succeed in their attempt? Is it lack of funds, lack of governmental support? Please, from your experience, because it is a lesson we have to learn.
Mr. Isaac, most humbly, but I would like to disagree with you. I feel, comparing Indian startups to Israeli startups or American startups or US startups is very unfair because India is a very different playground. If you look at it, the startup story in India started just 10 years back. It's like 10 to 12 years back, people started because we, as culturally, we were looking at becoming CAs or engineers or doctors. We were not looking at starting up, which other countries had the infrastructure, had the capital. But India, in the last, I want to share with all of you, in the last 12 years, it's the journey, the startup ecosystem journey. We have 86,000 startups in India. We have 117 unicorns. $150 billion has been invested in it. And if you ask some of the best investors in the world, and I had the opportunity of meeting and interacting with them, all of them are looking at deploying money in the Indian startup ecosystem. And if you see Prime Minister, I was very impressed because anywhere and everywhere if he goes, he talks, his agenda is to talk about startups because somewhere to me that's the representation of new India. The India which is not ashamed, embarrassed, apologetic, that listen, I have to suck up because you are better. India which is like really cool and believes in itself. And I would say to answer your question in terms of, I had the opportunity of interviewing Mr. Ratan Tata 3 times, and I love Mr. Tata. He had some very nuggets of wisdom that he passes on, and sometimes, and those things stay. So more on life lessons one talks about, but he said something very interesting, which to me is a representation of any professional who succeeds. He said that he studied in US and then he came back and he had to take over, for whatever he was taking over, he had to take over the reins of Tata Group. There was no requirement of him going to Jamshedpur and standing for 12 to 14 or 16 hours in the factories.
I have watched that.
Yes.
You're doing it.
Yes. And he used to stay and be there for 16, 18 hours in the factories. And he said that he wanted to do it because that is how he will be able to become an effective manager. He will understand. And to me, anyone who succeeds is the person who is in the battlefield, who's taking the bullet, who's stood, because no journey is easy. I've seen many heroes come and go over the years, but people who've taken the bullet and still held on are the people who I've seen succeed over the years.
Shraddha, you might have scripted these stories of, I think, over 120,000 people. So that is a big university. She has herself a university. She has written about the real life stories of these people. But from there, of those stories, some might have failed. But again, my question is this. See, 2 guys starting the same thing at the same time with the same determination and determination to work hard. But one fails and one succeeds. We have seen that. It is not lack of opportunity. Opportunity is there. It is not lack of determination. It is there. Not capability, it is equal or more, but some fates. Do you believe in fate? Which means, fate means luck. Do you believe in that? This is a question, I myself ask several times. What is that makes me, or what that guy from that guy is successful? So do you believe is by destiny or fate that's also contributing to that?
That's a very beautiful question. I think none of us can today claim to be where we are just because of ourselves. I think there is a role many people play in our journeys, good or bad. And I think bad also is very important, but there is destiny. I definitely believe, and I was telling you just a minute before, and I want to tell all of you about this, that from my own journey, I feel today I'm a very centered, strong, and clear person because I went through Vipassana. I did Vipassana a year. Have you guys heard of Vipassana? Who hasn't?
silence. So can you explain that in English?
So
Because-
Vipassana is, okay, Vipassana is looking at yourself as is. So for 10 days, we get locked in a place where you get food 2 times and you have to meditate for 14 hours. And you don't have to keep your phone, you can't look at anyone, you just have to look down and just be with yourself. It's very tough. And especially, don't judge me because I am addicted to my phone. I love talking. My job is doing all this. So just getting locked and get up at 4 in the morning, meditate from 4 till 9:30 in the night. And you get food twice a day. And what was most conspicuous is that you can't even raise your eyes and look at the other person. So for me, that was the most liberating experience of my life because somewhere it changed me as a person. I realized that I was carrying a lot of victim mindset because my life has not been easy. I don't know if you guys have read, I've had a very tough life. My mother got burnt and she died. When I started your story. She had cried when I started your story that you're destroying your career, and she's not got to see that I have managed to run this and be where I am today. My brother is schizophrenic. I come from a background which was not economically one of the best. It was always fight at home every day about money, and most of you middle class people would have had same parents like mine who were always fighting for money. So with that, so much of pain. And when you do your own thing, you get so much of pain. I realized I was carrying this. But Vipassana and meditation showed me that it was me. And to answer, the fight that was happening between men versus women and all that, I realized it was not man in my life or a woman in my life. It was me. I am what I want to see. And I today show up so confidently. I was talking to His Highness. I got 1 minute to talk to His Highness for a meeting. And I told that, listen, I said it very confidently. And hopefully I will get that meeting because he said that, okay, fix up. Because today I show up in totality, in complete presence. And that, to me, has given me, to answer your question in a roundabout way, a belief in destiny. A belief, I wish I had done Vipassana 20 years back. I would have been carefree. But there is something which is beyond us. There is something which is in our breath. So to me, I don't know what God is, what destiny is, but I definitely know what breath is. And that breath, I would really, really urge everyone, if you really want to experience magic, real lack of fear of death, and real, ek hota hai na, glow in the skin and happiness in your step, then please, please, I would recommend that do this. This has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with any guru, sect or this. This is completely free and this is your thing. It's your breath.
Yes, that is reinvention. You have to occasionally do change or perish. That is the law of life. So every day we have to innovate, change or reinvent ourselves. That is what you have done. Congratulations for that thing. And now, see, you have achieved a lot of things in the last 15 years since you started this venture, your story platform, and created in that process, or have been instrumental in inspiring a lot of people to come into this thing and create an awareness about the growing, booming startup ecosystem in India, which is now contributing to 30%, 3% of national GDP, and it is expected to grow up to 5% in 2 years' time. But one thing I wondered, since you are an expert on that, our minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has said that in the next 2 or 3 years, India's startup unicorns are growing, are expected to grow 10 times. Is that a pipe dream? Now it is more than 100 or 108 startup unicorns are there, and he is expecting in 2 or 3 years' time to grow beyond 1,000. Is it a pipe dream or is it achievable target?
I think politicians and governments across the world show us the dream. I believe entrepreneurs and people like us do the work. And I believe in young people. I definitely believe in young people. I definitely believe in... हिंदी में मैंने कहा है, जो नहीं मिलता है वही दौड़ाता है. The lack that we have, the constraint that we have makes us run. And that young India I'm seeing at ground level is a very different India. 20 years back, it was very different India. 10 years back, it was very different India. Now you go to India and go to the tier 2, 3, 4 towns. It's not just Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, which is defining the trajectory of unicorns and the work that is happening. I just want to share with you that there's a company called Zetwork, which became a unicorn during pandemic. They have acquired companies in US. Like I can give you lots of examples of companies in India, startups which are acquiring backward companies in US, in Europe. Ola has acquired so many companies. OYO has acquired so many companies. And we always heard that, companies are coming from outside and setting up in India or acquiring in India. But now startups are changing the rules of the game.
Okay. So the entrepreneurial landscape in India is changing, like it's just undergone a sea change, I understand. That is why, the startup ecosystem, India is the third country in the startup ecosystem, the best startup ecosystems after US and China. So we are very proud. We are proud since it all happened over the last 7 years, ever since, India government started that startup.
I would say not just because of the Indian government. I think it happened because of young India. It happened because, of course, of infrastructure and everything coming together, right? We grew up, I don't know, I was discussing this with someone. We grew up in an India where we didn't have mobile phone. At least I didn't have till college. Young India today has internet. You go to any part of India today, I think it's better than Europe or anywhere. The internet connection, the 5G connection has reached. Reliance has made sure that it's everywhere. Eastern UP, Bihar, where I come from, everywhere the connectivity, we have 850 million internet users in the country. Now it is ripe to create, infrastructure is there, UPI is there. Like I'm surprised I had gone to Abu Dhabi Mall last night and I was just thinking, hey, do you use Google Pay? And that person was looking at me and I was like thinking, in India today you use Google Pay, yeah. You don't use cash or you don't use card. We are, fintech wise, we are the best in the world. In fact, I get people from the world coming and telling, oh, can you introduce me to the fintech startups? Governments from across the world, Germany, different parts of the world, they come to India to study what's happening in fintech landscape, what's the innovation, what can they take back to their countries. And to me, that is the change. Yes, do we have a positive environment with the government today where Prime Minister talks about Startup India? Absolutely. But today, India chal raha hai to wo ek, I would say शर्म से नहीं चल रहा है और हम किसी से कम से नहीं चल रहा है मतलब एकदम चौड़े होके चल रहा है and that to me is India and that to me is a very remarkable part about India.
It's very, we are all inspired by her thing, Anyway, thank you very much.
I believe in it.
Let me ask you another question. See, you have achieved a very, remarkable milestone, and you have become very successful in your life, in your career, and you are a celebrity, an iconic figure almost. And what is your next dream milestone? When are you going to be a unicorn yourself?
A government guy called me in India and he said, Madam, 14 साल से स्टार्टअप का झंडा गाड़ी हुई है, यूनिकॉर्न बन गई? मैंने कहा, सर क्या बोल रहे हैं? बन गई, अभी तक 14 साल से लगी हुई हैं, यूनिकॉर्न है? मैंने कहा, नहीं सर, मैं बेबी कॉर्न हूँ और पॉपकॉर्न हूँ और हैप्पी कॉर्न हूँ. तो वो भी हंसने लगा, मैं भी हंसने लगी. But somewhere to me, I am not a unicorn. And to me, that's not even a definition of success. Because unicorns to abhi fat rahe hain. Abhi itne sare unicorns are in this thing. I think building a solid, profitable, sustainable business is something I take pride. And I also want to say as a woman, I especially take pride because I see so few women in this room, that women make very solid business. And to me, I have made a very profitable, टिकाऊ business चला रही हूँ जो मुझसे beyond चलेगा. And we have also expanded and we are coming to UAE. And we will, how do we go across the world? Because again, when it comes to things like this, again, it's US, Europe, everyone else defines. For me, the dream is there should be a your story across the world.
So what do you want to do with the UAE edition of your story? I saw it there, and UAE edition, which means, you would be carrying the stories of entrepreneurs from here, or what is your objective? What are you trying to do?
I'm also figuring out, Mr. Isaac, my objective.
Yeah.
But the thing is, see, what your story has done, and I'm very proud of, what is the biggest problem? I told you amazing things about India, but one of the statistics that none of us can ignore, every year, India, for the next 10 years, will need 10 million jobs every year. And that too, I'm not talking about unorganized. I'm talking about people passing out from colleges across the country. 10 million jobs every year. So for us, for me, and for Your Story, what we have taken on, we have launched Your Story University, which is, we have said, and we've committed, and we've partnered with the government to say, in the next 3 years, we will create 10 million entrepreneurs. So yes, and we have created a program where we are doing the learning, and it's a very outcome-based learning because nobody wants to learn. So a learning where you learn based on the 14 years of stories where we've seen what success, what failure, why people succeed and not. We've come up with a Panchtantra of entrepreneurship, 5 skills to become an entrepreneur.
So what are those 5 Panchantantras? Can you explain so that people who are aspiring to be success.
This is my unicorn plan. Why are you asking me to disclose this plan to everyone? No, but I would share because I think knowledge should be as shared, and all of you would agree. See, one thing which I feel as Indians we've not done well, and we haven't, and you could debate with me on this, we are not very good storytellers. We are from a land of stories. But you go and stand in Silicon Valley, I can still say they can charm you. The way they will tell that they're transforming the world. We are transforming the world, but we don't know what to tell. Because our parents messed up with us. They told us never to talk about. And that's why, how do you tell your story? How do you tell your brand? How do you tell your personal story? Who are you? Right, today if I ask most of you, even if you're most successful, if I tell you, tell me a very interesting story about yourself in 2 lines or 1 line, I'm telling you it's going to be tough. I can do a workshop over here. Maybe next time I'll come and do a workshop for everyone. How do you tell your story? Right? Without being apologetic, without being scared, without feeling, oh my God, am I bragging? And especially women to have even more problem to say anything good about themselves. How do you tell a good story? Because most entrepreneurs are not. And people who speak well have a smoother ride. So storytelling we're teaching adaptability. Because if you look at most of the companies that have survived in the last 12 years in the startup ecosystem, be it Flipkart, Myntra, I can go on, Oyo, Ola, everyone, they have adapted, they have changed. They started something, but they keep on changing. Swiggy, Zomato, all of them keep changing. And most entrepreneurs who are not agile, how do you change? When things are going good for you, how do you change? Product market fit, because I think that's one of the things is that we get so married to our idea, is the product market fit good? In today's world, what we didn't study, today it's extremely important. How do you build a community? Like, how do you build a digital community? How do you build fan following? How do you build followers? Most of us think, oh, PR kar dega, koi brand advertising agency kar dega. Wo nahi hota. Like, for your startup, if you have to build community, how do you build a community? So yeah, these are some of the skills.
Yes, that is what Your Story is also doing. She is evolving every day and changing, innovative. That is why she started Your Story University. She came up with the Panchatantra, how to make people successful. And now she has expanded her reach to Gulf by starting the Gulf edition of this thing. So that is what, she has learned. Change your priority.
To tell you one story. Yeah. So I didn't know him, Dr. Azad Mupen from Aster.
Yeah, yes.
So yesterday, I'm just saying the power of story. So yesterday he was here and he spoke, and I troubled Muhammad Shafiq and some people that, listen, I want to interview him because he's an interesting story. So I spent some time with him. And I've built such an amazing relationship. I just got a message while I was sitting that he's getting me to, there's a medicine, anti-aging medicine called NMN. This is a free advice I'm giving everyone. So I told him, Dr. Mupen, you look so young at 70. And have you heard of David Sinclair's medicine NMN? Because it's not available in India. He said, yes, I am, and I will, and he's arranging that, right? And then we discussed about life, philosophy, purpose, and what does it mean to be staying put for 37 years. And to me, that is the power of story, right? Because that connection, that relationship, that that non-judgmental listening. We just don't listen.
Yeah, yes. And UAE, if you look at UAE, UAE is a fertile ground for a lot of big success stories like Asan Open, Yusuf Ali, or the number, countless people are there. So if you start your edition here, you will not have any shortage of people. Stories are abundant. Here, most of the people here are also success stories in their own way, their own thing. And another thing I wanted to ask you, going forward, what is your expectations and your hopes about India? Because we all know that India has become the most populous nation in the world. We have overtaken China, and because of that, our demographic dividends are going to get stronger, and we have become the 5th largest economy in the world, overtaken UK a few months ago, and in the next 5 years, we are going to be the 4th largest economy in the world, overtaking Germany. And by that time, we will exceed 5 trillion. We will be approaching around 10 trillion. So what are your expectations? Are we on the right track? Are the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the startup ecosystem contribute to how far they are going to contribute to that growth story? Because you are an expert, that's why people want to hear.
Mr. Isaac, when you say you're an expert, मुझे लगता है थप्पड़ मार रहा है. मैं नहीं हूँ expert. I'm an expert. Don't tell me expert so many times. See, I'm in a room full of CAs. So I'll tell a story which has nothing to do with expertise. Something which touched my heart, and I thought I will say 2-3 things, anecdotes, which you could, and storyteller who, so I have to tell a story. So, once I asked Mr. Tata, what does it mean? Do you feel lonely? He's not married, I hope you guys know. So I met him like 2 years just before pandemic, and I said, and I hope this was off the record conversation. I'm saying this because I've come here and something that you could keep in your mind. I said, Mr. Tata, do you feel lonely? Just being, like staying in this beautiful house he has, very simple and nice. And he said, yes. And he had a very nice answer. He said that today, if I call someone to have dinner with me, I pick up the phone and call that so-and-so, anyone in the country or outside, and say, will you have dinner with me? Then more often than not, no one will say no. Even if they're doing something, they will leave everything to come and have dinner with me. And the question in my mind is that are they going to come to have dinner with Ratan, or are they going to come to have dinner with Mr. Tata? And I think that, to me, is a story that has stayed. And I've just, and that brings me the question is that we live a life to be, we are Mr. Tata, but there is a Ratan, and there's a person. And somewhere I would just say that as community of professionals, it's very, very important to understand our own heart, that who are we, and who's going to come and have dinner, and who's going to have that 101 with us, and for what? And without agenda, and are we creating those people in our lives? And that, to me, is a very fundamentally important thing, because he's one of the most iconic people I know. He's an expert I know. He is one person during pandemic, when everyone was laying off, he went on record to say that companies should not be built for shareholders. Companies should be built for all the stakeholders. And the most important stakeholders are employees. And Tata Group has stayed with that, right? And they have not laid off. It's not that they have had it easy. There have been so many turmoils. Walking the talk, and I've seen that closely with him. And that, to me, a man saying something like that is something that I want to, as a professional, remember when I'm chasing my goals, that who is going to have dinner with me? I'm sure many people will have dinner with me, but are they going to have dinner with, we can have dinner. Are we going to have dinner because I could be of use, or I'm going to have dinner? And that's the kind of, we have to cultivate those people in our lives, because life is passing by. And I heard Chetan Bhagat, and I also agree, वो तो हम घर में रोज बोलते हैं, मतलब सुनते हैं, मगर वो प्रैक्टिस हम करें कि हमारे साथ डिनर कौन करेगा. और मैं ज़िंदगी में वैसा लाइफ जीना चाहती हूँ कि मैं कुछ भी नहीं हूँ, तो आप मेरे साथ डिनर करें. And that I would say to all the CAs, think about it, right? When your suits are not on, and when you are not in this fancy place, who's going to be sitting with you? And don't say my wife wife or my husband. Please, unke paas koi chara nahi hai. But other than that, who? And that is very, very fundamental.
Since you brought that subject, what is your husband doing? How many children you have? Can you, for the sake of it?
अब अभी आप दुखते रख पे touch कर दिए. How many children you have, Mr. Isaac? I have no children. I have 2 dogs. So, but they are like my children only. So I don't have children, and that question gets asked. And this is again for women, and this is for men. Now मौका मिला है because there are so few men. I'll tell another story. So I recently went to a gynecologist 2 years back, just before pandemic. I was getting a whole complete checkup, and I was rushing because you don't like this. I was rushing into this. Then there was this HOD, I don't want to name the hospital, one of the most fancy hospitals. Then she looks at me and she says, oh, you are one of those ambitious women. I started looking, mere piche to koi nahi hai because I'm such a sweet woman. Then I said, is there someone behind me? She's talking about, then it was me and her, and she's saying, oh, you're one of those ambitious women. Then I thought, why am I ambitious? She knows about me. Then she said, oh, you want to be pregnant. You want late pregnancy. You didn't have time to have a kid, and now you want to become a mother. मैंने सोचा शॉक लगा इसको मैं प्रेग्नेंट तो होने नहीं आई हूँ आई एम तो कमिंग एज अ रूटीन चेकअप देन आई थॉट बिकॉज नो वन शुड हियर दिस आई टोल्ड हर अ स्टोरी आई सेड मैम now that you have told me, give me 2 minutes. I said, I grew up in a family where my younger brother, who's like a son to me, is schizophrenic. What does it mean to take care of a schizophrenic? Who's constantly talking, who can run away on the road? And to me, I was a mother to him. My father, he was in merchant navy, but he had a drinking problem. And you had to like constantly be a grown-up. Me, my mother, she suffered from depression, and I had to take care of her. Now, मैंने उसको इतना सूरी वो शॉक में चली गई पहले मैं शॉक में थी देन शी वाज अंडर शॉक अब लगा इतना बड़ा दुख है ये कैरी कर रही है आई सेड मैम व्हाई एम आई टेलिंग यू दिस स्टोरी आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस स्टोरी दैट एनी वुमन whatever her age whatever her time she walks in don't judge her that she's ambitious or not and late pregnancy or not. So I gave her this thing because it's very important for all of us as women and men to stand up and not judge. And if I'm saying I'm not judging, then don't judge me. So, but this was a separate thing. This is very important because I think this is has a social construct. So I brought this topic. I don't have kids. Because I'm one of those ambitious women who didn't want to have kids, to be very honest. I worked. Your story is my startup. It was my baby. Last 12 years, I didn't have time to have kids. I'm open to adopting. Maybe at some point I'll adopt girls and adopt. I have 2 dogs. My marriage, now you will come to, I got married very early, like fell in love, because my theme song as a kid was दे दे प्यार दे प्यार दे प्यार दे कोई भी देखता था वो मुझे प्यार दे और मैं ऐसे ढूंढ रही थी कि प्यार कि 19 में ही प्यार मिल गया और शादी कर लिया मैंने अभी वो marrying early is a very tough journey because after that you grow as human beings and with the same man you are growing so we have grown into 2 different individuals but we love each other as in there is a very healthy relationship. Most of you will understand marriage if you've been married early. So we were staying separately during pandemic, but now our dogs, our children bring us together. So it's complicated, but it's beautiful. It's wholesome, it's healthy. Because I want to say, again, and why am I bringing this topic? These topics are never discussed. No marriage where there is friendship, companionship is a perfect marriage. वो सिर्फ यशराज चोपड़ा और करण जौहर के मूवी में होता है उसके अलावा नहीं होता and that is the thing I want to say that my marriage is Facebook status complicated but it's fun. I love the man, I respect him, he respects me and this is the new age of living.
You cannot expect any other woman to be so candid, so open. You are a big...
because I have realized one thing. What can I give you? You're wasting your time listening to me. You've called me here. What can I give you? Maybe some complete transparency and openness. Because life, I have seen death very closely. And life, we will die. So why we live with this bullshit pretension? Why can't we just be? Just be, and I want to be. I'm not scared. What will you judge? Like, abhi to ho gaya na, chali jaungi. But maybe there's something you'll pick from my journey and you'll be comfortable in yours. I wish someone had told me that parents are not perfect. I wish someone had told me marriages are not perfect. I wish someone had told me you'll be absolutely okay if you don't have a kid. I wish someone had told me dogs are absolutely adorable. I wish someone had told me you'll fight with the same people, but you'll still stay with them. Like, you know, and you'll still next day find them interesting, and next day you'll still find them irritating. But these conversations, why are we not taught in school, in MBA classes, in a professional setting? In fact, one of them, people laughed at me. I had to give a TED talk. You know, okay, now I have to sell this. India has G20 presidency this year, and there's a Startup 20, so I'm co-chairing the inclusion agenda in the Startup 20 co-chair. So I was telling there was this whole room full of international delegates. I said, listen, I'm going to talk about love. Suddenly people got scared. Please don't do that, Shraddha, in front of all these international investors. You can't talk about love. I said, why can't we talk about love? Why is it love is at home and in office we can't talk about love? So with this, I'm running out of time. I would say to all of you, I'll conclude that आपकी story आपकी होने वाली है. मरेंगे आप, जिएंगे आप. तो अपनी स्टोरी ऑथेंटिक और ओरिजिनल बनाइए, कॉपी मत कीजिए, और कॉपी में जिंदगी बीत जाता है. So please enjoy and live your story.
Thank you. It was fantastic.
Thank you, indeed. Ms. Shraddha Sharma, can I please request you to stay back for a second? Shraddha? For 1 second, we'd like you to present you with a token of appreciation. Can I please call upon Leader Membership, CA Mohammed Shafiq, and Leader Social, CA Anu Thomas. Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac, for the great chat. Thank you once again, Ms. Shraddha, for being absolutely candid and open and giving us so much to learn from and get inspired from. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch now. We'll be breaking for lunch now, but we absolutely have to reassemble here by 2 p.m. sharp. There will be no delays. We are going to start off our session and we are going to begin with a raffle draw. So whoever's not here is definitely going to miss out. And then we'll straight away move into the next session because we are running behind time. So please request everybody to be here in the room by sharp 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
The financial sector is expected to play a key role in the economy's transition to a more sustainable and ESG-friendly future. But how? FAB has firmly established itself as a regional leader in sustainable finance. Our leading role in sustainable finance is a result of our commitment to driving sustainable growth.
HLB Hamped. Together, we make it happen. HLB Hamped. As a member of the award-winning Global Advisory and Accounting Network, HLB International. We've come a long way since our regional presence was first established in 1999. Now, over 20 years later, HLB Hamped has emerged as the foremost and preferred business advisor in the UAE and the Middle East, with 7 offices across Abu Dhabi, Dubai and the Northern Emirates, 250 plus professionals and 3,000 plus clients, from SMEs to large corporates, including Fortune 500 listed companies. HLB Hamped helps business owners achieve borderless growth in the local region and beyond by offering award-winning services across all verticals that combine technological innovation and human collaboration. HLB Hamped. Together, we make it happen.
To be of service to another, to commit to a cause, to place the well-being of another above one's own is truly noble. It is one of the highest endeavors that man can undertake, an endeavor that enables us all to go further, to fly higher, to reach for things we otherwise wouldn't have been able to. Now, imagine a company that is committed to you, that is committed to your health and life. Imagine a caring community of the leading doctors always there for you. To be part of your joy when you welcome a child. To give personalized care for you and your family, or to support you in a medical crisis with the best care. Since 2007, Burjeel Holdings has been doing just that. An army of professionals working together to ensure your well-being always. Connecting care, scale, and community in health. Burjeel Holdings.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's time for us to get into the lucky draw. The first is going to be Azantio is going to give 500 grams gift voucher, 500 grams cash voucher. Whoever has not put their visiting card, now there is a last opportunity for you to put your visiting card. Anyone would like to put the visiting card? In another 3 minutes, we'll do the full draw. But only one card per person. Now itself. See, one more gift is also there from Nami Oliers. They are also going to do the raffle draw now. Please bring your visiting card and put it now. Jatin. Jatin, please come to the stage. Jatin. எழுதி போடு. Muscat is here. See, we have more than 30 people from our overseas chapter visited for our annual conference. We sincerely thank each and every member of overseas chapter for coming over here and participated for this annual seminar. Thank you all the chapters for their time and effort to make the visit over here. It's going to be, we hope you had a wonderful experience over here. May I request everybody to sit down. May I request everybody to settle down fast. So now we are going to felicitate our overseas chapter. Yes, as a small token of appreciation, we would like to call upon stage and I expect them to receive a small token of appreciation. On behalf of Doga chapter, I'm calling Durgesh and his team to the stage. May I request Shri Prakash Mehta to come on stage to hand over the memento to our overseas chapter committee members. John. Ashish. I request C.S. Sharmilat and their team from Bahrain to come on to the stage to receive the memento. Thank you, Bahrain team, for coming over here from Bahrain. The next one is Sajeev and other people from Muscat chapter. Then Mr. Chand from Russell Kema chapter. Mr. Mr. Dawal from Fujairah chapter. Mr. Chand, C.A. Chand from Ras Al Khaimah chapter, please come on to the stage. Mr. Dawal from Fujairah chapter. C.A. Chandra from Saudi chapter. And Nirbhay Gandhi from Bhilwara chapter. And Arshvardhan from Australia chapter. This is the first time we are getting from delegates from our Australian chapter also, and also from Saudi chapter. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thanks a lot. And from Kuwait chapter, Rohit. And there are other members, other team. So from India, Bhilwara chapter, Nirbhay Gandhi had come all over here, from there to here to attend the event. Last but not the least, our close friends nearby Dubai chapter, say Anurag Chaturvedi and their team. Anyone from Dubai chapter? Committee members over here? Sincerely thank all the people who have come all over from all the places to attend this seminar. Now it's time for the first raffle draw. The request Ascentio to come on stage. Ajay. So it's going to be 500 dirhams cash voucher. 500.
Is Narula Finance Director?
From Ministry of Presidential Affairs. the next raffle draw is Apple Watch from Namalier. May I request Mr. Jatin, MD and CEO of Namalier, to come on stage. So the lucky winner for Apple Watch is Rohit. Select my card. Yes, my card. Nitin Sarda. Wow. Thank you. Our heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors for their generous support. The event of this magnitude is not possible without the support of all our sponsors. To felicitate them, may I request from SNTO, Mr. Ashish Kumar. Our technical session now. The remaining felicitation and all will be doing at a later stage. Thank you.
All right, okay, so raffle draws are not over yet. We still have some really amazing gifts to give away. So let's, so now this one is going to be a raffle draw from the business cards, and this one is brought to you by ADX. We'll have a short video of this. Can we have that played, please? AV? Abu Dhabi Security Exchange. And we also have with us Ms. Fatima Al-Bastaki, who I would like to invite on stage to pick the winner for this raffle and to give away an Apple Watch Series 8. Can we please have Mohammed Hanif, Managing Director, Auditac. Mohammed Hanif wins an Apple Watch Series 8. Congratulations. Yeah, there's one more that's brought to you by Abu Dhabi Security Exchange. And this one will be by spinning the wheel, so no more business cards. Can we... Yeah, this is for all those who visited the sponsor booth and signed up, scanned the QR code. So can we have the wheel up on the screen and pick our winner? The winner gets an Apple iPad. Sapan Agarwal. Proud winner of an Apple iPad, courtesy Abu Dhabi Exchange. Congratulations. There's going to be more raffle draws in the evening, and with the same thing, the same process. You have to just go to the booth, the ADX booth, and register yourself, scan the barcode, and you'll be part of this. So make sure you do that. If you still haven't, you still have a chance. We will now have another raffle draw for most sponsor booth visits, and that's for another Apple iPad that is up for grabs. I will request Mr. John can I have you back on the stage? And can I also have committee member, Mr. C.A. Rajesh, to please join him on the stage for the next raffle? And the wheel is ready. How many people? This is going to be... Agarwal. There's just one more gift to be given away. It's a voucher. And again, we'll do spin the wheel. Now this is for the social media engagement that you have done. So on the socials, for the, on LinkedIn and all other platforms, for the 34th annual seminar, posts were shared. If you have liked it and shared it, many of you have done it. And they are now part of the wheel. So we'll see who gets this voucher. Mamta Budrani. Are you here with us? Mamta is right here. Not over yet, as I said, but you have another chance. We'll be giving you more prizes for it. There'll be more social posts that will be shared. So keep an eye out on the platforms. Like them, share them. And it's as simple as that. We'll be giving away more prizes for that in the evening, as well as more sponsor booth visits. So make sure you do that. And something that Mr. John is holding right now is also something that we will be giving away. It's a really beautiful pearl necklace from Damani Jewelers. It's from their brand Du Sol. And this is again going to come to you provided you visit the stall, the sponsor stall, and you automatically become part. You participate in the raffle, and then we'll announce the winner later in the evening. Remember, this necklace can go to any of you. Either any beautiful lady in the crowd or a gentleman who can pass it on to his wife, girlfriend, whoever they may want to. Right, so more gifts, more raffle draws coming up. Do the needful and gifts are all yours. All right, now are we ready to move to our next technical session? Yes, give me a loud yes, come on. Much better. Okay then. So ladies and gentlemen, now this one is very, very special. It's actually a session that is dedicated in memory of C.A. Ganpat Singhvi ji, who was the founding member and a past chairman of the chapter. And unfortunately, we lost him 2 years back. But he was always someone who was looked up to and always respected, a very, very humble personality who gave a lot of his efforts and support towards the chapter, always got the necessary approvals whenever it was required, and went out of his way And today we are doing a session dedicating it to him in his memory. And this is going to be taken up by a very inspiring lady, ladies and gentlemen. Now, India has got their own Blade Runner, the urban legend, Shalini Saraswati. Now, a patient of multiple organ failures is what she was, and went on to become the participant of TCS 10K Marathon. What an unbelievable journey she has. She's going to be here to share her own transformation journey and, of course, dedicate this session to CA Ganpat Singhvi. Can we have the video played for her, please?
Miss Shalini Saraswati, the Indian Blade Runner. Shalini Saraswati is an adventure enthusiast, Blade Runner, national level athlete, marathoner, public speaker, and director at First Source Solutions. Shalini, who lost both her legs and hands to a rare bacterial infection, has defied all odds to become an audacious Blade Runner. She is a national silver medalist 2022 and a national gold medalist 2021 at the National Para Games in the 100-meter sprint category. As a motivational speaker, she has addressed audiences in various multinational companies and is also a recipient of various awards. She is an ambassador for Adventures Beyond Barriers Foundation, a non-profit organization promoting inclusion of PWDs through the platform of adventure sports.
रुक जा रे बंदेया ये रात जरा सी है बात समझ बंदेया कुछ देर ही बाकी है रख यकीन आँखों से बादल आज हट जाएगा चाँद तेरी आँखों में बंदेया चल के आएगा बंदेया रे बंदेया बंदेया रे बंदेया राह पे चल बंदेया बंदेया रे बंदेया बंदेया रे बंदेया राह पे चल बंदेया
Let's welcome her, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, Ms. Shalini Saraswati. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Shalini Saraswati, and I'll probably share some of the more gruesome details of my life. So about maybe 11 years ago, this time was probably when my life really changed. I was able-bodied until then, and I pretty much thought like everybody else in the audience, wanting to achieve particular things in life, right? Like a great job, having a house, having children, the works. And that was where I was exactly in 2012. In my life, ticking a lot of the boxes that defined success for me. I had just gone off on a dream location, holiday to Cambodia. We were pregnant, we'd bought a house. I was expecting my promotions. And I was just, in a place where I thought everything was going great. And then, like Game of Thrones, winter came, the fever came. I initially thought it was part of the pregnancy. And we let it be. I remember being very tired at work and going back home, and little did I realize that that would be my last day at work. I progressively got worse to a point where I had zero movement, and we went to the hospital, and the first prognosis was that it was either dengue or malaria because my platelet count had really dropped. And the doctor said that it's a good idea that I should be in the hospital. And I went into the ICU, and that is my last memory. Over the next 7 days, I had a multi-organ failure. I was given a 3% chance of survival. I was revived twice. The doctors pretty much did not think that I was going to make it at all. For whatever reasons, I survived it. My theory is that I probably went upstairs, they couldn't deal with me, and they sent me back downstairs. But when I did wake up, all my limb extremities had turned a dark blue-black, which basically is, all your blood capillaries have clotted.
So on my vacation to Cambodia, and I hate saying this very often because I think it's single-handedly I'm destroying Cambodia's tourism, but all of you, it's a great safe place to go. It's just my bad luck that I was there and I contracted this very rare bacterial infection. It's called rickettsia with moths, and it turned out to be very fatal for me. And the doctors at the hospital did tell me that there was a very likely chance that I might have to lose all my limbs. And I remember being very casual about it and telling the doctor, very heroically, like, if that's what it's going to be, we'll deal with it as it comes. I honestly think that that came from a place of absolute denial, because who goes into a hospital with fever and comes out with having lost all their limbs? It doesn't happen, and even if it does happen, it usually happens to somebody in the newspaper, not to you. So as a family, we didn't think amputation was what we wanted at that point in time, so we went away. We tried alternative medication, and for a while, things began to look better, but I'd also gone back to work, and I was working from home long before COVID hit us. And with a constant tapping on the laptop, I managed to fracture my first hand, and I had to amputate this in March of 2013. The rest of this, in August 2013, just fell off. Basically, the body decides that it doesn't need a part and it lets go. And I think at that point in time, we were actually really waiting to just save one limb. We were happy to settle with just one. But having lost both the hands, because that is more difficult to replace, we just felt like there was no really point in having to wait anymore. So in September 2013, I went ahead and amputated both my legs. The day prior to the surgery, I went in with my nails painted a bright purple because I decided, being dark-skinned, you're told you can't wear particular colors. And secondly, if my leg were going to go out, they were going to go out in style and nothing less. So with that, I went ahead and amputated my legs. And then I discovered the world of prosthetics. And I was bedridden for almost 2 years. I had forgotten what it was like to really even walk. And when I wore these babies for the first time, I realized that they weighed about 2.5 kilos. I had forgotten what it was like to walk. And it was a struggle to even sit down, get up, walk, do any of those things. And that was how in the pursuit of trying to just get a little fitter, I met my coach, BP Ayappa. And initially, the ask was just to be able to walk, sit in a chair, get off chair without help, climb a few stairs, etc. But eventually, we figured that we could run, and it was kind of exciting. A coach came up with the idea that we should run 5 kilometers. I honestly thought he had lost his marbles, because why, right? Able-bodied, I never did it when I was able-bodied. Why would I do it? So I went away on a holiday, and I came back. And then he said, the next year, that's 2016, he said, we'll run 10 kilometers. And I honestly was hoping at some point he's going to give up, because we're going to figure out that it is not possible for me to do it. But I remember one Saturday evening, he called me into the stadium and he said, we're going to do 10 kilometers, which is 25 circles within the stadium. And I remember at that point in time, I got through the first 15 rounds, but then after that, I just couldn't. And I remember coach pushing and not ever giving up and pushing me through the remaining time. I finished the 25. I mean, physically, I was out. But I remembered how I felt mentally. I felt like I had captured the Himalayas, because for me, that day, being able to run taught me that I don't really like the running, but I liked how I felt after I run. And that was something that I wanted to hold on to. So with that, I ran my first TCS run in 2016 in an abysmal 2 hours. Of course, I fainted, fell, drama, as always. And then I ran again because I wanted to do a better time and I wanted to redeem myself, and I did it in 1 hour and 35. Today, I'm a sprinter. I run 100 meters. I've won gold medals, and the plan is to be able to try and qualify for the Asian Games today, provided China doesn't have COVID again. But that is the plan for me. So with that, me becoming a blade runner, I want to quickly share some of the most important learnings that I've had in my life. I mean, the first one, obviously, the question that's running through all your head is, how do you go through something like this and be okay? To be able to sit down and smile and become okay with what has happened in your life. And it did not happen overnight. It took me a really long time to become okay with it. For very long, I was angry. I was angry at the world, I was angry at God, I was angry at the universe. I was angry with anybody who had 2 limbs and who could walk. Because it just seemed very unfair why it had to happen to me. Because I didn't deserve it, right? Because we're always taught that if you do good things happen to you. If you do bad things happen to you. And in the realm of things that I had done, I didn't deserve this at all. Like, of course, I'm snarky and I have sarcasm and I can be a bit mean to people at work, but that doesn't justify having to lose all your limbs. And all of this anger and pain and despair taught me that you can feel what you want. That doesn't change your situation. I can either continue to feel awful and be disabled, or I can be disabled and become okay with it. And the lesson always is that acceptance is the key to moving forward. But also, you learn a lesson about endurance, right? What you can't change, you endure. And there's this beautiful wording, if you've read Forest of Enchantment by Chitra Banerjee. I'm going to read this out for you. Forest of Enchantment is a book where it's Sitayan, which is Sita's version of the Ramayana. Yeah? So I'm going to read a little part for you where Sita is at the part where she's banished from the kingdom. She's pregnant with both her children, and she's having this little contemplation. All the way back, I pondered the word endure, what it meant. It didn't mean giving in. It didn't mean being weak or accepting injustice. It meant taking the challenges thrown at us and dealing with them as intelligently as we knew until we grow stronger than them. That's what I'm going to work on. And that's exactly what I think I did. I had these circumstances, and I'm going to make the best that I possibly could with it. The second lesson it taught me is perspective. If you've watched the movie Dead Poets Society, Robin Williams? Yes, no, maybe, yeah. So there's a part in the movie where Robin Williams encourages all of his students to get on stage, get on top of the desk. And he tells them that you do that because then you're in the same classroom, but you get to see the world from a different perspective. And I think for me, my disability was that table to get onto, because it taught me to look at the world very differently. And it also taught me that people looked at me very differently. It taught me that people always saw my disability first, and there was always an oscillation anyway between sympathy to inspiration in between there. But a very important lesson for me there was it taught me the difference between sympathy and empathy. Sympathy is easy. It comes from a position of power. Empathy is going down at your knees, looking me in the eye, and thinking that the only difference between me and you is a matter of luck and nothing else. My third lesson is about how running has taught me. At a forum, someone asked me, why did you choose running and not something that was easier? It wasn't a conscious decision. It was just something that happened to me, and I found out that I could enjoy it. The first race that I ran, that I was telling you earlier about, I wanted to give up the race because I didn't think I had it in me to finish it. But it took a lot of self-talk to really understand whom I was running for. I was running because, for me, it meant that if I could finish that 10 kilometers, I could deal with the rest of my life. And that's what it became for me. And if you'd asked a doctor during that race, because my blood pressure was really low during that race, he would have told me that there was no way I could have finished that race. The only thing that got me through was my mind telling me that I had to finish. And it taught me the power of the mind over the body. But the running also taught you a lot of other lessons, right? That you can be as super talented as you want, but if you cannot back that up with hard work and being every day at practice every single day, you're never going to be successful. It teaches you to be okay with losing, because you always go back to the drawing board and figure out where you went wrong and try harder. It teaches you patience. Rome wasn't built in a day. It took me 10 years to become a professional athlete. And having a goal gives you a purpose for humans, and I think as humans we derive value from that. Running has given me the confidence, it's given me the strength, it's made me feel absolutely badass when I wear my blades and get out anywhere, because it's always awe-inspiring. But more than anything else, it's given me multiple moments to point my non-existent finger into the sky and tell the person up there that he chose to mess with the wrong person. My third lesson is about how people may forget what you said, but you can never forget what they made you feel. Through the coma when I was in the hospital, I don't really remember much. But there are a few snippets, and I don't know if that was a figment of my imagination or if it were real, but I'd love to believe that it was real. But one of the things that has stayed with me was that I remember the nurse sitting by my side, holding onto a rosary and praying really hard for me. I don't know who she is. I've never spoken to her. Stayed on with me. Recently, I was at a signal in India, and there was this woman who was a transgender who came up to my window. It was festival. It was Ugadi on that day. And she asked for money. And of course, I went out to take the money and give it to her. And when I was giving it to her, she realized that I didn't have both my hands. So then she says, no, I don't want your money. And I said, no, you have to have it because it's festival. So she took the money, and then she took out 2 rupees from her purse and gave it back to me. And she said in Tamil, Nalla Vara, which basically means, live well. And for me, circumstantially, like I'm in a car, I'm definitely much well off than her. She's on the roads, but she felt that she needed to give that to me to be able to bless me. And it taught me a lot that day because it didn't matter where you are. You can give as much as you want. You can give with the capacity that you had. Of course, my niece later on pointed out that it's not a great idea to actually take money off from someone who's begging for a living. But we'll deal with that later. But the fact is that, you do what you can to help the people around you. The other lesson is about that some journeys are uncomfortable, but they're needed because discomfort is the price you pay for a meaningful life. Sometimes people ask me, right, how do you manage to do all of this? Run, have a job, do my speaking assignments, all of that. And I feel like, honestly, if I hadn't come close to dying, I would have led what would have been a very mediocre life, not knowing that it is a mediocre life. And if you've read, there is something called as the Regent Beta paradox, right? So the Regent Beta paradox actually talks about if you had to go a mile, right, you'll probably walk. But if you had to go 2 miles, you'll probably take your car. But you'll end up driving faster end up reaching faster on your 2 mile and therefore spend lesser time, right? And it's the same thing. When you have something that's the worst that has happened to you, you move away from that space of complacency. Over a period, it's the same thing, right? You're in a job. It's an okay job. The benefits are okay. The boss is not so bad. But you really need to change the job. You wouldn't do it. Or you're married to someone who you don't want to stay in a marriage with. But, it's not so bad. It's not like he abuses you. So you're going to stay put. But sometimes when your situation is really worse, it propels you to get out of your place of complacency. And I think that's what happened to me, that having this happen to me pushed me to lead a much better life. It's made me to feel all the more grateful for what I have. It's taught me that I have only today to count. I just have today to make my life beautiful. And I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So I want to make sure that if I were to die today, that I don't have anything that I'm going to go back and regret to. And it's the same thing. They did a research with people who who looked after people in palliative care. And when they asked them, what did people really regret when they die? The nurses at the palliative care said that people always regretted the things that they did do than the things that they did not do. So I think that's where we have. So tough emotions are part of a contract with life, and you don't get to have a meaningful career or raise a family or leave the world a better place without stress or discomfort. My last lesson is about the impermanence of life and what really matters in life. I know a lot of you can probably look at me today and think, oh my God, this is a really tough life, having looked at my video. But hey, I'm drunk the most at any party because everybody feeds me first. And I eat the most. This gets me an entry into any pub, at any hotel, because people don't know how to say no. I'm always first through immigrations and flights. I never have to wait, ever. And then I get to live in good hotels like this, which I cannot otherwise probably afford in my real life. So all in all, I really have a good life. And it's taught me that all the money and the fame in the world wouldn't have saved me. It was just the fact that I had really beautiful people around me that supported me to get through. And unfortunately, through life, we're in a rat race trying to achieve all of these things, right? The money, the bank balance, all of that. And when you're at your worst, none of that is going to help you. None of that is going to save you. What's going to save you is having your loved ones around you. And that's the only thing that's going to matter in your life. And we forget... and we forget to invest in it. So walk on grass when you can, because you're going to miss it when you can't do it, to feel how your feet feels like with grass on it. Hold hands, because you're going to miss it when you can't do it. Give lots of hugs, give kisses. Call up someone that you haven't called for a really long time and tell them that you love them. These are things that you can never get back in your life. Maya Angelou says that it's not the buildings or the cars that's your legacy. Your legacy is every life you've been able to touch with love. So I hope for every one of you today that you can touch as many lives as possible. I'm going to leave you with a little poetry that I really like. Someone once told me to always live for the little things in life. Live for 5 a.m. sunrises and 5 p.m. sunsets, where you'll see color in the sky that don't usually belong. Live for road trips and bike rides with music in your ears and wind in your hair. Live for days when you're surrounded by your favorite people who make you believe that the world is not a cold, harsh place. Live for the little things, because they will make you realize that that is what life is about. That is what it means to be alive. So I hope for every one of you that you can feel every moment alive and live with a lot of love. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I was just there spellbound, listening to every word you spoke here, and I'm sure everybody in the audience is really, really moved with your story. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. And can I please invite on stage Leader Media and Student Affairs CA Ajay Singhvi and PDC team member CA Suma Rajesh to present a token of appreciation to ma'am, please. We have you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with our next session, which is actually a panel discussion. So we'll just set the chairs up while I introduce the panel to you. So we're looking at the financial outlook for 2023. It is no more how it used to be. It's all become digital, so new strategies need to come in. So of course, we need an expert CFO panel that we are very fortunate to have with us right here. So I'm going to go ahead and invite our panelists along with their intro videos. Mr. Alvin Krasta, Group CFO, International Holding Company. Mr. Marcos Z. Quadros, Group CFO, ADQ. CA Hari Mohan, Group CFO, Burjeel Holdings. And the panel will be moderated by CA Padmanabha Acharya, Audit Partner, Deloitte UAE. Can we have their intro videos, please?
Mr. Alvin Krasta, Group CFO, IHC. Alvin has more than 25 years' experience in financial management within the FMCG supply chain sectors, agricultural sector, investments, and equity market sector, working for various multinational organizations. He holds the position of Group CFO in International Holding Company, PJSC, for the last 4 years and has played a crucial role in supporting its growth. Alvin is also a board member in various companies. He holds a master's degree in finance from Mumbai University Executive MBA from HUT International Business School, CMA certification from Australia, and Postgraduate Diploma in Management Studies, DMS, from Mumbai University. Mr. Marcos de Quadros, CFO ADQ. Marcos leads the accounting, financial planning and analysis, treasury and tax functions. He also currently serves as a board member for Louis Dreyfus Company, Senat and 2454, and is a member of the investment committee at Daman. Previously, Marcos served as Group CFO for the AW Rostamani Group and as CFO for Al Futtaim GE Finance in the UAE. Earlier in Brazil, he served as CFO of GE Capital Bank and other finance roles in Banco Itaú, Merrill Lynch, and ABN AMRO Securities. Marcos holds bachelor's degrees in business administration and civil engineering. He concluded post-graduation studies in accounting and controllership and the Wharton Advanced Management Program. CA Hari Mohan, CFO Burjeel Holdings. During his illustrious career of 30+ years with various listed companies in the healthcare and pharma sector in India and Middle East, CA Hari Mohan has worked in various roles and capacities. At Burjeel Holdings, he has played an instrumental role in evaluating and developing suitable business plans and financial modeling, upscaling the existing revenue streams, and identifying suitable opportunities for business acquisitions and valuations. He is a BSc graduate and a fellow member of ICAI. CA Padmanabha Acharya, Paddy. CA Paddy Acharya is the president of IBPG, Abu Dhabi, and past chairman of ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. He is also an audit partner and leads the audit practice for Deloitte in the UAE. He has over 25 years of professional experience across the region. He is also a cost accountant and a member of the Colorado Society of Certified Public Accountants, United States. Paddy is an IFRS expert and has spoken at many international forums on varied technical topics and has moderated panel discussions at prominent international seminars.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an inspiring speech from Shalini ji. Really, her enthusiasm is infectious, and I hope we are able to reflect it also in today's panel discussion. I've got a very heavyweight panel in front of me. So in terms of market cap and assets under management, I believe we have over $400 billion on the table today. Okay? So a round of applause for that. So I'll just try and set some context to what's happening globally. On February 1, you saw a 25 basis point increase in terms of the interest rates. So now it's hovering around 4.75% in the US, and a knock-on impact of that globally. We are seeing a lot of tech-related innovations in the marketplace. We spoke earlier about ChatGPT, and I'm sure that's going to come up in today's conversation in terms of AI, analytics, and artificial intelligence, everything around that. You are seeing some geopolitics in the marketplace with what's happening in Ukraine, the effects of it, Asia, China, India, this region particularly. You're also seeing energy transition affecting us here in the UAE, and a lot of discussion around climate change. So this is the context. And in this context, our seminar theme, transformation, and particularly the role of the CFO. So this is where we are looking at. And Marcos, I'm looking at you. How do you see, particularly with Abu Dhabi, its Vision 2030, the things which it is planning, the role of the CFO changing and transformation there?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the invitation to participate in this important event. I think that the role of the CFOs in the companies here in Abu Dhabi or the UAE is quite important. I think the UAE has been growing. If you look at the GDP growth, in the last year, we're going to probably exceed the 6%. I think we were waiting for the final number. So the whole region is growing very fast. So there's a lot of growth, there's a lot of consolidation. And those are core, what I would say, raw materials for a CFO, right? So we look for opportunities to improve, we look for revenue and margin enhancing, and those are things that, metrics that the CFO is always active supporting the rest of the manager, the board in achieving those things. So as we think about the future growth that is going to happen in Abu Dhabi, I think our role is quite crucial to ensure that everything is being measured properly, that the right metrics are being put in place, and that the business are being challenged to grow in a sustainable manner.
Thank you. Hari, would you like to add anything, particularly in terms of how the CFO role is, in the next 12 months, in terms of the economic events, and the wider period in terms of the next 5 years?
Hello. Yeah, it's okay. Well, if you ask of the immediate period, which is the 12 months, as on the most burning issue is the rising cost, which you yourself has pointed out. That since the LIBOR has been rising continuously, and recently also it took a raise, the expectation is that it might saturate at a certain point, stagnating the cost. However, for the businesses which are leveraged, this is adding to the bottom line. Chances are it might come down, but then you have the various geopolitical events happening place. IMF coming with its own predictions, World Bank coming with some other predictions. One is talking of recession, one is saying no, there won't be a chance. So that pressure will always remain on a CFO, which is the cost containment. The other issues is the risk management, which I see. Risk could be the legal compliance, the statutory compliances, and another risk which has recently come up very drastically is the cyber risk, protecting your data. So that duty also falls upon the CFO to ensure that your organization is properly ring-fenced. When it comes to the transformation role, what a CFO should transform, if I have to put it in simple words, historically what we have seen in the past is that CFOs were basically the data crunching accountants, which later evolved into a business planning and analytics role. As on date, it is being seen as the ambassadors or relationship guys of the company who represent their company to the shareholders, to the outsiders. So this is where I see as the transformation of that, or to put it in a simple language, the transformation has to take place from a data crunching cop to a multifaceted visionary, or which I can put it in just one sentence. The future job of CFO is not to count the beans, but to grow the beans. And how you do it, keep yourself updated with the latest events, know what's happening on the economic front.
Excellent. Alvin, you are in the news every day, and you have an acquisition, you have a lot of public information out there in terms of your plans. Again, connecting Abu Dhabi vision and what Abu Dhabi wants to achieve, and your role as CFO, what do you think are the key challenges and the priorities in terms of the CFO itself?
So look, the government's development plans set the context, right, or what needs to be achieved in a long-term vision perspective. Now, for whether it is 2030 plan, the long-term plan, transformation of Emirates plan, not to have a dependency on oil revenues and reducing that, or UN Sustainable Development Goals like 17 Sustainable Goals, which is even adopted by UAE governments. Now, all these goals which has been set by the governments, It cannot be achieved unless it has been adopted by the businesses like us, which is operating businesses. Now, this is becoming a more and more reliance on each and every businesses to ensure that government's vision set on the regulatory front and objectives perspective, in a long-term vision perspective, we adopt them. We continuously need to have discussion into our business forums. What are the things we have to adopt, part of the government's vision, into our business model, especially into ESGs, which is a lot of the thing now. It is even a regulatory requirement now to ensure that we disclose what are the things we have been done over a period of time, which has been the roadmap set by the governments. So we have continuous discussions happening between our C-suites and also allocating the respective budgets towards this, achieving these goals. Now, this is constant challenge, but it is something which we have to adopt. So we continuously working on our budget parameters, on the pricing models, to adopt these particular sustainability factors, and some of the visions like reducing the dependency on the oil and going into the various different business segments to achieve. This is where we can able to add value significantly to the businesses.
Thank you. My next question is to Hari. In your sector, particularly healthcare, when the pandemic happened, there was some look, and also, Marcos, your subsectors around food. When the pandemic hit us, UAE was looking at two significant things. Where will I get my food? And where will I get my medicines? And how can I safeguard the interests of my citizens? And really, it's a supply chain disruption. And you can see even today now what's happening with the next wave of COVID in China and the concerns around there and the supply chain disruption. Is this only for the operations, or as CFOs, you need to also look at the challenges posed by supply chain?
Yeah, it has been a learning experience because since at least in our generation and previous generation, we had never seen such a pandemic. I think the last time it was 1920. It did pause a problem for the healthcare industry as well, since the supply chain regarding pharma drugs and others, they were coming from other countries. The cost really went up, and there was scarcity of especially the health products, be it machine, be it supplies. The challenges should be taken as a learning point. And the one thing which I insist on is diversifying the sources. Now that time is gone where you can put all your eggs in one basket. It can't be. Recently, if you go through the economic policies of various countries, which specific word is coming, which is economic nationalism, that there should be an internal infrastructure to be developed, which produces those resources, which can be used for various industries.
Marcos, would you like to add something from the food sector perspective? You have a lot of interest and you've done quite a lot during the pandemic.
Yes. So I think first we are blessed to be in this country because I think, the leadership has taken a lot of measures to ensure that there was the supply of food or medical goods. I think that, we all benefit from that. I think that the infrastructure and the logistics that also the UAE has also help the country to really, support itself, very well during the COVID. I just want to take a step back. I think that, in terms of the role of CFOs and all the finance leaders here in the room, is that risk management is very important. So in the past, you would think that, a big crisis would happen, I don't know, every 10 or 20 years. And now, it happens much more often. So you need to ensure that, you have diversity, that you are taking, considering these options about, potential risks because they do come very quickly. And, you have to have, liquidity lines, you have to have contingencies for a lot of unplanned events, which I think, it's part of our role as a CFO.
Alvin, would you like to add anything to that?
No, it's already covered quite a lot. But the food sector is, as a population is keep on going, as you said, it is going to be surpassed. We are already 8 billion in the world, and it's going to go. And also in UAE itself, we are 9 million people, and I think they set a target to be, double in 2030 and 2035. So the need for the food is keep on increasing. Supply chain demand is going to keep on increasing. So now, because most of the thing what is coming into the UAE is imported. The supply chain, the required cost associated with that, especially in this particular time when the COVID time, the freight rate was gone up so high, almost all the food businesses are taken a significant hit in their financial statements. But this is a constant challenge, and it needs to continuously work to achieve this particular thing.
I'll just add one thing to it. In view of any future disruptions, my advice to all the CFOs is maintain liquidity. That will help you out if there is any disruption next.
So my next question is to you, Marcos. You briefly touched base on the changing role of the CFO, initially maybe as a steward, then as an operator, as a strategist, and as a catalyst to the business. This is the way we are looking at the 4 facets of the CFO, and we can definitely see a shift. And maybe you need all parts of that in terms of it, but it may be changing. And I again reflect back, I think those of you who were there yesterday heard Pujya Brahmavihari Swamiji give an example of a king who left a box of seed with 3 princes. So for those who weren't there, I'll try to recap this. So he gave 3 boxes to his 3 children, and after 10 years, he came back. One of them preserved it by giving it back exactly the same way as it was. The second one exchanged the old seeds for new seeds, so he transformed it. And the third one planted it and regenerated it. So really what Swamiji said is that, look, you need all 3 aspects, not only preservation, transformation, as well as regeneration. Now taking that analogy to the finance function and looking at transformation of the finance function. And my question is specific to you, Marcos, in terms of ADQ particularly. What are you doing in terms of finance transformation? And for the CFO out here, could you give us some ideas in terms of what finance transformation entails?
Well, I think the technology, has been evolving so quickly, and especially in the last, I would say, 3 to 4 years. I think most of you have, for example, implemented ERPs early in your life. It was a process that was very expensive. It would take a long time. You would need, a lot of people in IT buying expensive servers. Nowadays, you have some amazing softwares. It's cloud-based. You can really implement them pretty quickly, and you can automate a lot of processes. So I think in ADQ, we were also, we had the privilege of being a startup 4 years ago when we started. So we just, chose one of those systems that are available. We didn't do any customization, and we were able to implement a full ERP, with basically 3 people in finance. We didn't even have an IT person. But, as you continue on the journey, there's so many other tools available. We have been very successful with robotic automation for processes such as accounts payable and account reconciliation. We are able to save a lot of, head count and effort in tasks that are very important and would take a long time before, and now you can, have the algorithms doing that for you. I'm also amazed about how Power BI has been changing the way we work in finance. Until, let's say, 3 or 4 years ago, you would, have a system. You would bring a, consultant. They would build a data warehouse, and then someone else was going to build, some nice Power BI to give you relevant data. Now, if you have, a Microsoft license, Power BI is available. you can quickly, get all the data and do some really meaningful analysis. So I think that to wrap up your question is that, the CFOs should continue to push for these, automations through systems. We need to be really aware about what is happening. The speed of change is incredible. I think my personal view is that, maybe in the future, instead of having, 3 or 4 larger software companies dominating, we're gonna have a huge number of companies. The integration is much better. And basically, this free up a lot of effort from the team so that we can go back to, what Harry was saying, to really focus on driving change and driving performance of the business through data and through automation with far less people in the finance organizations than we used to have 5 or 15 years ago.
Excellent. I think I just reflect back to what Sheikh Nahyan told in his keynote speech, and also His Excellency Yunus Khoury and His Excellency Al Noemi. They spoke about using analytics in the business and digitization of finance, as something which will transform the business. I will leave this with each one of you. I will cover AI separately. So let's speak only on use of analytics and digitization, and how do you see it in your respective businesses? We'll start with you and we'll go in this order.
Okay, let me start. Normally in the finance function, the emphasis in the past has been on the financial accounting, which was the historical accounting, crunching the numbers, publishing a balance sheet after a year. Slowly with the transformation, the role changed to the management accounting, which was not a backward-looking like financial accounting, but forward-looking management accounting system, where you can have the data analytics, see the trends, formulate the future, and predict the outcome, and change yourself accordingly.
So can you give us a specific example from your industry, from your hospital, for instance?
Okay. When it comes to the overall functioning, the finance department is the one who has to go through the entire data, crunch it, from macro level to the micro level, distribute into revenue cost centers wise. See the productivity and efficiency of each and every element, right from the back-end process to the front-end process. Be it call center, be it revenue cycle management, be it supply chain management. Everywhere there is a data. Look, data is gold now. So, and the question is how you use that data to your benefit. So that is where you are able to forecast the future. Improve your customer care. To improve a customer care analysis of call center is must. What is the response time? How do they respond to the things? Since you said artificial intelligence will take later, so I'll just ignore that. Okay. So management accounting is the main area. Where?
Marcos? I think in our case, we are pretty much a holding, so we don't have customer data, transaction data that typically sits in the operation. But in our case, I think where we've been putting a lot of efforts for the predictive forecast that Harry was mentioning. So I think that with the existing data, running scenarios where you're getting inputs from macro situations or other key indicators, and then this through your systems you will be able to predict where you're going and quickly adjust your forecasts and then your budgets going forward. This is an area that we've been putting a lot of focus. I think I would say we are probably 50% done in this project, and we'll have something ready by the end of the year.
Alvin?
I will give you a live example. In 2018, I joined an organization which I worked for, ICAI, which had 11 entities, 11 subsidiaries. In 4 years now, I have 467 entities. And it will tell you how important digitalization is, because the finance people will understand within 45 days of each quarter, we have to consolidate and report to the regulators. And not only that, ISC has 7 sub-listed companies. Below that, another 8 sub-listed companies. We have 4 layers of listed company having the same regulation, and we need to achieve that particular timelines. So it will give you the emphasis, this is manually not possible. The digitalization becomes a so important aspect, and we knew that how it was coming. In 2019, January, we started the consolidation element of digitalization program, and in record time, in 4 months, we completed the entire digitalization. And with this one, today, we can able to satisfy all the requirements of the regulators, so, and also the investor communities. So now, that gives another aspect of artificial intelligence I will talk about later.
Excellent. So I think since you raised the subject of artificial intelligence, let me just take an audience poll. Can you please raise your hand if you have heard of ChatGPT and if you've used ChatGPT? Heard of. Okay. I suggest you use it. About a week ago, similar to you, I also heard about it. So I went to my friend's house for lunch, and what he did was he asked ChatGPT to write a poem about Paddy and a poem about Soumya and Paddy, my wife, and myself. It wrote beautiful poems. And it was, to a certain extent, customized. So I was wondering, how is it able to do it? Then I asked for my friend for a link. And at this stage, my team, my clients and industries team already did primary research for this panel discussion, but I still wanted more questions. So I asked ChatGPT, can you give me 10 questions for a panel discussion for ICAI? And you have to feed it some data. I must confess that 50% of today's questions have come from ChatGPT. So it has saved a lot of effort for me, because I do hours of research before I come.
You should have asked the answers as well for us, right?
So look, the more you train the AI, they say you have to train the AI. If you ask it a question, give me 10 questions, it will give you 10 wild questions. If you say that you want questions around sustainability, you want questions around digitization, you give it more information, it will give you more meaningful questions. My strong recommendation to all of you out here is understand how ChatGPT works, download it. It's not downloadable, like you have to register it and then you can ask questions. This is going to transform our lives. I read an article that there are at least 10 professions which will be impacted heavily by ChatGPT. Included in there is the role of an accountant, a lawyer, a finance professional, a software coder, a marketing analyst, amongst others. So should we be worried that this is going to transform our lives in the future? Would this be an aid to us, or this is going to take up jobs? So this is my question in terms of AI. How are we going to use AI in our businesses? Will we be able to leverage it? Is it going to replace human jobs? Or it's like a calculator or a computer, you'll still require humans? I want your honest perspectives. We'll start with you.
It's AI, what I understand, is a game changer going forward. Now, the recent, lot of them are mentioning that AI will bring there will be a lot of job loss. Everything will be automated. Things will not move in the way things is going to be. All kind of stuff. I just wanted to give you some data which is recently published by PwC, based on their research on AI. By 2030, AI itself is going to add $15.7 trillion to the global economy. Out of that, $6 trillion is going to be adding towards production efficiency. $9.1 trillion is going to be adding towards the consumer benefits, which is in turn, if you talk about in Middle East itself, it's going to accrue $320 billion. And in 2030, Saudi Arabia itself is going to add 12.4% of AI business to AI-driven businesses to the GDP, and UAE is going to be 14% to the GDP. So if you can able to see the size is going to be adding to the next 10 years, only because of the AI which is going to come into the platform. So, I mean, this is this mainly towards the capital markets. I think Fatima is here, she will have a lot of job, tokenization, the digitalization of the trading platforms, and the data. I mean, as I said, imagine 467 companies' data, if I put it into the AI and put it into the use, imagine what is going to be happening. So there is a huge amount of value addition which is going to come because of artificial intelligence.
Marcos?
Listen, I think that the impact is huge. But maybe if you think in, let's say, 20 or 30 years from now, we're going to be looking backwards and say, what amazing impact the AI did. But it's similar to, when Excel was created, I don't know, 30 years ago, or when the internet, developed so fast, and then when the mobiles, became available to every one of us. So those were important, I would say, milestones that completely changed how business is being done, and obviously changed the role of a finance professional. So I think AI is probably, going to make even faster changes. So I think it's, the future will tell us exactly what is going to happen, but it's going to be, changing a lot. Again, as we discussed earlier, it's important that, we are linked to what is happening outside, that we are focused on, this large amount of data that, is being managed through AI, and ensure that, the fundamentals of the business, continue to be, control and improve, And AI is an amazing tool to support the CFOs in tracking this.
And perhaps you can speak about AI in healthcare, because that's pretty interesting. Finance, we've heard. In healthcare particularly, how do you see this impacting you?
Look, no doubt AI is taking over very fast. But when you talk of the healthcare industry, it has slightly different dimensions. It's not just about body, it's about your mind and soul as well. It requires a human touch. In healthcare, I generally segregate the functions into two areas. One is a back-end function, which is process-driven. Another is the front-end operations, which is human touch-driven. The use of AI has definitely increased when it comes to the back-end operations, like our revenue cycle management has a huge uses, and it has given us a lot of savings because it's a process-driven. When it comes to supply chain, yes. But when it comes to the treatment, the use of AI can be limited to medical training, medical research. When it comes to the treatment, yes, the robotic surgery has come into place, but that's limited to very minimal invasive. I really doubt it can replace the doctors, but still the human supervision will always remain. It can never be ruled out. In healthcare industry, it can have certain weaker points also, or cons also, which is at the time of treatment, it may create biases. Every human body is a different body, and doctor has to take certain decisions. But yes, supervision by AI can help the doctor later on where he went wrong or where he could have improved upon.
So, Marcos, we, in the beginning of this panel discussion, briefly spoke about sustainability. I think one of the panelists brought this out. UAE is hosting COP28. How important is sustainability to ADQ's agenda, and what exactly are you doing there?
It's extremely important, Paddy. I think that this is a country agenda. The UAE, as you mentioned, COP is just one example, but the country has been, and Abu Dhabi has been focusing sustainability for quite some time. In terms of ADQ, we have published our ESG policies. Again, being a holding, we are setting, we set all the principles and how we are approaching, especially things like how we invest, what are the attributes that we will consider in a new investment. We put a lot of effort on the governance. We tended to talk a lot about the environmental aspect of ESG, but obviously, sustainability and governance is equally important. So when CDQ was created, we significantly upgraded the governance about how we were managing the companies. So we look for things, for example, the board effectiveness. We look for diversity in the board and then in the management. So a lot of effort has been put there. In terms of the environmental, there's a lot of great things that have been done in the portfolio companies. So just to pick a few examples, Etihad, which is our airline, is considered one of the most sustainable airlines, globally. Arcan has a steel plant that, 10 years ago, when it was built, was already using the most green technology that was available. So what we learned, through this ESG approach from the group is that there's a lot of amazing stories and things that happen in the portfolio that obviously we wanted to cascade and we wanted to share across the portfolio. But the focus has been governance. Obviously, the environmental is a given. And if I could just, give you my final opinion about ESG, to me, it's like a compliance, right? So you don't talk about, oh, we should be compliant. This is a given. So I believe that, as organizations progress and start tackling ESG properly, at one point it will be part of, what we do. It's not an option. It's going to be part of the DNA of every company.
So, Alvin, you are doing a lot of M&As. And one of the things which we see is that when we integrate businesses, many times they fail. What's your mantra in terms of successfully integrating acquisitions in your business?
See, some of the things what we have done is, what we adopted is acquire, synergize, and then make a size and list. That's what the system process we followed. But where we classified the businesses into the buckets, which can create sustainable revenues, cash flows, income flows going forward. Now, what most important is we studied in the capital markets. Now, capital market is moved from 300 billion from 2.5 trillion in Abu Dhabi. Now, this is improved because if you look at in 2005 when the capital market was launched, most of the businesses were struggled. So this is because of the couple of reasons. One is because they had one line of business, and the size of the business was not enough to a sustainable perspective. So now we have done something pretty much different. We brought in the concept of holdings, where we don't want to bring up one line of business into this particular. At least need to have 3 to 4 lines of business because the size of the market is small. If one goes wrong, another should not suffer. So this is based on this. We continuously do the integration, continuously do the capital structure, ensuring the consistent cash flows, making sure that the debt equity is not leveraged, and have minimum 100 million plus for net profits companies coming into the market, which gives the investors confidence. All the stakeholders will be benefited for the part of this particular journey. This is one of the things what we are trying to achieve during the last couple of years.
So we've just run out of time, but I'll ask one final question, which is basically on the talent agenda. I had the opportunity of speaking to one of India's largest entities, and I asked a senior stakeholder there, what are your top 3 priorities? And one of them, he mentioned that, they're spending a disproportionate amount of time developing future leaders in that entity. So in terms of your own talent agenda, if you can just give me 30 seconds each around what you're doing in terms of attracting and retaining top talent and developing that future leaders. So we'll start with you, Hari.
Look, many people think that money or the compensation is one of the sole criteria. Honestly, I don't believe in that. To me, the retention is more related to the motivation levels. And you have to understand the needs of the people. Right now, you are dealing with a population which is a millennium population, which has come up in a, you've got to understand their needs. There has to be a work-life balance. Compensation, yes, it plays the work ethics, their career path, progression plan, all these matters.
Marcos?
In the beginning, we have to hire a lot of people from the market, but I would say that in the last 18 months, so we start developing our own program. So we have, for example, CFA program, where we hire fresh graduates and then we give them all the support for them to get their qualifications. This has been very successful. I think the other thing that I try to do most of the time is to really challenge it, because these people are the new generation. They are very talented. They have high aspirations. So you have to constantly be stretching them, giving them more challenges so that they feel that they are learning, they are developing. Otherwise, they will not be performing to their best.
Alvin?
Today's workforce is, especially the young talent, is significantly much talented than what we used to do before. So what is important is to take their viewpoint into consideration. As long as we adopt their viewpoints, there is a high level of possibility that we can able to retain them for a long period of time. Now, today's world, it is not only important that you need to be here, you need to be there, you can be there anywhere. You can be very flexible. You can able to deliver your job even in the remote areas. Giving the flexibility, bringing the consistent motivation which is required to have their work-life balances can able to retain. I must tell you, and at least in our organizations, last 4 years, I have not seen anybody's living. So, also, we're not only taking care of the compensation aspect, a direct way or indirect way, we are taking care of their work-life balances, we're taking care of their personal aspirations to achieve. So with this, I think we can able to retain the talents.
Excellent. And one thing I would like to mention is the UAE government's Nafis program. And each year, businesses need to employ 2% UAE nationals. I believe this is a wonderful opportunity to integrate UAE nationals into our businesses. And in the next 5 years, we would have 10% UAE nationals. So in terms of the human capital agenda, this is a takeaway for all of us as business leaders here. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all of you, I would like to thank our esteemed panel for their pearls of wisdom. You would not get such a high-powered panel anywhere. Thank you very much for a wonderful interaction. And please do make use of them. They'll be downstairs. Exchange your business cards, network. These are the who's of who in Abu Dhabi. And I'm sure you'll learn a lot from them. Thank you very much. And don't forget to use ChatGPT.
Now, to hand over the memento, may I please call upon our past chairman, Suresh Panwar, and team communication, CA Munish Mohan, to hand over a memento to our panelist, Alvin Costa. So, to hand over the memento for the next panelist, Marcos, may I please call upon our past chairman, Vikas Puri, and leader membership, CA Mohammed Shafiq. And to hand over the memento to CA Hari Mohan, may I please call upon Pankaj Baldua from FAB, and Team Media and Students Affairs, CA Angit Kothari. And to hand over the memento to our moderator, our own moderator, CA Paddy, may I please call upon Sanjeev Jain, CFO G42, and team membership, CA Aditya. we are running late, so let's quickly move on to next session. So may I please request the console team to play the intro video of our next speaker, Neelakanta Banu.
Mr. Neelakanta Bhanu Prakash, world's fastest human calculator. Neelakanta Bhanu Prakash, a TEDx speaker and a math educator, holds 4 world records and 50 Limca records for his skill in solving complex mathematical problems at top speed. At the age of 17, he broke the world record of math legend Shakuntala Devi. He is the first Indian or Asian to win the gold medal in Mental Calculation World Championship 2020 London. Bhanu made it to Forbes Asia 30 Under 30 class of 2022 in the category of consumer technology. His achievements have been acknowledged by the President of India and many global personalities. Bhanu is now on his mission to eradicate global math phobia.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hope you're all doing well, and it's good to see so many chartered accountants in the room. One good thing is that they're good in math, so I'm glad to be along a bunch of individuals who either did well in it or suffered through it but are good at it. So kudos to everyone here who's here. A lot of similarities. I think that was a great introduction which was put together, but I'll quickly introduce myself. I'm Neelakanta Bhanu Prakash. I'm 23. I hold a bunch of world records which were once held by Ms. Shakuntala Devi. And how many of you here know of Shakuntala Devi? Everyone? That's fantastic because Shakuntala Devi, I think, did events with all the chartered accountants in the country and across. I think that was one of our marketing strategy back in the day. She was a huge inspiration to me as a child, and I'll go into little depth about how I found myself into doing mathematics. But since a lot of you people know Shakuntala Devi or have heard about her, and if you have not, you've probably seen the movie on Amazon Prime, so I'm assuming that you know her now, was an Indian individual who narrated to the world that Indians being phenomenal in mathematics is not just a thing of the past, but it's about today and tomorrow. I'll just go back, and I think a quick round of applause for everyone, because we're sitting in the Gulf now, so there's no better place to actually celebrate about mathematical intel, because the Indo-Arabic corridor has created what the numbers today are, which go into Excels, which go into, I think, the previous conversation, the chat GPTs of today, etc. But the root comes back from the Indo-Arabic origin. So huge round of applause to everyone in the room for at least being grateful to the fact that we descend from the society which has given the world, I think, the most important innovation of humankind, which probably sits right there next to fire, next to wheel, numbers. I was a regular school-going kid who went to school like everyone else. I'm from Hyderabad. Anyone here from Hyderabad? I see a bunch of people. Great. I was a regular school-going kid in Hyderabad, born in a family which had nothing to do with math. Both my parents are biology graduates. No one in my family ever dared even do engineering, so was quite far away. But my father was a businessman, held businesses, and I think a glad thing to probably say and call out now, I've not usually done it, were my first 3 to 4 mentors were actually chartered accountants who were my dad's friends. So shout out to that, because I remember my first activity in math was to actually balance a balance sheet, right? Or look into the tally of yesterday. So quite fortunate to have started my journey there. I was a regular school-going kid who went to school, did whatever a child does, right? Mediocre, good, enjoying life. But one incident in my life changed my life entirely. And I think today, I look back at it as a fortunate event. Is at the age of 5, I met with an accident which rendered me bedridden for an entire year. I was a school-going kid. I was 5 years of age. I went on a bike journey with one of my cousins, and a lorry hit us. I was bedridden. I had severe head injury. I have around 75 stitches around my head. Was in a sort of unconscious coma for 6 to 7 days. And that was a moment where my parents thought we lost him. So from there, what my parents were told is that Bhanu can actually come out of this, but be cognitively impaired. What my parents were told was that there is a chance that the child might not be able to pick up things, because it's a head injury at the end of the day, right? It's not a fracture in the leg. Nothing really happened out of that accident. I mean, it's not that I got superpowers out of it. But the next 1 year, my parents inculcated and encouraged me, right after I was back from it, back home, to actually take a dig at puzzles, right? Because to keep yourself stimulant, the best possible way is to actually go ahead and solve puzzles. Go ahead and continuously keep yourself engaged with doing some problems, being in close touch and connection where your cognitive stimuli is continuously there. For me, hence, mathematics was introduced as a survival coping mechanism, not a mere subject which I had to go pass. And funny how it actually became my sport. So that's been my journey in terms of picking up mathematics for the first time. From a child who probably would have never gone into mathematics, I met with an accident, I was bedridden for a year, I was given a bunch of puzzles to go solve for, and 2 years later I realized I was good at it. I met with the accident in 2005, and by 2007, by the next 2 years of sheer focus in terms of, let's say, doing a certain thing right, I was bedridden. When I say I was bedridden, I couldn't really walk, right? So I sort of figured that mathematical problem solving had a similar adrenaline rush which a sport gave you. And if I have to probably tell that to you, and maybe the chartered accountant in you might say, yes, I understand this, is after an hour-long or a 2-hour-long discussion, if I look at two things balance, if I understand that my work has paid off, and I finally close the book, there's a certain amount of satisfaction you get. How many of you relate to that? Bunch of things mapping, yeah? Some of you. Great. Really loved mathematics, and by 2007, I was the third quickest mathematician in the state of Andhra Pradesh back then. And I was the only person under 10 years of age. I was the only person under 20 years of age. Mathematics was something which I found my passion and love towards. And I think what surprised and what encouraged me the most when I looked at mathematics was the ability to solve a problem, the knowledge of knowing how to solve that problem, but optimizing your processes to get there, right? It's almost like a running race, right? Everyone can walk, everyone can go the distance, everyone can go 100 meters, but the person who runs that 100 meters the best, probably the Usain Bolts of today, right? Establish a certain amount of credential in terms of saying, this is what a human being can do. When I ask you a question, how quick can a human being run? Can anyone give me an answer? How quickly? 100 meters, let's say. Yeah. That 9 seconds is not a median. That 9 seconds is not the average. That 9 seconds is the best. But when I ask you how much and how quick a human being can run, we have associated the best of humanity with it and said 9 seconds, that's where we're at, right? That's how quickly I can run. My journey, absolutely, I mean, yeah? Depends on what's chasing you, yeah. Or the March 31st deadline. I think the journey of me from an individual who went to competitions was that, can I do better every single day? And while I was a regular school going kid, did whatever everyone should do, right? I did the same old, learn everything to do in school, do better, then go to your standard set of events, play tennis, learn Carnatic music, I'm a South Indian, did almost everything, every facet of what I did, but something caught on to me from mathematics saying that this is a thing which I absolutely love. I love solving problems, and maybe there'll be some context to it future. Back then I was just a 10-year-old or an 80-year-old kid who just was discovering what they loved. Realized that these are competitions which I would want to go for, right? I was introduced to Shakuntala Devi as someone who did phenomenally into it at the age of 10. Never did I think that I'll actually go on to break her record, which was never the case because Shakuntala Devi is that superhuman who has done and put India on the global map of mathematics. But something about it inspired me, and the next few years, I spent a lot of time into competing in championships. And there are a few learnings from there which I think will probably be helpful to know in terms of how I looked at things back then. I went into speed arithmetic championships across the country. In 2008, 2009, I was the fastest speed mathematician who was under the age of 20. But speed mathematics is not even a sport. It's not cricket. You don't have a Ranji to play, right? You don't have a national championship to go win. IPL is not your end goal. There is no pathway to do that. So I started competing in every championship there is. By 2011, I was the quickest speed mathematician in India. And that was after going to a competition where there were 7,000 people of all the ages, and the median age of that competition was 33. Right? The people who stood 4th, 5th, and 6th were chartered accountants. Right? And this was a fantastic opportunity to say that, can you do better? Right? Can you do something which you love? And by 2011, I won the national championship. I come from a middle-class family. Right? 2012, I was invited to be in the International Speed Arithmetic Championship in Philippines, and I had my 9th grade exams. We sat, debated whether grades are important or exams are important. And we thought grades were important and didn't go to the championship. In 2013, when my 10th grade exams were going on, I was in a CBSE school called Bharati Vidya Bhavans in Hyderabad. My family decided to take a leap of faith because I was stuck to it. I absolutely said, I can be the best. I think I can be the best. Obviously, parents next door, except for my close family, which sort of believed in it, the extended family said, बच्चे को ये क्या करवा रहे हो यार, आप IIT JEE में क्लास में तो भेजो ना, अब आकाश ये कर रहा है, चलो फिटजी ये कर रहा है, let him spend time there, ये competition में क्या होना है, शकुंतला देवी बनने वाला क्या? Which was the sort of narration, which was true, because there's no pathway to be better and you were long shots away. I competed in a championship in 2013 where I traveled to Singapore, and I was one of the very few Indians representing there. Just so you know, right, Asians are good at math, which means that there is a big Chinese, Japanese, Indonesian chunk of individuals who are phenomenal at what they do. And I was one of the only students, or I was one of the only people in these championships which did not have a trainer, did not have a gym routine, did not have an entire team giving them support in terms of how they do, because as I realized as I went there, that speed arithmetic and championships are a big deal in Southeast Asia, which means that there are entire individuals and teams which sort of pulled people up into a competition where they knew exactly what to do. I freaked out. I said, "ठीक है, I mean, good learning. Now should go back and probably start taking that JEE courses, because this doesn't seem very, very good." Because these people came from abacus backgrounds. I'm sure. How many of you have heard of abacus? You have, right? So most of these people took Kumon classes in Japan. Most of these people did Russian math, Singaporean math, a lot of these curriculums which I was nowhere aware of. I did 23 plus 37 mane, 23 plus 30, 53, and 7 is 60. That's all I know, right? That's the way you do a calculation. I went about this competition, was almost half disappointed that I'll probably not win this. But to my surprise, what happened that day brought a huge bump in what my career trajectory was. I won the first international championship I went to, right? At the age of 13, I was the fastest human calculator in the people who were competing. While that's a great thing, it was scary because what else to do? I've optimized my entire journey until now to be this, and I am that. What to do? I came back to a family function in a month's time, and someone said, if you're quicker than anyone else who's competed, can you try being quicker than anyone else there is or there was? Tab tak, it was not even intuitional that you should go break world records, because you don't usually associate that with you, right? You don't usually think that you're built for glory. While I think a lot of us here are, while we believe that a lot of us here, once you are single-minded and sort of do a few things well, you become what you become. I came back, I was this 14-year-old child. I wrote a mail to Limca book saying, in the Limca book, I see that there are 50 entries in speed math category in records. I want to break all the 50. This was a 14-year-old me writing a mail to Limca Book. Limca Book responds saying, are you joking? I'm going to give you an attempt to maybe like, what do we say? Attempt for 1 record. I said, no, I mean, I know for a fact that I can break all the 50. They gave me a chance to attempt for 7. In 2014, I broke 7 Limca records. In 2015, I broke 21 more. And in 2016, I broke 22 more, which got my tally to 50. Right? So this phase of mine was more about how do I get to excel at what I do. In 2016 was when I realized that I've done well. Let me establish this. Came to my roots, figured that there is one record which Shakuntala Devi held called the fastest human calculator record, which is what she's celebrated for in Guinness. Worked a little while on it, and huge inspiration for me, for let's say, someone who's come from such a place. Shakuntala Devi put India on the global map of mathematics. I attempted for her world record. And at the age of 17, I broke 4 world records, 2 of which were her, and became the fastest human calculator. I'm going to take a moment before I proceed from here and actually show you a couple of these world records, which I think will help you get better context towards what I'm speaking about, for which I would probably require a couple of volunteers on stage. Anyone? Any 2 volunteers, guys? Come in. It doesn't have to be students, but yeah. Come in. A round of applause for the people who volunteered, guys. Yeah. There's a mic here. I think you can have one more. Yeah, 2 would be good. We have 2. Chalo, round of applause for him as well. Your name? Ankit. Do you have your phones with you?
Yeah, I do.
Great, come here, I think. Yeah. Can you open your calculator? Great. Now, I want all the 3 of you to open the calculators in front of you, right? And just so you know, right, I'm going to be presenting the most presentable world record. If I go ahead and do a 50-digit multiplication here, I will bore you. I would not do that. Instead, I will go ahead and do this. What I want you to do is I want you to give me a number between 11 and 99. Okay. Right? Not now. Okay. Just, yeah, let's go. And people in the audience can also probably try and see if you can come along. This record is called being quicker than a calculator. This is a world record where I race past a calculator, so if there's Instagrammers here, you can probably pop that up. So what I want you to do is I want you to give me a 2-digit number between 11 and 99. If, say, the number is 48, I will add 48s to 48s as quickly as I can, which means I'm going to go 48 plus 48, which is, and then plus 48, which is a 144, plus 48, which is a 192, and I keep going on. What I want both of you to do is to click 48 plus 48 plus 48 plus 48 as quickly as you can. In 15 seconds or 20 seconds, let's compare and see how quick who is. And yeah, he has dropped his mic.
Do we get a head start?
Why not, right? You can tell the number, and I'm going to start going to it.
So you have to keep adding it.
You have to keep adding it to itself.
Okay.
And you need to press, say, if this is a 37, you need to do 37 plus 37 plus 37 plus 37, and go on.
All right.
Okay, the number is 76.
Okay, I'm going to give them a head start. Right, let's gonna give them a head start of 1, 2, 3. 76, 152, 228, 304, 384, 56, 532, 608, 684, 768, 36, 912, 988, 1064, 1140, 1216, 1292, 1368, 1444, 1520, 1596, 1672, 1748, 1824, 1900, 1976, 2052, 2128, 2204, 2280, 2356, 2432, 2508, 2584, 2660, 2736, 2812, 2888, 2964, 3040, 3116, 3192, 3268, 3444, 3420. Nah, he's wrong, by the way. He's a 3310, which doesn't even come here. Yeah. So what I'll do is, how many of you think I might have a good memory and probably remembered this? Some of you did. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to give me 2 2-digit numbers.
Okay.
Right? Guys, arithmetic progression. I'm going to pick one, and I'm going to start from there. And I'm going to add a feature to this. Midway, any one of you can call another number, and I'm going to shift. It's basically like shifting gears.
Okay, so we have to call out a number.
So give me one
Between
number.
11 and 99, right?
Yeah, give me a number between 11 and 99. Give me one.
89.
Okay, 89 is the base. Give me another number.
46.
Okay, I'm going to add 89 to 46 until he gives me another number. 89, 135, 181, 227, 273, 319, 365, 411, 457.
78.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, I think we've got him confused.
Yeah, we got
Yes.
Okay, let's start again.
We have to keep adding 46 again and again.
Yes, keep to the number, yes.
Okay, so 89 as a base and we keep adding 46.
Sure, go ahead.
Just a second.
Yeah.
We'll do 89 and keep adding 46. Yeah. It's okay. We're trying to make some strategies.
Okay, chalo, 89. 89, 135, 181, 227, 273, 319, 375, 431, 487, 543, 599, 645, 711,
already made a mistake.
790. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. I think this is a little about it, but yeah.
My God.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent.
Yes. If there's people there, I think there's more to do here because I have, and I will continue this into a couple of more interesting things. This is a world record where a human being is trying to beat the speed of a calculator by doing a certain something. Why did I choose and show you an addition is because there's no easier way of doing an addition. If I showed you a multiplication, there's a bunch of tricks which you could probably use to get to an answer, but addition is sheer capability to be quick, right? That being said, I put myself through a bunch of challenges. One of the ones was, in these exercises, my voice was slowing me down. I could be quicker than that. That was the question which I had as an 18-year-old saying, I'm speaking quickly, but my voice slows me down. Can I have a computer throw a question at me which human beings cannot throw at me at such quick succession? And I think a simulation of that is right here, for which I hold another world record, which you'll probably see here if, yeah, can you put that on the screen? What I have here, guys, is a screen where the screen will pop random numbers on the screen at 0.4 second interval. A number comes, goes away in 0.4 seconds. Another number comes for 0.4 seconds, goes away. So in 5 seconds, 12 two-digit numbers are going to come, which means this challenge, in this challenge, I will be calculating at least 8 numbers per second in my mind to get to the solution. And this is an experiment which I had with myself, for which I hold another world record too, but if you can do that, go ahead, start. Start. $629. Check. Now guys, what I showed you is okay, but I'm going to get to my real speed. This was 2 times the actual speed which we wanted to, half the speed at which we want to go to. Go to the settings. Get that to 300. Yeah, and get this to 200 below. 200, yeah. Great. And make that 15. No, make that 15. That was a simulation for you to understand what's happening here, but now it's going to be at the real speed at which it should, and I'm probably going to speak my mind. Go ahead, start. $738. Okay. Let's go to the settings once more. And this was a warm-up so that I don't ruin it on stage because it's been a while, I've been rusty. Go to the settings there and make this 200 and 200. So it's going to be 1.5 times the pace at which it has come now. Go ahead, go for it. Go for it, and I'm going to try speaking my mind out as I do these calculations. Go ahead. And what's going on? 16, 71, 114, 132, 197, 263, 313, 324, 370, 464, 519, 571, 650, 725, 814. That's 814. And cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Uday. I think you can change. What you saw here is a celebration of human mind, not Bhanu Prakash as an individual, because Bhanu Prakash did it when he was 18. And that's when I went back to saying, whatever I've learned in mathematics, right? I went and worked with Eridos, 2 professors in publishing in number theory, did a lot of work in AI. I think I saw a bunch of people call out ChatGPT a little while ago, worked on language models and what Siri did back in the day in 2017. Contributed to a lot of startups back in the time to build their businesses. 2 things which I absolutely loved, mathematics and people. Business is the right place to put in the center of it, where we've realized that whatever the way in which I've learned mathematics can actually be global. I have Uday, who's one of my co-founders on the other end of this room. We, along with, let's say, 4 other people, started an initiative to train children how to do mathematics. Imagine, I mean, all of you here, how many of you are parents? Yeah? How many of you have a child who's between the ages of, let's say, 4 and 15? Yeah. Imagine a child who's at the age of 8, and them being able to do 7676863 multiplied by 8 in their mind and giving you the answer of it. While that has repercussions on saying we have a calculator, we have a phone can do better calculation than a child, imagine the amount of confidence that gives the child. Right? That confidence is irreplaceable because you believe that you're invincible. And that confidence was what we wanted to give students, because quick mathematics is one of the best ways to unlock your brain potential, if not anything else. And that goes long ways. That becomes and makes a child understand the world around you. Mathematics is not something which just works in silos. Mathematics is the way you understand businesses. Mathematics is the way you understand finance. Mathematics is the way you understand STEM fields, whatever they are, and human interaction, politics, for what it's worth, right? I spent 3 years at St. Stephen's College in New Delhi, where I worked on economies, on a bunch of research papers on political science in India, where the numerical capability gives you a measure of unlocking a certain thing which you can't even imagine of. We worked with the Telangana Andhra Pradesh government for 2 consecutive years, where we, and I think I'm happy to say this out loud because this probably is my biggest achievement, not my world records, to educate 2 million children in the public schools. And being in a world where educational technologies are here to mint money, which I agree with because that's the way you scale, you miss out the whole point of building capabilities in children. You miss the whole plot because you're seeing demand and you're seeing supply. You're saying that I'm going to bridge demand and supply of the current educational ecosystem, where I say a bunch of people want to get better grades, I'm going to throw teachers at them. No one's really questioning, is this how things have to be even taught? That's because that does not have demand. If I go ahead and come to you as a parent, probably a consumer of the educational ecosystem, and say, I'm going to give the child the right to win and the ability to understand mathematics in the best possible way, most likely you're going to ask, grades mein kya honge? Right? Which is probably the best way, which I think is a measurable outcome for you. But to change that narrative, it doesn't start with an individual, it doesn't end with an individual. Bhanu Prakash cannot do it. That's exactly when we founded Bhanzu, which is a math education company, which today, I'm glad to tell you, is employing 1,000 people, where we are a Bangalore-based startup, which has worked extensively with the public school ecosystem, where we do things for free. We have people who take classes from us from across the world and learn. And I think the fundamental point on which we bank on is, if you want to build an edtech company, unfortunately, you cannot build a public-first company. Unfortunately, you cannot build an NGO which is going to make it big, which means that you have to somehow adopt a Robin Hood. Right? I mean, as bitter as it may sound, that's probably the only way you can build an educational company which has the right to go big, because you have the other companies which sound very much like Bhanzu throwing money at IPL. Right? So what do? So the idea was that if Neelakanta Bhanu Prakash has to go global, the idea is to create and build a student-first learning experience, and we have done just that. We have people who, if they have the fortune of getting access to the best sort of schools out there, go ahead, go subscribe to our courseware, do what you do. But the idea eventually is to build the best learning trajectory, because if you want to inspire people, we have a billion plus, and I think the most populous country in the world right now, where you have such potential. Just giving you a couple of stats, 3 out of 4 children across the world are math phobic. Indians are great at maths. You might have heard this. But that's because the top tier is great. The median is way below 190 other countries. And the right to push that up, it doesn't happen one step at a time, it happens through a lot. And I think that's what we founded Bhanzu here for. And I'm going to take questions in a minute, before which I'll quickly run you through what we've done at Bhanzu and what I have here to offer you guys, because the experience of learning mathematics, and I see, as you see, that's the tagline to what we do, which is revolutionizing the way students learn math. And for what? To create a better world, right? I think that's the whole point. If you build a number cruncher who's not empathetic, you build bad chartered accountants, right? If you build someone who understands numbers but is not ethical, you build something bad. If you build a person who is great at math and utility resources but doesn't understand environment and the way you exploit it as another cost, you don't do well. So it's important that you build these, and we have created courses for children of the ages 5 to 15, but I'm also very glad to tell you that we have around 1,000 students of ours who are above the age of 30, who say, I want to give math a second chance. And I think that's what is the biggest celebrate-worthy statement which I have probably to state. And I think to all of the people here, regardless of where you come from, I highly suggest you go back, and maybe if you want to give math another chance, go ahead to bhanzu.com and try a session for what you could learn. Not your child, not someone else, but if you want to create a fun-loving experience, this is the place to start. And I think I would want every single one of you might be a chartered accountant, you might be fantabulous at what you do, which is exactly why you would appreciate it more, right? That being said, I'll probably put in, I think this was the only slide I wanted to present here, right, today. And having interactions with a bunch of people here in let's say the last 1-2 days, having chatted with Sir and a bunch of people, I've realized that there are some things which can be helpful, a couple of resources which could be helpful where, yeah, I think this is what we've done. We have 30,000 students, 11 countries. A couple of resources we've put together where you can leverage what we have done to your favor, and a lot of it at a capacity which could be whatever you would do. And I think putting that ahead, yeah, can you change the next slide? The 2 things which I have, this is for all the chartered accountants here. Go ahead and see what math can do. You can scan on this and go ahead, and just telling you this is a free one, so I'm not marketing what we do here. Just want you to genuinely go ahead, book a class. If you have a child, make them sit in a class. If they love it, you know what it is. But I would genuinely ask every single one of you here to possibly go ahead and open bhanzu.com and book a demo. See what alternate math learning can be, and how math learning can be fun and not boring. And yeah, this is one. And the next one, the 2 offerings, as I mentioned, as I chatted with a bunch of people here. And the second one is after a bunch of conversations, we usually have a citywide announcement chapter where we give a lot of freebies, a lot of events. I've seen a bunch of chartered accountants come to me in the chat and say, "Hamare liye ab bhi session le lo na," while that's not logistically possible. We do a lot of conversations, competitions, games, and build communities around people who think they can learn from mathematics. So if you're interested to know more, get live updates which include stuff like, here's a brain training practice which you have for 10 minutes a day, right? Here's a 10-minute brain workout which I've curated for you, which what a cult fit did for your physical health, for your capability there. Updates like, here's an event which I would love for you to go attend and see what you do. This is a piece which we've built together for multiple cities, and we have just launched the Abu Dhabi chapter a few days ago. So would be happy if you guys join here and get continuous updates from us, because the journey of Bhanu Prakash as an individual has just started. So I'm sure you'll hear from me a lot, and if you'd want to hear from me a lot more, here's the place where you go for. Thanks a lot for hosting me. I think Krishnan sir has done a fantastic job to invite me here, taken the energy and the effort, and I think even John sir here for, I don't see him here, but for inviting me and getting me here. It's been a fantastic experience talking to you. And last but not the least, I'll just probably end with a statement, which is math learning is the center of the learning universe. If you learn math, you can do well. This is established. But I think one thing which people don't say is every student and every individual, regardless of the age or where they come from, is capable of being a math rock star. Everyone. There is no, here's a good person who can do math, and here's someone who cannot. And I think my mission in the next few years is to make 1 billion people believe that. And I think saying that, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Guys.
Thank you, Banu. In the interest of time, we cannot take questions now, but I'm sure you are available
Guys,
to our members.
You can take questions with me, I'm around.
Okay.
All right. See you guys.
So, please stay back. So to hand over Momento to Banu, may I please request Leader Media and Students Affairs Ajay Singhvi and Team Social Rajesh Reddy and Nitin Sarda.
Thank you, Neelakanta, for coming over here. In fact, we have spoken to a couple of schools. The school principals are so interested to ask him to bring him to the school. Basically, we are taking him to a couple of schools tomorrow. So it's going to be a great learning experience for all the students and for all the people over here. We wish we had known about Bond so earlier.
And guys, just a second. I'm just going to click one photograph, which is the usual one. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's quickly move on to next session. And next session is, I know you all are eagerly waiting for. So, may I please request our console team to play intro video of Mr. Sanjeev Basin, leading stock market expert and director at IIFL Securities Limited.
Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin, Director, IIFL Securities. Mr. Sanjeev Bhasin has been with IIFL Limited since May 2015. He has over 30 years of experience in almost all domains of capital markets. Previously, he was running the prop book for Deutsche Bank AG at Hong Kong for 5 years and has worked as a consultant on equity markets at NDTV Profit for over 4 years. He is well known for his presence on coverage of markets on all TV channels, namely CNBC, CNBC Awaaz, Zee Business, ET Now, PTVI, and Bloomberg Quinn. He covers extensively market research and interacts with both the retail customer and corporates.
Yeah, good evening to all of you, and great to be here at the invitation of Mr. Krishnan and the team of the Chartered Accountants. I will obviously be failing in comparison to the mathematics guru and the rest, but we've seen it all, from motivational speakers to maths gurus to a little bit of last night's dance. Now it's all about making money. How many of you want to do that? बाकी सब बात है, असली बात तो पैसा है. मुझे टीवी पे बहुत लोग देखते हैं. हिंदी इंग्लिश चलेगा ना? So I come and I used to tell my wife, have you seen my show? She says, I don't see that. Show me the money, honey. So there is nothing else but money, and that all goes around. So if you tracked any commodity or stock or direct, or you will always have ups and downs and volatility. In the last 2 days, maybe 300 people have met me, and all they spoke about the Adani factor and so on. So markets are all about greed and fear. We will try and discuss that. But being the last session, I think I'll try and make it more interesting so that you participate and can take it with a pinch of salt. That money making is not easy, fear will only dominate prices, and when fear comes, you yourself may become scared, correct? So that is what global markets are all about. The heading is equity, global equity markets start the new year with a positive note. Why have I not mentioned India? Because arguably we must have had the worst January against a backdrop of global equities having their best year since 2009. European indices have had the best start in 2009. The Hang Seng Index hit a low on 31st October. It is up 48% from there. The Taiwan, the Chinese market, all have entered bull markets. And we are struggling for whatever reasons, even though the budget was a par excellent budget. So, like I said, it's all about greed and fear. Where do you stand? I think, arguably, all of the fraternity of chartered accountants are part and parcel of what their service is, but a large part of your entity now is also AUM, asset under management. How do you guide your client? What is the way of managing portfolios? So if I can start, we all know there are 4 asset classes. Fixed income, which is not good enough to beat inflation today. At a time when the US inflation hit 9%, who said the US will be the best place is now down in the dumps. Second is real estate, which takes you 30 years to create a house. If you had invested 30 years back, you would have realized you are a king today in alternate property. Third is gold and silver, which is emotional. What comes in never goes out. Correct? And let me tell you, who's responsible for that? It is not Mr. Krishnan or the other. It is all about Priyanka. आपके घर की संपत्ति आपके घरवाली के हाथ में है. वो सोना नहीं छोड़ेगी, आपको छोड़ देगी. So firstly, remember, the emotional attachment of gold is there because you could hold it on for 30 years. आज you are all gleeing because it's 57,000, correct? आपके हाथ में होता तो 5-10 हज़ार में बेच देते आप. You would have bought JP and Suzlon. सस्ते हैं. So the idea or maturing of a market is if you can hold an asset for 30 years. So I'll start with a small saying. We had the motivational and the other things that live your life. But I'm a patriot and I'm a full-fledged Indian Punjabi. I know only one thing, that we are there because of our Ardhagni or our lady. अगर औरत नहीं होएगी तो हम कुछ भी नहीं है. So सबसे पहले एक कहावत है, ओम सर्व मंगल मांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिकारस्ते शरण्य त्र्यंबिके गौरी नारायणी नमस्ते से. वो नारायणी भी है, लक्ष्मी भी है और वही आपकी सब कुछ है. It's not emotional. I was 26 when I lost my father, my sister's marriage, and my mother is still with me. And 10 years after the birth of both my sons, my daughter came. And today she is the light of my life. She's studying in UK and she says, you're too pompous when you come on TV. So my biggest critic is also my daughter. So on a lighter note, we can all say we are supreme. It's actually the lady who makes us supreme. The sacrifices she gives through. So it's not inspiration or motivational. There are certain inherent things which cannot change in an Indian household or in others. We have to live the way they are. My call is, I met a couple of ladies, the ADX chairman. I said, what about their lives? What about their inspiration? What about their aspirations? They need to live that. So for them, let me also tell you, my biggest fan following across India and maybe globally is ladies. Men are egoist. State Bank 150 का 200 हुआ बेच देंगे, regret करेंगे. The ladies held on. They called me and they said, संजीव जी आपने कहा था State Bank 500 जाएगा, 625 है. हमने आपकी बात मानी और बैठ गए. So see, the mentality lies in your own self. Your overreaching educational qualities and other things make you, coming on a lighter note, I was a first class graduate from SRCC and I had done my half internship, I had cleared my inter and I got bitten by the stock market and I went there. After years I regretted. My mother said, father said, तूने कर लेना था, CA बन जाता. Today I am happy. नहीं तो चार्टेड अकाउंट होता तो नंबर ही पढ़ते रहता, पैसा नहीं बनाता. Half the chartered accountants analyze balance sheet so deeply that they will never be able to create value. On a lighter note. So where are we in this whole circle of ups and downs? You've had it, you couldn't have had it better. COVID came and everyone froze in their houses. God forbid, ऐसा कभी ना हो, but that was a very torrid time which all of us went through. Luckily for me, TV became a medium, and I am basically a positive person by nature. Being an India bull, my only inspiration was that you buy the index, 78, 8,000 if you remember. उस समय सब कहते थे, and particularly the foreigners, foreign investors. I have worked with banks. By the way, the similarity between the previous two speakers and me is similar. Chetan Bhagat was also in Deutsche Bank from 2005 to 9 when his twins were very small. He managed distressed assets. I used to manage the hedge book. And the previous gentleman studied 3 years in St. Stephen's. My father was an ex-Stephanian, my sister, my brother-in-law, but I was in SRCC. So a lot of small similarities. Coming to the point, we've lived with COVID, we've lived with Ukraine and Russia, and now we've lived with high bond yields and inflation. Who has stood out in this crowd? I would be very, very proud to say that India is an outlier. Even at 5.5 or 6% GDP, we have been far better than the herd. Now, markets are all about greed and fear, and there is an old adage called timing the market. That is only a fool. सिर्फ गधा या भगवान टाइम कर सकता है. आप उनमें से दोनों में नहीं हो. Your only criteria should be spending time in the market. Correct? 3 things which you invest for 30 years. Tell me. एक तो सोना हो गया क्योंकि घर वाली है, वो छोड़ेगी नहीं. दूसरा आपका मकान हो गया, छत है. तीसरी आप बताइए क्या इन्वेस्ट करते हैं आप अपने बच्चों की एजुकेशन में. पहले बच्चों की एजुकेशन होती थी केंद्रीय विद्यालय या स्कूल या सेंट कोलंबस स्कूल, जहाँ हम थे 10वीं क्लास तक ट्यूशन ही नहीं थी. आज तो बच्चा बाद में पैदा होता है, पहले ट्यूशनें स्टार्ट हैं, एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर एक्टिविटीज़, ये वो, म्यूज़िक में ना रह जाए, चेस में ना रह जाए, अरे चैम्पियन पहले से ही पैदा कर दो. तो जितना एक्स्ट्रा बजट है उसमें जाता है. Now that doesn't mean कि बच्चे के 80 या 60 आए तो आपने उसकी खाना पीना बंद कर दिया. You will give him more दूध, more मलाई, more बादाम. ऐसा ही है ना. Your investment is genuine. आप कह रहे हो यार 30 साल में अच्छा सेटल हो जाए, शादी हो जाए, life is made. ऐसा स्टॉक मार्केट है नहीं. 30 minutes, 30 days, 30 months में धोखे हो जाते हैं. Correct? Promoter is bad. Adani is always leveraged to Modi. X, Y, Z. In 3 days you have made your decision. Where is 30 years? At 18,500 there is greed. They only called me, Bhasin साहब 5 साल के शेयर बताओ. At 17,500 they are saying, sir, अगले 4 दिन में क्या चलेगा? So make up your mind. Either you are a trader or an investor. The trader trades the price. कोई गुजराती है यहाँ, भाव भगवान छे. समझ आ गया? आधे से ज़्यादा चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट या गुजराती है या मारवाड़ी हैं. भाई खाता उनके घर में है, उनको हर चीज़ का पता है. समझ आया? लेडीज़ ये सब नहीं करती, वो लेके रख लेती हैं. वो आपके घर का पैसा भी सेविंग्स करती हैं. हर रोज़ कुछ ना कुछ मेरी घरवाली बचा देती है. And that's hats off to them, because the saving they know how to do, you don't know. Even though you are very, very qualified chartered accountants. So the fourth asset class was equity. In a country of 135 crores, in the last 5 years, 3 crore has become 11 crore demat accounts, out of which say 60% are operational. So the real wall behind this whole bull market or visible bull market is the retail flows. I travel pan-India. 18 last weeks I've been every Saturday, Sunday. The real jewel in the crown is our smaller cities. हमें क्या पता हमारे छोटे शहरों में क्या है, क्या आस्था है, क्या विश्वास है, क्या खाना पीना है, क्या घर है, क्या उनकी इच्छाएं हैं, खाना पीना, dialect, religious practice. All this comes in small. And India is definitely on the way up. There was a saying below poverty line, inflation. कहीं गर्मियों में कहीं कूलर नहीं चलते, सब एसी चल रहे हैं. 2 साल की वेटिंग गाड़ियों में है. And cars with the highest end bracket. The 18 to 70 lakh cars are being, there is a 2-year waiting on the Mahindra SUV. One of my big clients is MGF Toyota. He's the sole selling agents in North. He used to say, Sanjeev ji, 2.5 crore की Lexus लेते हैं, it depreciates from day one. I don't know why people buy it. Till last year, he used to sell about 12 in a year. He's got an order book of 40. And just now I met someone from Toyota. They said, we are having so much demand, we don't know how to supply. So the recession is in your mind. It is not there on the ground level. At a time when rates are rising, inflation is rising, oil has risen, autos are in the best demand ever. What is autos? Autos is an aspiration. You move from the two-wheeler to the motorcycle to the Alto, to the Ertiga, to the SUV, to the Mercedes. It's all about aspiration. And aspirations are what drives markets. So, when I joined the stock market 88, it was an outcry system. आप सबको याद है पुराने आदमियों को you had to shout 2.5 घंटे की मार्केट होती थी और मैं फर्स्ट क्लास ग्रेजुएट SRCC से मुझे हिंदी में गिनती भी नहीं आती और वहाँ आनों में सौदा होता था 1 रुपए में कितने आने हैं तो एक आना कितने का हुआ 6 पैसे तो 16 छके 96 बाकी 4 पैसे कहाँ गए ना 6 12 19 एवरी थर्ड आना है 7 पैसा ओके कैलकुलेट दैट सो जो मारवाड़ी लाला था वो मोटर में 1 पैसे पे आपको 1 लाख पे चूना मारता था उसको पता था आपको गिनती नहीं आती दैट इज यू हैव टू बी shrewd and you have to be adaptive to the change of times. Those were the times when you had to learn. So I entered the stock market and I learned what a brand is. A friend of my father, he could not speak Hindi or English, he could speak Punjabi. But he had an intuition about stocks like no how. He could tell what multi-baggers are. किसी को पंजाबी आती है यहाँ? Anyway, I'll just mention it in Punjabi and then I'll translate. So I asked him, Uncle, what share to buy? So he said in Punjabi, Kaka, पौंड का शेयर खरीद ले 16 साल दी जवान 78 साल दी बुजुर्ग रोज सवेरे शाम लाएगी कभी आउट ऑफ फैशन नहीं जाएगा मीनिंग if she's a 16-year-old or a 78 she has to use ponds morning and evening this will never go out of style today I also use ponds and a number of you use it ponds price was 55 rupees after 7 years it got merged with lever today ponds is 55,000 and the brand is roaring that is called a brand. In 2007, I was with Deutsche Bank. My boss used to sit in New York, and we were a hedge book. So he said, Sanjeev, the promoter of Page Industries is here, and he's placing stocks before the IPO at a discount. So we did our research. I said, buy how much we can. So at that time, we put $1 million, and we bought Page Industries. You've all heard of Page Industries? We bought it at 750. And in less than 2 years, it went to 1900. And we must have had the biggest party in Central Square in New York. What money we made, huh? Only to realize that today's Page Industries rate is 45,000. क्या बनाता Page Industry? Jockey underwear, आराम का मामला है. Now, I didn't ever imagine that what I could buy with a shirt or a pant, my son will buy for an underwear. Because it's a fashion to put your jeans down and show your back and so on. But that's the true reality. And he is going to run his way to the bank. That is what the promoter of Page is doing. He's also getting into lingerie for ladies and so on. I mean, it doesn't mean that they will be, but it tells you what the prospects of personal income and personal choice is. For any lady who's using Sunsilk as a shampoo, she will not change it if it goes up by 10 rupees. See, what your personal choices are, there is no elasticity. Just as in anybody who smokes India King, he will not change it for 10 rupees. That's the power of a brand. That's why Apple hit a $3 trillion mark. And that's why you have Twitter and, when Mark Zuckerberg came with Facebook, it listed at $35. In 6 months, it was $17. But who thought social media will be so big? See, I am an old school thought. I can tell you about cement, steel. I have Tata Steel numbers on my fingers. What will be the sales? But I didn't imagine that someone will be using Facebook and Facebook went on to hit $1 trillion. Or a Tesla. Could you imagine for all his mavericks? Elon Musk went on to hit $1 trillion. So never underestimate the power of compounding, which is what stock market is. Simple mathematics tells us that we cannot gauge when we buy a stock what is the capacity. So I use only one capacity and that is called market cap. Today India has just $200 billion companies, $100 billion, and the potential to have 100 of them in the next 5, 7, 10 years. That is what the potential of India is. Our demographic premium is a problem because there is no place on the roads for walking, but today it's a boon that you are consuming whatever you want within. You don't have to depend on US and Europe and so on. Now, I'll start this, but I was just trying to sound you off that gloom and doom are the only cause of greed and fear. Volatility is caused because of price differentials and greed and fear. Greed and fear is in your heart, okay? Don't blame it on FI and Adani and XYZ. अगर आप में गट्स हैं तो अभी लेने का है, अगर नहीं है तो चुपचाप से साइड पे बैठने का है. जब अडानी का शेयर वापस 2 सर्किट ऊपर मारेगा फिर आप बोलोगे वसीम साहब मौका आया था. मौका और चौका इकट्ठे नहीं आता. Either you buy the fear or you stay on the sideline. Correct? The nitty-gritties and the social media will always entangle you because you never imagined. Even I didn't imagine that I'll have 4 lakh Twitter followers who troll me on every point when the markets are down, and when they go back, they fall in love. So what is the only similarity is that emotions dominate stock market. मेरे इतने दोस्त आए बोलते हैं my son has got into bad habits X Y Z. So I called him. I said I said have you done stocks? He's about 30 years of age. He said nahi, stocks are boring. I've only lost money in options. I find it hardly any thrilling. I said acha. So I said some of you are aware of the option market. In India, the option market plays on the biggest killer is the theta, the time factor. As the time series comes, the premiums fall. So I said, look, when the market the new series starts, the options are high. That's the time, if you sell it, over a period of time, you'll make money. So he had got into bad habits and alcohol and so on. So his mother and they were close friends. So he said, okay. उसने just as the series started, उसने 2 दिन में ही पहले ही बेच दिया. शुरू में प्रीमियम घटता नहीं है, volatile रहता है. 4 दिन बाद फोन आया, बोला uncle, it's very volatile. I said, beta, you'll have to put. After another 3 days, he called me. He said, I am having loose motions because every day Nasdaq swings ups and down. I said, you've done what you had to. After 1 week again, he said that. So I told him that now there is only one savior you have. हनुमान जी का पाठ करो और हर मंगलवार आप मंदिर जाओ. His mother called me. She said he has stopped drinking. He's every Tuesday he's doing Hanuman Chalisa. He's doing it every day. Series came to an end. Both the premium shrunk. He made money. He said, uncle, you are a genius. I said, not me, it's Hanuman ji. और मंगलवार को हाथ नहीं लगाना. So on a lighter note, आपके भी यहाँ भी कोई प्रॉब्लम होए, कोई फाइनेंशियल डिस्कॉर्ड या मैरिटल प्रॉब्लम मेरे पे भेज दो, सब मैं सही कर दूंगा. ऑप्शन मार्केट इज अ नो ब्रेनर. द वॉलेटिलिटी इज योर फ्रेंड इफ यू फॉलो द ट्रेंड. Okay. Where do I go to be? Okay, now we'll go on the a little bit of there because the time is a constraint anyway, as usual. So, 5 trillion economy by 2025. Forget about 2028. We will be 5 trillion by 2025. The only place where autos, see, 2 harbingers of a growing economy is auto and cement. When commercial vehicle sales rise, Tata Motor is showing you superb numbers and cement is across the board. The government's assent on 7.5 lakh crore has become 10 lakh crore as infrastructure, which means growth will have a multiplier effect. Next. This is not moving. Anyway, I'll leave that. So, I'll give you another one. Now look, sometimes the anchors are very, very predominant on the TV shows. आप सबने मुझे देखा बसीन के हसीन शहर्स and so on? Yes, sir. But you must have seen the English anchors. Okay. The English anchors are very, very egoist. A lot of my friends are in my age, I'm 60. So they have an affinity towards beauty and so on. And there is a very pretty anchor called Sonia Shenoy. She comes on CNBC TV 18. You've seen her? She speaks well, she's very pretty, and she's gifted and whatever. But she also has an ego that she knows the direction of the market. Then why do you ask me? So when the market was 15,500, all my friends asked me, "Bhai, ab kya hai?" So I said, in the next 2 months, we'll go to 18,000. They said, "Tu to hamesha bullish hai." I said, "Chalo, dekh lena." Anyway, they said, "Sonia ke saath show kab hai?" I said, "Kal subah dekh lena." So they all want to watch her. So when I came on TV, the first thing Sonia said, "Good morning, Sanjeev, it's 15,500. When will we see 14,000? मैंने कहा, तेरे बाप का राज है. Anyway, तो मैंने कहा, "No, Sonia, we'll see 18,000 in 2 months." She started laughing, अंदर से जोली होगी, ये पागल ही है. Anyway, बात हुई, खत्म हुई, 2 महीने हो गए, 18,000 आ गया. So I asked my friends, I said, "पैसा कमाया?" बोले, "बॉस, हमने तेरे को तो देखा, लेकिन सोनिया 14,000 कह रही थी, तो हमें घबराहट." तो मैंने कहा, सुंदरता पे जाओगे तो पैसे गवाओगे, भसीन को देखोगे तो पैसे कमाओगे. Seven pillars of this budget. The previous budgets, the first one was PLI, productivity linked incentives only for business class. Next was giving free food to 1,680 lakh people, 180 crore. This time it's all about middle income. Everyone, whether new scheme or old scheme, will save 30 to 50,000. That means money has to go into the mutual fund industry. The government has made Mahila Suraksha Bill 7.5% yield. They are going to borrow at 90 basis point above bond yields. Because every house has Mahila and 7.5% पे आपको fixed income मिल रहा है. You cannot but miss. So ignore the noises. The budget is extremely positive. New tax regime, which I've explained, the 50-year interest loans, and so on. All these are big positives for growth. Coming at a time when globally everything is in the dumps. There is recession talk in US. Europe has been through the worst. I'll skip through this because there's time. Now, you are all aware of some of these key measures. We can give you more. But I think the way forward, whether it's airports, see, you must also understand, I'm not picking for Adani. The same thing happened with Ambani's in 1980. Indian Express, Rana Choil. You cannot build infrastructure without taking loan. And you have to have corporate and politics with that. Acquisition of land is not China that you can go and steamroll whatever you want. So as a democracy, we have our limitations, but we have to learn to live with it. Headline will become more because today social media is more active than it was in the 80s. So everything comes with a pinch of salt. GST. Who imagined 1.55 lakh crore in this month itself? So don't miss the woods for the trees. The government's borrowing and the fiscal deficit is 5.9, not as per 6.3, which gives them more room to borrow. Thirdly, the dollar has been the killer in the pack. When it hit 115, the dollar hit 100, it's bounced to 102. And the euro, which was written down, actually the elephant in the room was supposed to be Europe. The German DAX is just 100 points away from all-time highs. The FTSE hit a new high, whereas the macros in Europe are horrible. So 3 months back, only the smart money bought Europe, correct? Now, आप अपने आप को देखिए, when you were locked down, you went to work, but your families were caught. Now look at India, how it's reopened. Airports, hotels. Last year, at 140, my Diwali pick was Indian hotel. I didn't imagine it hit 340. The numbers are the best in the history of the company. Because average room rates, costs are fixed, but room rates have gone up 7 times. आप दिल्ली आएंगे, इंडिया आएंगे, 35,000 रुपए में ताज बाय गैंजीज में रूम नहीं अवेलेबल. Now, all these averages and monetary funds and crystals of the world come only when water has flown under the bridge. When I was in 2007 and the great economic crisis happened in US, 1 week before Lehman Brothers went down, S&P came and upgraded its bond rating. After 1 week, it became 0. So my boss told me, he said, never trust US rating agencies. I'm sorry, there's no American, so I don't mean it. But he said, never trust US rating agencies. They only act after water has flown under the bridge. Okay. I know it's a little bit over, but that's the truth. आपको शायद पता नहीं मैंने सबसे ज़्यादा पैसा कब बनाया. मैं डॉइचे बैंक से 2009 में वापस आया जनवरी में, और मैं वृंदावन दर्शन के लिए गया बिहारी जी के. वृंदावन में बिहारी 18th और 19th of January, ठंड का मौसम था. 10:30 I did darshan and came out and my broker called me. He said, Sanjeev ji. I said, हाँ. He said, Satyam 11 रुपए. You remember Satyam scam? I said, 11. मैंने 11 रुपए 80 पैसे पे 60,000 सत्यम खरीदे। कितने? कितना लूज कर सकता था मैं? 11 रुपए, जीरो ही हो जाता ना। मैंने ले लिए। फिर मैंने डेटा चेक किया कि भाव कैसे आया 11 रुपए। जब मैं आया था हांगकांग से तो 500 का भाव था 3-4 महीने। तो मैंने देखा सबसे बड़ा सेलर कौन था। आपने सुना होगा, द बिगेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक इन द वर्ल्ड, JP Morgan, they sold 75,80,000 shares at 10 rupees 90 paisa. Acquisition cost was 500. अरे गधे 10 रुपए भी जाने देता। मैंने वो 2 साल में बेचे 250 रुपए में, और आज वो होगा 1000 because it got merged with Tech Mahindra. So fear and greed go hand in hand. The blue-collared, nice tie and cufflinks guys who speak brilliantly in English, they should bricks first, not you. It's not a replication on that. It again and again happens. DHFL, Yes Bank, Satyam, Franklin Templeton, you name it. The biggest investors are the FIs. So I am not saying they are right or wrong, but they generally sell low and buy high. On track to become the 3rd largest economy. आपको शायद याद नहीं है. Go back to history. Indian dogs are not allowed in House of Commons. जो थूकते हो वही चाटना पड़ता है. Mr. Rishi Sunak and his dog were in the House of Commons. What goes round comes back. RBI is in a very sweet spot. Mr. Shaktikant Das is a person who's जमीन से जुड़े हुए हैं. जो ब्यूरोक्रेट होता है वो हार्वर्ड एजुकेटेड नहीं है, जो बाकी पीछे थे, जो लेक्चर्स हार्वर्ड पे बताएंगे. अरे हाउ डू यू एक्सप्लेन 9.5% इन्फ्लेशन? द फेड हैज लॉस्ट क्रेडिबिलिटी, बट बिकॉज इट्स सो पावरफुल ही विल नॉट एक्सेप्ट अ मिस्टेक. मैं और आपकी मिस्टेक कैसे पता लगती है? मेरे को तो पता लगती है जब मेरी जेब खाली हो गई, शेयर मार्केट में नुकसान लग गया. तो आप लोग को भी वही होता है. वसीम साहब ने कहा रिलायंस ले ले, सट्टा मारा, 10 हज़ार का लॉस हो गया, शाम को आके बैठ गए. वाइफ ने कहा चाय, बोला उपवास है. बोली आज तक तो कभी उपवास था नहीं, ये नहीं बताया 10,000 रुपए गए हैं. So don't work in silos, work with the market. Understand the business. If you are smart, there is no other way where you can't make money from 9:15 to 3:30. If you are smart, you will make it. SEBI is doing investigations. I tweeted once only that on 25th of January, when the expiry of the derivatives contract was there, how come the 3 rupee put went to 300? Because the report was released at 25th morning 8:30. The turnover on the derivatives exchange that day was 410 lakh crore, out of which 308 lakh crore was options. Now whether it was premeditated, insider trading, or people in the know, accept the mistakes. They can be, both sides of it. Someone has made money, accepting a loss is not a problem. अगर लॉस नहीं लोगे तो कमाओगे कैसे? जब आपकी 2 दिन की स्पीच, आपकी नींद जाएगी और बाथरूम में लूज आएंगे 2 दिन, तो समझो आप राइट ट्रैक पे हो. नहीं तो आप पैसा नहीं कमा सकते. फिर बैठ के अकाउंट्स में करना, और रिसीवेबल्स बिकम अ प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि समटाइम्स मार्केट्स आर अप, समटाइम्स मार्केट्स आर डाउन. सो द क्लाइंट विल डिले द पेमेंट. द ओनली वे you can make money is if you understand what the trend is and you realize what is participation. It is easy to say, I will time the market. 18.5 पे कोई बेच नहीं सकता, 17,000 पे कोई खरीद नहीं सकता. This is the hard reality. Unfortunately, I am a Punjabi and I speak the truth. The truth is always bitter. So this is what the charts are telling you. Against the Nasdaq slumped 48%, which was supposed to be the most touted and the best play. Meta, Microsoft, you name it. But look at the way they've rebounded. In the last month itself, 10% has doubled, which is India's equivalent to, the tech play. And Apple did not fall despite whatever the results. So it tells you that the money is back, the risk on trade is back. You are missing the woods for the trees. Allocating money, beating inflation. So if you don't have a SIP, then you are losing your opportunity of creating wealth for the next generation. In 2012, I was with NDTV and Mr. Warren Buffett came to India. Dr. Roy asked me to sit in an interview. He had subscribed 10% preferential bonds of Goldman Sachs during 2007. 10% yield. In India, preferentials are not active. In the US, they are not. He said, you know, Sanjeev, how much money I'm making per second? $4. That is the interest I'm making. Then he asked me, do you know how many years I held Coca-Cola? This is in 2012. So I took a guess, 25 years. He said, wrong, 41 years. How many years can you imagine who thinks of 41 years and counting? It's not that Coca-Cola has gone like a rocket. And he's saying, this is the best part of my life. He said, wealth only came after the age of 60. So by the grace of God, I'm 60, but I feel like 30. Because I think the journey has just begun. There is no time. Warren Buffett was a total avid against technology stocks. But in 2016, he put $50 billion into Apple. Today, it's 5 times from that price. When he puts in money, he puts in. And there is no saying, कि मैं अब Reliance ले नहीं सकता, महंगा है. सस्ता शेयर बता दो. ये है ना? That is not the mentality. The mentality is, I have to buy what is going to give me money. Now, unfortunately or fortunately, the big PMSs of the world who kept touting growth over value are losing out because value has emerged. State Bank's profit yesterday was 14,500 crore in a quarter. The total outstanding against the Adani loans is something like 22,000. And you are saying you're not going to say zero. Bank of Baroda's profit was 3850 in a quarter, the highest ever in its history, against a loan of 7,000 crore as a total outstanding, inclusive of collectibles and, collateral. So sometimes the noise can cloud you, but if your vision is clear, then only you will make money. Now, all this means that all of you, your children, everyone must have Demat accounts, must have SIPs. Otherwise, you are missing the opportunity. There is nothing called timing. Neither you are Warren Buffett or Rakesh Jhunjhunwala who can, but 10, 12 CAGR over the next 5 years can make a lot of money. In March 2020, we hit 78.80, only to hit 18.5 in 2 years. That's called tripling of an index. Stocks must have gone up 20 times. Risk and reward go hand in hand. If you understand the options market, you will realize selling option makes 9 out of 10 times because the premiums shrink as the market. But that one day can be bad because that will hit you on that. I'm getting late, I think. Real estate, mutual funds, and last is fixed income and treasury bills. That is for which we called most of the people जो widowers हैं. जिनको fixed income चाहिए वो होंगे. अगर आप में risk लेना है तो आपको थोड़ा बहुत मर्दानगी दिखानी पड़ेगी. Now, in this whole disruption, look at what the Zomatos and the Paytms of the world did. They proved to you that unicorns are there to stay. It agreeably that they were priced to perfection, but look at the business models. It tells you that risk and entrepreneurship in India is thriving. There are more than 10,000 unicorns. So, the advent of India's risk-taking capacity, new products, fintech is here to stay. Now, these are 10 of my proponents which I think can be outperformers. Praveen is here. We can send you more color. We can even give you more color on stock markets, on investments, on alternatives, on cross-selling, insurance, you name the product. But please participate. It is not because, most of the fraternity is Indian. I think that the journey to India has just begun. You can imagine, we are an expensive market, but given the dynamics of SIP and 12,500 crore collection every month, you have weathered the storm of 3 lakh crore of outflows by FIs, which means this is a pat on the back of the retail investor, and that is here to stay. Of course, I go in sync with India's bull market, and I hope and pray that you people are part of it. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sanjeev Basin, sir, for the wonderful session. So it's so interesting, and we can, you can talk for another 1 or 1.5 hours. Unfortunately, we wish we'll be able to provide you more time. Hopefully, the next time again we'll call you for a full-fledged professional development session. Thanks a lot for your open talk and suggesting the specific stocks. Thanks a lot, sir. To honor Sanjeev Basin, may I call upon stage Mr. Hussain Al-Sehi, Head of ADX Customer Service and Branch Network, Mr. James Matthew, Mr. Ramesh Magalingam. See, always we keep our last session as the stock market session. See, the event is not over yet. We have one more comedy session, which is going to be done by one more. So, stay over here. We have a raffle draw also in the end. See, good evening, everyone. Chairman of Abu Dhabi CA chapter, past chairman, distinguished speakers, members and ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure and privilege to conclude the deliberations on the second day of the 34th Annual International Seminar themed as Transformation Redefined Possibilities Infinite. We believe that all the delegates present over here were enriched with the knowledge and experience shared by our learned speakers. A big round of applause for all the speakers. As we continuously strive to provide an exceptional networking and knowledge sharing platform, it would not have been possible without everyone's presence. Hence, my sincere thanks to all the members, guests, for their gracious presence. A big round of applause for all the people who are present over here to grace this occasion. Now, it's time for us to felicitate our sponsor. Our heartfelt gratitude to all our sponsors for their generous support. The event of this magnitude is not possible without sponsors, and we look forward to their continued support, which we strongly believe will be beneficial to all the stakeholders. May I request Priyanka to take over the stage to call upon the sponsors.
Thank you, Krishnan. We will try to make it as fast as possible. As Krishnan has already pointed out, event of this nature and magnitude is not possible without the support from our sponsors. And I would like to request Mr. Alvin Cruster to please also join us on the stage in felicitating the sponsors. Our premier sponsors, ADMMI, Mr. P. Nagarajan. Can we please request you to be on the stage? Do we have Mr. P. Nagarajan? Anyone else from ADMMI is present here? Yeah, please. Calling on for the next, ADNIC, Mr. Jugal Kishore Madan. If you can please come near the stage. Next in line, from Agtia, Mr. Neeraj Jain, Senior Director, Corporate Finance. I request him to please come near the stage. Mr. Neeraj Jain. Mr. Sumit, if you can please prizes, I request Mr. Anil Agarwal, Head of Finance, to please come near the stage. Anderson, I request Mr. Anurag Chaturvedi, CEO and Managing Partner, to please be here on the stage. The next is Ardent Advisory and Accounting, Mr. Chetan Soni, Director. Our next premier sponsor, Bank of Baroda, Mr. Yogendra Kumar Gupta, Assistant General Manager, Abu Dhabi. Yes, I am a little fast. Next premier sponsor, Deloitte. I request CA Padmanabha Acharya, Partner and Audit Business Leader, Deloitte UAE, to please be here on the stage. The next premier sponsor, Gargash Insurance, Mr. Ravi Kiran, Vice President. I request you to please be here on the stage. Next premier sponsor, Ideal Capital, Managing Director, Mr. Ramesh Mahalingam and Ms. Jaya ma'am. The next premier sponsor, Leva Trading, Mr. Kunal Karwat, Finance Controller. Can we have a big round of applause for all the sponsors? The next premier sponsor, Lulu Exchange, Mr. Ramesh Rangaut, Vice President Internal Audit. Anyone else here from Lulu Exchange, Lulu International Exchange or Lulu Financial Holdings? The next premier sponsor, MC Auditing. I request Mr. B.S. Moni, Partner Abu Dhabi, to please come here on the stage. Next premier sponsors, NAM Valuers. I request MD and CEO Mr. Jatin Parab to please be here on the stage. Our next premier sponsor is Protivity, and I request Vandita Ritolia, Associate Consultant, and Nashid, Analyst, to please be here on the stage. Our next premier sponsor, UHY James, and I request Mr. Adil Buhariwala, Mr. Unikithan, Partner, and James Matthew, sir, to please be here on the stage. The next premier sponsor, Windmills, and I request CEO Mr. Bilal Moti to please be here on the stage. our magazine partner from Finance World Magazine. Can we please have Sakshi Lalwani here on the stage? That concludes the felicitation of our premier sponsors, media partners and magazine partners. Can we please have one big round of applause for them for enjoying the sessions for last 2 days and the concert. We will continue with the felicitation of the committee members as well. Sir, if you would not mind, please stay here. Can I also please request Mr. Richard D'Souza to please join us on the stage for the felicitation of the committee members, and I request all the managing committee members to just be here on the stage.
Yeah, PDC team, Shafiq Nilail and CS Rajesh. The membership team, Shafiq and Aditya. Communication team, Ramesh and Monish. So this time we got 32 speakers. Thanks to the PDC team for their wonderful effort to get all 32 speakers on board. This is the first time we got 32 speakers, that too 2 full day event. Thank you, Shafiq. Thank you, Suma, for your wonderful effort. Membership team led by Muhammad Shafiq and Aditya. See, this is the first time we have crossed more than 1,000 members and the highest number of registration in the past so many years. Even for the annual seminar, the regular members have crossed in the last couple of years. This is the first year we have crossed more than 250 regular members who paid for the annual seminar. Thank you, Shafiq, and thank you, Aditya, for calling all the 1,000 members to participate for the annual seminar. Next is communication team, CA Ramesh Dave and CA Monish. All the communication you receive through WhatsApp and regular emails, these are all through them, and the speaker intro video brochure. Thanks a lot, communication team, for doing such a wonderful job. Thanks a lot. I request every member, every people who are participating over here, give a big round of applause for the committee members who put a lot of effort in the last 2 months. Media and Student Affairs team, CA, led by CA Ajay Singhvi, supported by CA Ankit Kotari. See, this is the first time we have crossed more than 2,000 LinkedIn subscribers, and every day you might have seen the last 1 month, so many posts has been created, and the hype which has been created for this annual seminar was excellent. So more and more members and their guests have participated this time. The next one is the social team. There is no need to introduce the social team. Anu Thomas and Rajesh. This time we have done more than 28 social activities this year, and most of that is you might have seen the performance of the social team the last 1 year. And for this annual seminar, the musical performance and also the comedy show, this is organized by social team. Thanks a lot, Anu and Rajesh. Then the executive team. First is Priyanka, the treasurer. We are proud to say that this time, the last couple of days, the number of emails which we can see in Priyanka's email address is so large, so much. Every day she used to send email to all the sponsors and ensure that the money is also collected. Whoever sponsors are not paid, please take this opportunity to make the payment at the earliest. Thank you, Priyanka. And the next is C.A. Rohit Daima, the General Secretary of the chapter. Each and every activities of the chapter, he has taken so much of interest in each and every activity of the chapter. For the best chapter award, which Abu Dhabi CA chapter received, he has put a lot of effort, and the way the document has been made, and it was well appreciated by ICAI India. And CA Rohit Daima is the instrumental in preparing the chapter activity award, and also all the communication messages which is going to the sponsors and other people.
And now we have our amazing vice chairman, the ever exciting, the ever energetic, always available for any kind of work that you have, always available to support, C.A. Krishnan. And the next, our always persistent man of perseverance, I would call, C.A. John George, who has made it possible. Can we have a standing ovation for him? A lot of events this year has happened only because of perseverance. We managed to get Sadhguru, Kamal Hassan, and all the speakers today, as you have heard from Aman, Ashneer, everyone. It is because of his efforts, frankly speaking. Thank you so much, John, for turning out this 2 days into such a grand success. I request all committee members to please be on the stage for a group photo along with your mementos.
और आबू धाबी टीम की तारीफ़ तो उनकी की जाती है जो तारीफ़ के काबिल हो, कि तारीफ़ तो उनकी की जाती है जो तारीफ़ के काबिल हो। मैं आबू धाबी चैप्टर टीम की क्या तारीफ़ करूं जो खुद मिसाल तारीफ़ हैं। प्लीज़ गिव एन राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर आबू धाबी चैप्टर। एंड इनका जो अगला टारगेट है कि कश्ती चलाने वालों ने जब सौंपी पतवार हमें, लहर लहर तूफान मिले, मोड़ मोड़ मझधार हमें, फिर भी दिखाया है और फिर ये दिखा देंगे कि इन हालात में भी आता है दरिया पार करना हमें। कांग्रेस टू अबू धाबी टीम।
We also want to use the opportunity of this seminar to capture a memory with all the past chairmen, along with Richard sir. Can I request all past chairmen to be here on the stage? Let's capture one more memory for the annual seminar. The chapter that we see here today is because of the efforts and the visions and a lot of guidance coming from all the past chairmen, and this is the crew who has brought chapter to this stage, and we are just trying our best to take it up to another level. Thank you so much, everyone. A big round of applause to all our past chairmen here. To the past, present and future.
The next is Best Article Award. May I ask CA Ramesh Dave to announce the winner for the Best Article Award.
Thanks, Krishnan. So, as you all can see, today we have unveiled this wonderful souvenir. So, the souvenir contains full report of events and activities carried out by the chapter, be it PDC Social or reports of social media and all, with the blessings of UAE leadership, leadership of ICAI headquarters, the overseas chapter, our executive committee, the leaders. So we had received 10 articles from the members around the theme, Transformation, Redefined, Possibilities Infinite. And I am glad to announce that we have selected one best article reviewed by our committee consisting of CA Srinivas Acharya and CA Ramesh Krishnan, who in spite of their busy schedule reviewed all the 10 articles which were presented to them without the name of the author or picture, and they selected one best article award, and it is our honor and privilege to announce the best article, which is titled as Decoding the Audit Omission, authored by CA Tushar Vig. So CA Tushar Vig, we request you to please come forward. So we have Srinivas ji here, who has reviewed the article. We also request all our members to please contribute. You can please actively write an article in our annual magazine. Thank you so much.
Now it's time for us to honor the volunteers who have been working for the last 2 days. Ms. Shafiq has put in a lot of efforts to get volunteers over here, and thanks a lot for all the volunteers who have spent their valuable time for the last 2 days. May I request all the volunteers to come close to the stage. Mohammad Rizwan. The next is Mohammad Jashil. C. Amnik Talwar. C. Ankita Motwani. Ankita Motwani. Now, Vinish BS. Gilles Jagdishan. Itweshwar Sridharan. Vansh Agarwal. Abhisha Panwar. Aiska Godwala. I request everyone to give a big round of applause. With their support, we are able to do it. So they are managed the membership desk, and everything has been managed so nicely by all the volunteers. George John. Okay, on behalf of his son, Chairman C.A. John will receive the certificate. Abhinav Krishnan.
Next, Advika Damani.
Ananya Puri. Bhargavi Ritolia. Then Imanshu Ritolia. Dheeraj, you can stay by. Hagana Acharya. On behalf of Hagana Acharya, Paddy will receive the certificate. Recently, the Commerce Visit has happened. We are proud to say that our past chairman, Shri Ashish Bhandari daughter, Shri Mahak Ashish Bhandari, for securing in the second 200 students in Commerce Visit conducted by the ICAI India. Congratulations, Mahak. Where is Mr. Ashish? Yeah. now we have one more sponsor we would like to facilitate. MMJS, our gold sponsor, Mr. Rishabh Tandon, can you please come on to the stage? CA John George and CA Rohit Daima. The next performance, or the last performance, before we close the session, is going to be performed by Jay Vijay. May I request the console to play the intro video of Jay Vijay?
Jai Vijay Sachin is a comedian, mimicry artist, actor, performer, entertainer from Mumbai. He was the finalist in India's Laughter Champion, India's Got Talent, the Great Indian Laughter Challenge. He has appeared in all leading TV channels like Great Indian Family Drama, Yaron Ki Baarat and The Kapil Sharma Show, where superstars Shah Rukh Khan and Salman Khan have personally praised him for his impeccable impersonation skills. He has done hundreds of live shows all around the world and has over 1 million followers on social media. Presenting to you the man of many voices, Jai Vijay Sachin.
आवाज होगी शाहरुख खान की जो निकालेंगे जय विजय सचान. प्रेजेंटिंग जय विजय सचान.
भाई अपन बहुत गरीब आदमी है भाई. भाई अपन इतना गरीब है ना कि अपन का 10 के नोट पे भी 5 रुपए लिखेला है.
भारती, तुम्हारे लिए तो मैं कुछ भी कर सकता हूँ. एक्शन. अरे मोती पलटना. हाय 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 हाय.
ते पूरा घर तोड़ दिया मेरा. चल निकल इधर से.
जब तक तोड़ेगा नहीं तब तक छोड़ेगा नहीं.
Lata ji was outstanding. Wow.
जय तेरी विजय हो गई.
अरे भाई, मेरे तो समझ में नहीं आता, ये राज का बच्चा मेरी सिमरन को ट्रेन पे छोड़कर कहाँ निकल गया.
हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा. खैरों में कहाँ दम था. मेरी किश्ती थी डूबी वहां जिसके दाने दाने में का दम था.
क्या बात है यार जय विजय, बहुत मजा आया, बहुत मजा आया.
एंट्री वाइल्ड कार्ड के लिए तूने, लेकिन ये एक्ट देख के ऐसा लग रहा है जेन्युइनली तू इस शो में लंबी रेस का घोड़ा है.
क्या है मोहब्बत? मोहब्बत है मिर्ची नहीं बोले सुन धनिया पुदीना अदरक अजवाइन. न खाता न सोता न जागता पैसा लगाता है. तुझे देखा तो ये जाना सनम. हाँ
अरे सर, मैं तो ये कहता हूँ कि एक बार आप मेरा ऑडिशन लेकर देख लीजिए.
सिमरन मैं तुम्हें भूल जाऊं क्यों नहीं सकता.
कात्या. साहब मैं नवाज बोलता है. साहब मेरे को कार लोन लेने के लिए आपका गारंटी चाहिए. गाड़ी के पीछे भागने वाले कुत्ते.
लगता है छोटे छोटे बच्चों की तरफ पत्थर रख दिया.
इसे प्यार कहूं पागलपन या मेरे दिल की धड़कन, मेरे लिए एक ही बात है. मुझे अपनी फिल्म की डबिंग नहीं करनी पड़ेगी, और दूसरी बात ये कि मेरे सीन और भी बेहतर हो जाएंगे क्योंकि तुम मुझसे भी अच्छा सीन कर रहे हो. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच यार. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Give a big round of applause to welcome Jai Vijay Sachin. Before he start his half-an-hour session, the end we'll have a raffle draws. We have a couple of raffle draws, so don't go away. Please stay. And also we have a wonderful delegate gift. Any guesses on the delegate gift? Yesterday there was a clue. Okay, yeah, that's the one. जी.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच. लाउड कर दो साहब थोड़ा सा. अरे क्या बात है, पढ़े लिखों को बीच में इज्जत मिलना यार कमाल की बात होती है. थैंक यू सो मच. मैं चाहूँगा एक बार ये ICAI ये एक फैमिली है, एक बार अपने लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाएं, क्योंकि इतने सीरियस फेस सर एक साथ कभी देखने को मिलते नहीं है, क्योंकि बड़ी बारीक नज़र होती है आप लोगों की, है ना, एकदम शार्प. रमेश जी आए, उन्होंने बिल्कुल मेरे साथ शार्प कहाँ गए, बहुत शार्प बात करके चले गए, क्योंकि ऐसा होता है. और इतनी खूबसूरत यहाँ पे लेडीज़ बैठी हुई हैं, तो मैं बात आप लोगों से स्टार्ट करना चाहूँगा, लेकिन मैं पहले बता देता हूँ, मैं उन्हीं लेडीज़ के बारे में बात करने वाला हूँ जो यहाँ नहीं है. क्योंकि सर आप जानते हैं कि अब लेडीज़ के साथ तो आप पंगा ले नहीं सकते ना, चाहे घर हो, कॉलेज हो, इंस्टीट्यूट हो, लाइफ में कभी भी, क्योंकि किसी भी लेडीज़ से बहस करना ठीक वैसा होता है कि गन्ने की चलती मशीन में हाथ देना. सो आप पंगा नहीं ले सकते. लेकिन मैं इतने ढेर सारे यहाँ पर मेल बैठे हैं, तो मैं बहुत कैजुअल, इतने प्यार से मुझे वेलकम किया गया, इतने बाहर लोग मिलने आए, तो मेरे को ना बड़ी फैमिली वाली वाइब आ रही है. मुझे लग रहा है कि आराम से आप दिल से खोल के अच्छी बातें कर सकते हो, जो आपके मन में भरे बैठे हो, आप निकाल नहीं पा रहे हो. देखिए इतने ढेर सारे यहाँ पर देखिए मेल बैठे हैं, लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊँ, आपकी कहीं पर भी जाते हैं, मैं अक्सर ये देखने को मिलता है मैम कि मेल हमेशा ज़्यादा होते हैं, कहीं पर भी होते हैं, एम्प्लॉयज़ ज़्यादा होते हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स ज़्यादा होते हैं ना, पॉलिटिशियन ज़्यादा होते हैं, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट ज़्यादा होते हैं. लेकिन सर हमारी कोई खास इज्जत है नहीं मर्दों की, क्योंकि जो पब्लिकली जो देखा जाता है, मुझे लगता है उस चीज़ की ज़्यादा वैल्यू होती है. अगर आपने कभी गौर किया हो तो जब भी आप टीवी पर सर कमर्शियल्स देखते हैं, जो टीवी में जितने भी कमर्शियल्स आते हैं, उसमें सिर्फ और सिर्फ सर लड़कियां दिखाई जाती हैं, और वो एड सिर्फ लड़कियों के लिए बनते हैं. जितने भी मेजर एड्स होते हैं कभी भी देखिएगा, लंबे बाल, हेड एंड शोल्डर, पैंटीन, ट्रेसमे, डव, लॉरियल, और जितने भी इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड्स होंगे, आपको सिर्फ और सिर्फ लड़कियां ही दिखाई जाती हैं. मर्दों के लिए एड देखिए कैसे बनते हैं, दाद, खाज, खुजली, बेदज़मी, लाइफ इंश्योरेंस. अरे भाई मतलब आप हर जगह आप देखो ना, टीवी पर अगर क्रिकेट का मैच आ रहा होता सर, हम लोग कितना एंजॉय करते हैं ना, मैच में भी आपको लड़की दिखाई जा रही होती है. भूकंप आ जाता है तो भी लड़कियां दिखाई जा रही होती हैं. हमारे इंडिया में तो स्पेशली जो है मर्दों को तभी दिखाया जाता है कि कोई गांजे के उसमें पकड़ गया, किसी चरस के उसमें कोई आदमी पकड़ लिया गया, वरना दिखाते नहीं. और मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं कि ना मर्द ना बड़े मासूम होते हैं सर, बड़े मासूम होते हैं. आप देखिए आप लोगों ने जैसे कितने लोगों ने CA किया है, आप सभी ने किया है. कॉमर्स करने के बाद में कितनी मतलब टफ चीज़ होती है. मतलब मेरे कुछ फ्रेंड्स हैं, मतलब उनको इतना छेड़ता हूँ सर, इतना छेड़ता हूँ, क्योंकि हमारी तो औकात ही नहीं, हमने कभी CA की तरफ जा ही नहीं सकते थे, क्योंकि हमने कभी किसी भैया को पढ़ते हुए देखा, इतना ज़्यादा पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, हो ही नहीं रहा उनका. और आदमी सोचिए इतना ज़्यादा बचपन से पढ़ता लिखता, लाइफ में इस स्टेज तक पहुंचा, उसके बाद वो CA में उसका सिलेक्शन ही नहीं हो रहा, बन ही नहीं पा रहा. तो क्या होता है कि घर वालों को लगता है जहाँ इनकी शादी आती तो कर ही दिया है भाई, ये चीज़ें होती रहेंगी. तो सर वो पढ़ाई करता करता लड़का उम्र की उस दहलीज पे पहुंच जाता है, जब वो लड़की वाले देखने आते हैं तो लड़के को लड़की भी अच्छी लगती, लड़की की माँ भी अच्छी लग रही, खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा, इतना ज़्यादा परेशान रहते हैं. और आप देखो ना, जैसे ही लोग बोलते हैं कि लेडीज़ होती ना, अक्सर बोलते हैं आपको क्या पता कि बीइंग अ फीमेल क्या होता है, कितना औरत होना क्या होता है, कितनी टफ लाइफ होती है. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि बहुत टफ लाइफ होती है. लेकिन मैं एक बात बोलता हूँ, मैं तो सर हमारे, क्योंकि मैं सर आप लोग इतने सालों से यहाँ पर सेटल्ड हैं, तो काफ़ी चीज़ें चेंज हो जाती है ना. इंडिया में हमारी कुछ चीज़ें चेंज नहीं हुई हैं, और जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं ज़मीन से उनको ये भी पता होगा. मम्मियों की हमारी आदत होती है, हमारे यहाँ पर बोलते हैं कि बेटा तुम्हें क्या पता कि एक औरत होना क्या होता है, कैसे पाल पोस के तुमको बड़ा किया है, वो तो मैं ही हूँ जो तेरे बाप का साथ निभा रही हूँ, कोई और होता तो कब का छोड़ के चली जाती. इतनी टेंशन में, और ये लेडीज बोलते हैं कि हम बहुत टेंशन लेते हैं, हम बहुत टेंशन लेते हैं, हद से ज्यादा टेंशन लेते हैं. मेरा एक सवाल था कि अगर लेडीज इतनी टेंशन लेती है तो इनके बाल क्यों नहीं जा रहे हैं. अगल बगल देखिए, ये सब मर्दों के 90% के बाल गए हुए हैं. असली टेंशन सर ये ले रहे होते हैं. और आप देखो सर क्या हमारे साथ ना कैसी पार्शियलिटी हो रही है. हमको लगता है कि ह्यूमन को ना, मर्दों को स्पेशली इस दुनिया में इसलिए भेजा गया है कि हमको टारगेट अचीव करना है. बस हमको टारगेट अचीव करना है. और टारगेट अचीव करने का सर ऐसा चक्कर है कि अगर आप देखो ना, अगर आजकल आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, अगर आप इंडियन न्यूज़ अगर आप फॉलो करते हैं तो आजकल हार्ट अटैक सर बहुत होने लगे हैं। लेकिन कभी किसी ने गौर नहीं किया जो रेशियो है मैम, वो सुबह 3 से 5 के बीच में है। जितने भी मर्द जा रहे हैं स्पेशली 3 से 5 के बीच में जा रहे हैं। तो लोग अभी तक किसी ने रिसर्च नहीं किया कि 3 से 5 के बीच में ऐसा क्या हो रहा है साहब कि मर्दों को हार्ट अटैक हो रहा है। अब क्या होता है कि आपको कितने आपकी लाइफ में बिजी होते हैं ना, कितना इतना वर्क प्रेशर होता है ना, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा काम तो प्रेशर होता है दिमाग का कि आप बैठे डॉक्यूमेंट्स देख रहे हैं, एक छोटी छोटी माइनर सी फॉल्ट आपको निकालनी है ना, क्योंकि जिसके लिए आप स्पेशलिस्ट हैं। अब आदमी रात को आया थका हारा, कोई बिजनेस कर रहा है, कोई इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट है, बेचारा रात को आया उसने 5 मिनट उसने न्यूज़ देखी और बेचारा जाकर वो सो गया, खाना खाया सो गया, उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि रात को वाइफ ने मेकअप उतार दिया है। वो तो सो गया। अब सुबह उसने 3 से 5 के बीच में सर उसने करवट ली और अपनी वाइफ को बिना मेकअप के देखा। सर ऐसे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन मैं स्पेशली बता रहा हूं, मैं उन्हीं लेडीज के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं यहाँ पे नहीं है, सच में। और लेकिन मैं आपको तारीफ करूंगा सर, मैं बोलता हूं कि अलमाइटी गॉड ने ना सर हमको वो ब्रेन नहीं दिया जो लेडीज को वो ब्रेन दिया है। वो ब्रेन नहीं दिया जो इनके पास में जो ब्रेन है लेडीज के पास, जेन्युइनली बहुत कमाल का इनबिल्ट ब्रेन होता है जो अलमाइटी गॉड ने इनको दिया हुआ है। अगर आपको चेक करना हो तो किसी भी लेडीज के सामने सर 70 तरह की लाल लिपस्टिक रख दीजिए, उस 70 तरह की लाल लिपस्टिक में जो रंग का फर्क है बड़ी आसानी से बता देंगी। ये चेरी रेड, ये ऐसा रेड, ये वैसा रेड, ये फलाना रेड, आजकल कोई ड्रैगन रेड आया हुआ है। और सर ये हम आदमी कैसे होते हैं, मर्द कैसे होते हैं, सुबह वॉशरूम जाते हैं, शैम्पू की जगह कंडीशनर लगा कर कहते हैं यार आज जाग नहीं हो रहा है। सर इससे ज्यादा मासूमियत तो बताइए क्या और कहां से लाएं। इनके बारे में और भी बात करूंगा मैं पहले बता देता हूं, मैं उन्हीं लोगों के बारे में बात की जो यहाँ पे नहीं है, क्योंकि जी क्योंकि जिस तरह से आप मेरे को गुस्से में देख रहे थे, मेरे बारी पकड़ लिया ना। हाँ जी, मैं बड़ा डर जाता हूं मैं। थोड़ा सा साहब इसको थोड़ा सा वो करे, थोड़ा सा रिवर्ब नहीं है, इतनी पैसे वाली पार्टी यहाँ पर बैठी है, माइक में रिवर्ब नहीं है, देख लेना भाई। ओके, तो मैम चलिए कुछ सीरियस और अच्छी बातें भी करते हैं। जब हमारी लाइफ में जब कोरोना आया यहाँ पर भी, तब तो आप लोग यहाँ पर होंगे, तो सर किसी को पता नहीं था कि कोरोना जैसी कोई बीमारी है जो हमारी जिंदगी में आने वाली है और हमारी जिंदगी उससे किस तरह से मतलब अस्त व्यस्त हो गया सब कुछ। किसी को पता नहीं था कि ये होने वाला भी है। लेकिन जब ये कोरोना आने वाला था, एक रात को ठीक पहले सलमान खान का फार्म हाउस है, वो बहुत सलमान खान से ज्यादा फार्म हाउस उनका ज्यादा फेमस है, वहां पर रात को पार्टी चल रही थी। सलमान भाई आए और आकर वहां पर बोले, अरे कमाल करते हो यार, एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी उसके बाद तो मैं अपने आप की नहीं सुनता, और ये सब ऐसे नहीं होगा, यहाँ पे मस्ती होगी, पार्टी होगी। सर सभी लोग डांस कर रहे थे, मस्ती कर रहे थे, पार्टी, म्यूजिक चल रहा था और अचानक किसी ने म्यूजिक बंद कर दिया। अब संजू बाबा, संजय दत्त वहां पर भड़क गए। जैसे ही म्यूजिक बंद किया बोले, ए वेटर, अरे तो ये म्यूजिक का क्यों बंद किया? अरे बोलना वरना मैं तेरे को ठोक दूंगा। हाँ। तो जिसको ये वेटर बोल रहे थे वो बोला, इसके माँ का, तेरे को वेटर लगता है? मैं जाकर रिकॉर्ड चेक कर और देख जाके अपन इंसान है कि भगवान है। मैं छह सर्वशक्तिमान भगवान गणेश गाय तोंडे उर्फ नवाजुद्दीन। अरे सॉरी रे नवाज, मैं तेरे को पहचाना नहीं, तू मेरे को ये बोल कि तू ये म्यूजिक का क्यों बंद किया? अरे बाबा, मालूम है क्या कि गवर्नमेंट वाले लोग बता ले कि अपने कंट्री को कोई कोरोना नाम की बीमारी ने घेर ले ले, इसलिए कल से अक्खा इंडिया में लॉकडाउन है, ना अंदर से कोई बाहर जा सकता है ना बाहर से कोई अंदर आ सकता है। तो अभी तो ये लॉकडाउन है। अबे येड़े, ये लॉकअप का तो मेरे को मालूम है, लेकिन ये लॉकडाउन क्या है? बोले सब एकदम सेम टू सेम है बाबा, टेंशन नहीं लेने का, सब एकदम सेम टू सेम है। अरे नहीं रे, मेरे को इधर से जाने का है, ये क्या लॉकडाउन है, मैं तो इधर से जाऊंगा। हाँ, ये बार बार जाने की बात कर रहे थे। तो वहां पर एक सीनियर एक्टर थे, डैनी डोंगजप्पा साहब, आप लोग जानते होंगे, न्यूली लोग जो यंग एज शायद नहीं जानते उतना। उनको एकदम गुस्सा आया, बोले जबान को लगाम दे, ऊंची आवाज में बात करने वाले की जबान काट देता है चीता सिंह,
याद रखना, एक बीमारी ने हमको घेर लिया है। अब अगले 15 दिनों तक तू घर के बाहर नहीं जा सकता। अगले 15 दिनों तक किसी को भी बाहर जाने की मान्यता नहीं है। याद रखना, बाहर जाएगा तो जिंदा वापस नहीं आएगा। अबे मान्यता तो घर पे भी है, लेकिन मानता कौन है? मेरे को इधर से जाने का है, मैं इधर पे रह के करूंगा क्या? इनका कंसर्न था यहाँ पे रह के करेंगे क्या। ऋतिक रोशन आए, बोले आई मीन व्हाट डू मीन, हम लोग यहाँ पे रह के करेंगे क्या? वाओ बाबा, हम लोग यहाँ पे मस्ती करेंगे, ऐश करेंगे। मैं आपको नई नई कॉफी बना के पिलाऊंगा, मैं आपको लूडो सिखाऊंगा, मैं आपकी गोटियां काटूंगा, आपको मजा आएगा। अरे पागल है क्या रे? मेरे को इधर नहीं रहने का, मेरे को इधर से जाने का है। राजपाल यादव साहब आए, बोले अरे अरे आप लोग यहाँ पर फालतू में यहाँ परेशान हो रहे हैं गुरु। हम तो कहते हैं 1.5-2 महीना यहाँ पर बैठ के आराम से खाएंगे, ना बाहर जाना है, ना कोई टेंशन होती है। हम तो कहते हैं गुरु बैठे बैठे यहाँ पर मजा लेना है। लॉकडाउन भी है यहाँ पर। सलमान भाई ने कहा कि गुरु पूरी व्यवस्था करा के रखी गई है, फुल मजा आने वाला है गुरु, यहीं रहना है हमको। एक और सीनियर एक्टर थे, वो इस चीज को बड़ा उन्होंने मोटिवेटेड थे इस चीज को लेके, पीयूष मिश्रा जी, गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर वाले। हो रहा है, बोले वक्त जो है वो बदल चुका था। अब हालात वैसे नहीं रहे जैसे पहले हुआ करते थे। और हालात अब जो है ऐसे बदला, इंसान जो है मुंह उठाकर जो कहीं भी चला जाता था, अब वो बिना चेहरे पे मास्क लगा के वो कभी भी नहीं जा सकता था। और जिसको लगता था कि ये इंसान जो है इस दुनिया में सब कुछ कर सकता है, और वो आज जो है अपने पैरों पर जो है घर के बाहर जाएगा तो उससे जो है कोरोना हो जाएगा। इसलिए तुम लोगों को रे खस साले, अब तुम लोगों को यहीं रहना है। तो जितने भी लोग थे, आप लोगों को भी इस लॉकडाउन में रहना पड़ा, क्योंकि सर पता नहीं था इतने दिन आगे जाएगा। और हस्बैंड वाइफ मुझे लगता है कि अपनी जिंदगी में सर सबसे ज्यादा टाइम उन्होंने इस लॉकडाउन में स्पेंड किया, और इतना स्पेंड कर लिया कि हस्बैंड और वाइफ की शक्लें मिलना शुरू हो गई थी। और मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि दुनिया के सबसे खुशनसीब लोग वो हैं जिनकी इस लॉकडाउन में शादी हो गई, क्योंकि सर ब्यूटी सैलून सब बंद थे, सस्ते में भी निपट गए, सब कुछ सही से मिल गया। तो जो कलीग लोग रुके हुए थे साथ में, कई रिलेटिव साथ में रुके हुए थे, सबकी प्राइवेसी जाती है। 10-15 दिन के बाद आदमी परेशान होने लगता है, सबको अपनी प्राइवेसी पसंद होती है। ऐसे ही एक दिन जो है सभी बॉलीवुड के एक्टर्स साथ में बैठे हुए आपस में चुगलियां कर रहे हैं, पंकज त्रिपाठी बैठकर। मैं पहले दिन से कह रहा हूं, ये लोग रूल फॉलो नहीं कर रहे हैं, गलत हो रहा है, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसा होता है कहीं। अजय और फरहान जो है फार्म हाउस के बाहर वाली पान की टपरी पर इसके लिए जाते हैं, पक्का देखना कोरोना का संक्रमण लेकर आएंगे, मैं कह देता हूं। और मुझको तो लगता है कि फरहान अख्तर को हो भी गया है। उसकी आवाज सुने हैं आप? हमको तो लग रहा है हो गया है, बता नहीं रहा है। कैसे भी करके लॉकडाउन के रूल को फॉलो करना बहुत जरूरी है।
ये बहुत सीरियस थे। इनकी बात सुन के इनके बाबूजी कुलभूषण खरवंदा मिर्जापुर वाले चचा, वो बोले
अरे भाई, जो भी यहां रूल फॉलो नहीं कर रहा है उससे कहो कि आकर हमारे घुटने में तेल लगा दे। व्यस्त रहेंगे तो बाहर नहीं जा पाएंगे। आपके इस घुटने के चक्कर में आधे से ज्यादा लोग चल नहीं पा रहे हैं। पूरा दिन घुटने में तेल लगवाते हैं, इतना तेल गिर जाता है, लोग पैर रख के रपट के गिर जाते हैं। 2 दिन पहले मकबूल को भेजा था, आज वो भी चल नहीं पा रहा है। कोरोना से बड़ी समस्या आपकी है, यहीं रहिए, बाहर मत जाइएगा। मैं मकबूल बेटा, इनकी बात नहीं सुनना है।
ये बात कर रहे थे, तभी ऋतिक रोशन आए, बोले
ये छोटी छोटी बातों को लेकर आप यहाँ पे झगड़ा कर रहे हैं। जस्ट थिंक अबाउट मी। जब से डैनी साहब को पता चला है कि साबुन का पानी पीने से कोरोना मरता है, पूरा दिन साबुन का पानी पीते रहते हैं और रात को सोते टाइम बिल 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 करके बुलबुले छोड़ते हैं। आई डोंट नो व्हाट टू डू। मैं बहुत ज्यादा परेशान हो गया हूँ। इन लोगों ने बोला था 10 दिन 15 दिन, 1 महीना होने जा रहा है। मेरी माँ ने कहा था तुम जल्दी आ जाओगे। मैं बहुत परेशान हूँ, मुझे नहीं पता था कोरोना मेरे साथ ऐसा कुछ करने वाला है।
पीछे से नवाजुद्दीन है आके बोले, माँ कसम मैं भी सोच रहा था कि तुम्हारे जैसा आदमी ये डैनिश साहब के साथ में रूम कैसा शेयर कर पा रहा है। इतना क्वालिफाइड आदमी, लेकिन इसको बाथरूम यूज करने का माइनर नहीं है। कल अपन इनके बाथरूम यूज करने के बाद में बाथरूम गया,
मां कसम 15 मिनट तक अपनी सांस को रोक के रखा मैं, मौत को छू के तक से वापस आया। अभी इतना लोग रख रहे हैं फार्म हाउस में, तो थोड़ा समझने का मांगता है ना।
ये सर आपस में बात करें तभी स्विमिंग पूल एरिया से ना किसी के चीखने चिल्लाने की आवाजें आ रही हैं। अजय देवगन भाग कर गया कि देखे कौन वहां चीख कौन रहा है। वहां पर नसरुद्दीन शाह साहब जो है स्विमिंग पूल को देख के गालियां देने में लगे थे।
गुनाह है ये, पाप है, और मेरी आंखों के सामने ये पाप नहीं हो सकता, नहीं हो सकता, ये नहीं हो सकता, ये अनएक्सेप्टेबल है।
देवगन साहब उनके पास जाकर बोले,
हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, हमें तो अपनों ने लूटा, खेतों में कहा दम था, मेरी किस्ती थी डूबी वहां जिसके ताने ताने में केसर का दम था।
अरे खमबख्त यहां पर भी मसाला बेचने आ गया, ये सही बात नहीं है।
लेकिन आप ये बताइए कि चीख चिल्ला क्यों रहे हैं?
अरे भाई, ये बेगैरत, बेमुरव्वत, बेहया राजपाल हमारे पास आया और आकर हमसे ये कहने लगा कि हम अपना स्विमिंग कॉस्ट्यूम घर पर ही बुलाएं। ये स्विमिंग पूल में अंदर जाने के लिए आपका अंडरवियर मिल सकता है क्या?
तो आपने क्या कहा?
भाई, हमने इस बेगैरत से कहा कि तुम्हें अंदर जाने के लिए स्विमिंग कॉस्ट्यूम की क्या जरूरत है, तो ये कमबख्त नंगा ही कूद गया। ये एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं है, पाप है, और मुझे मेरे सवाल का जवाब चाहिए।
ये बात करे तभी बच्चन साहब भागते भागते आगे बोले, अरे रुकिए 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 भाई साहब,
अरे ये मजाक मजाक में आपने यहां पे लॉकडाउन लगवा दिया। आपको इस बात का थोड़ा भी इल्म है कि उम्र के इस पड़ाव में एक इंसान जो 80 वर्ष की आयु में रोज रोज टीवी एड वॉइस ओवर करता, उसके ऊपर क्या बीतती होगी? उम्र के इस पड़ाव में इस इंसान को साबुन, तेल, मंजन, अगरबत्ती, बिनानी, सीमेंट, आजकल तो गरम मसाले भी बेच रहे हैं भाई साहब, क्योंकि हमारा बेटा कुछ करता नहीं। एक बाप को अपने जीवन में क्या कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता कि अगर उसकी औलाद कोई कार्य न करे। जैसे तैसे वक्त निकाल के कार्य करते हैं। और जैसे ही आपको लोगों को पता है भाई साहब कि हमारी जया कैसी खड़खड़ औरत है, बात बात पे हमें डांट देती है। देखने में इतनी है लेकिन घाव करे गंभीर भाई साहब, इसलिए अपने आप को व्यस्त रखते हैं। तो कैसे भी करके इस लॉकडाउन को खुलवा दीजिए भाई साहब, वरना ये जीवन नरक हो जाएगा।
तभी वहां धर्म जी अपने हाथ में ग्लास लेके आ गए।
जय जय, मैं जानता हूं मेरे यार कि तू कितना परेशान है, लेकिन मेरी एक बात का जवाब दे मेरे दोस्त। मैं गब्बर से लड़ा और मैं जीता। मेरा बेटा सनी पड़ोसी मुल्क से लड़ा और वो जीता। आपकी बीवी हेमा, सॉरी मेरी बीवी हेमा, मथुरा से चुनाव लड़ी और वो जीती। लेकिन मेरा ये बॉबी, ये कब तक बेरोजगारी से लड़ता रहेगा? कब तक?
ये बात करें तभी वो एक्टर आए जो अब हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे, लेट इरफान खान साहब। एक बार तालियां उस कमाल की हस्ती के लिए जब हमारे बीच नहीं रहा। इरफान खान साहब आए, बोले क्या भैया, अबे अबे चक्कर क्या? अबे सही टाइम पे लौंडे को तुमने पढ़ाया लिखाया होता तो गुरु आज ये दिन ना देख रहे होते। अबे जे तुमने लौंडे की पढ़ाई कराई यूके कनाडा तो क्या होगा बे? अबे जे इंडिया में रखा होता, कोई राजस्थानी बाप होता, यूपी का बाप होता, मार चप्पा तुम्हारे लौंडे को बुद्धि खोल देता उसकी। समझ रहे हो ना? तो बेटा एक बात सुन लो, दिमाग बत्ती बनाकर डाल लो, सिस्का एलईडी लगाओ, सिस्का एलईडी, और तुम्हारे दिमाग की बत्ती जलेगी, गुरु तुम काम करोगे। समझ रहे हो ना? और गुरु एक बात सुन लो, जे लॉकडाउन है और इतने आगे हो कोरोना, और अगर तुमको होगा तो पूरी जनता को सब मर जाए गुरु, और इतने बैठेगी अदालत, होगा फैसला, कहो हाँ। अरे कहो हाँ, ने मारते लपड़ बुद्धि खुल जाए। समझो? थैंक यू। जहां पर सब ये हो रहा था, उसे जिस स्विमिंग पूल को देख के सब बातें हो रही थी, उसी स्विमिंग पूल के अंदर से पीयूष मिश्रा जी बाहर निकले। बोले
ये साले यहाँ 67 के तुम लोग खड़े हुए हो, अंदाजा भी है कि बाहर इस तरह के आलम है कि इस तरह से महंगाई बढ़ गई है। एक खंबा जो है वो इस वक्त महंगा हो चुका है, क्वार्टर खंबे के रेट में मिल रहा है। और क्वार्टर से याद आया अरे कि सर्वेंट क्वार्टर में जो है वहां पर लोगों को क्वारंटीन कर दिया गया है, इसलिए कल से जो है तुम सब लोगों को रहना पड़ेगा और अपना काम जो है अरे साले खुद करना पड़ेगा। तो सबकी जिंदगी में भी ये पार्ट आया कि लोगों को अपना काम करना पड़ा। आपके घर में वर्कर्स नहीं आ रहे थे, जो बड़े बड़े सब जैसे आप लोग जितने भी सब सूटेड बूटेड लोग हैं घर में उन्होंने प्लेटें मांजी है, मैंने देखा है। क्योंकि या तो प्लेट साफ कर लो या तो वाइफ से 2 बातें सुन लो, तो आदमी को लगता है प्लेट साफ कर लो तो ज्यादा बढ़िया है, झंझट में कौन पड़े। तो सोचिए सर, बॉलीवुड के बड़े बड़े स्टार जिन्होंने एक ग्लास उठा के यहां से यहां नहीं रखा है, इनको अपना काम खुद करना पड़ा और ये अपना अपना काम करते करते परेशान हो गए। सबको काम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया गया। 15 दिन उन्होंने काम किया, ये उससे भी परेशान हो गए। नवाजुद्दीन को काम दिया गया था झाड़ में पानी देने का। सलमान भाई के पास जाके पहुंचे, बोले सलाम भाई, भाई अपन का जिंदगी खराब हो गया, आप मेरे को अक्का दिन ऐसा पाइप पकड़ के झाड़ में पानी देने का काम दे लो ना। 10-10 घंटा में अपन ऐसे करके हाथ पकड़ के ऐसा झाड़ में पानी देता है। मालिक का बच्चा मेरे को आके बोलता कि नन्हे मुन्ने बच्चे तेरा मुट्ठी में क्या है, अभी कितना पानी डालेगा मैं, मेरे को बहुत तकलीफ है। तो बता तुझे कौन सा काम मांगता है, मैं तुझे वो काम दूंगा। मेरे को इज्जतदार काम मांगता है, झाड़ू, कटका, नलका, घर का सफाई, संडास का सफाई, सब काम करते देगा आपको चकाचक, समझे क्या। इनको ही ठीक है, उन्होंने कहा ये भाई तुम काम ले लो। नाना पाटेकर को काम दिया गया था कि फार्म हाउस में जितने भी जानवर हैं सबको धुलाना है। वो आदमी पागल, एक्स्ट्रा पागल हो गया, जानवरों को धुलाते धुलाते। एक घोड़ा धुला रहे थे, बोले नाम क्या है तेरा, नाम क्या है तेरा, बोल बोल नाम क्या है। अच्छा नाम है, हाँ जो भी नाम है अच्छा नाम है। तू भी सोचता होगा अच्छा भला जिंदगी चल रही थी, चाइना वालों में किसी ने एक चमगादड़ खाया, तेरी जिंदगी हराम हो गई। कल को कोई हो जाए तेरे को खा जाएगा। अरे क्या करें, मैं भी पागल हो गया हूं। सोचा था बाहर जाऊंगा, अपनी मोहब्बत से इजहार करूंगा। हाँ सोचा था उसको जाके बोलूंगा, ए मेरी बात सुन, तू जिंदगी, तू बंदगी, तू जिस्तजू, तू सादगी, तू जीने का अरमान है, तू जीने का पहचान है। अरे कैसे बताऊं तू मेरे लिए क्या है। मेरे लिए हंसना भी तू, रोना भी तू। बोलती थी मोहब्बत है, मैंने बोला क्या है मोहब्बत। हाँ अरे मोहब्बत है मिर्ची नहीं बोले सुन धनिया पुदीना अदरक अजवाइन। ना खाता हूं, ना पीता हूं, ना सोता हूं, ना जागता हूं, सिर्फ एक गाना गाता हूं, तुझे देखा तो जाला सनम। सोचा था बीमारी है यहाँ पे रह जाएंगे, अच्छा है कम से कम अवेयर हूँ, टेंशन ले रहा हूँ लेकिन बाहर जाके किसी को खराब नहीं कर रहा हूँ, संक्रमण नहीं फैला रहा हूँ। तुमको इधर पे रखा गया है लेकिन दिमाग में नहीं आता गवर्नमेंट पागल है, लोग मर रहे हैं सड़कों पर, लेकिन तुमको लगता है कि बाहर जाने का है, कायको जाने का है, जब बोलते इधर पे रहने का। मालूम है हाँ सड़कों में डॉक्टर मर रहे हैं, पेशेंट लौट के नहीं आ रहा घर। 5 फुट का आदमी 5 रुपए की पन्नी में ऐसा करोच के भरा जाता है, लेकिन तुमको ये समझाना पड़ता है कि बाहर नहीं जाओ, अंदर रहो। हाँ कंट्रोल उधर, कंट्रोल कंट्रोल। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। कंट्रोल। बच्चन साहब बोले देखिए भाई साहब, आपने बोला क्या ये इतना समझ में नहीं आया, लेकिन ये जरूर समझ में आया कि आपको किसी ने चाबी भर के छोड़ दिया है। बड़ा परेशान है भाई साहब आप। ये लगे पड़े थे, पंकज त्रिपाठी जी को काम दिया गया था किचन का, वो पूरे घर का सबका खाना बनाते थे। वो अपनी वाइफ से दुखड़ा रो रहे हैं, जिंदगी एकदम पजामे जैसी हो गई है, चैन ही नहीं है, पूरा दिन इन लोगों के लिए खाना बनाना पड़ता है। राजपाल इतना सा है 22-22 रोटियां खा जाता है। बताइए, ट्रक की शुद्ध खाना खाते हैं और आके हमसे ये जैकलीन बोलती है कि हमारी लजानिया बनाइए। कसम खा कर कह रहा हूं, जैसे तैसे लजानिया बनाया, हमको खिला दी, हमारे मुंह में फंस गया। फिर हम ब्रोसेटा डाल के बाहर निकाले उसको। अब हमसे रहा नहीं जा रहा है, हमको कैसे भी यहाँ बाहर निकलवा दीजिए हमें, बस हम रह नहीं पाएंगे। गुलशन गौर साहब बोले बैडमैन गन्ना चूस के, अरे बैठे बैठे तुमको खाना मिल रहा है और उसके बाद भी तुमको बाहर जाने की सूझ रही है। हाँ। अरे मेरा सोचो, मैं तो बैठ के कंट्रोल कर रहा हूं, मेरे को तो डेली 120 वाला ml जब तक अंदर ना जाए मेरा तो दिन नहीं जाता गन्ना चूस के। मैं तो सैनिटाइजर पी के काम चला रहा हूं
अरे कैसे भी करके यहाँ पे रह लो। मैं तो कहता हूँ गुरु एक बार कैसे अगर पास का जुगाड़ हो जाए जिंदगी बन जाएगी गन्ना चूस के।
ये आपस में सर बात कर रहे थे, तभी वहां से एक एक्टर है जो पॉलिटिशियन बन गए, रवि किशन, वो भागते भागते आए, बोले
अरे बाबू जिंदगी झंड बा फिर भी घमंड बा बाबू। एकदम अद्भुत माहौल हो रखा है गुरु, एकदम लॉकडाउन में एकदम 40-45 एकदम बौखल लोग एक ही जगह हो गए हैं, एकदम पागल माथा खराब कर दिए हैं बाबू। लेकिन गुरु बताना चाहते हैं कि एक बड़ा अद्भुत सा कार्य होने जा रहा है। टीवी पे कोई नेताजी कोई कुछ बता रहे हैं लॉकडाउन के बारे में।
सब लोग भागते हुए जाते हैं, कॉरिडोर में टीवी लगा था कि यार टीवी में कौन से नेताजी क्या बोल रहे हैं लॉकडाउन के बारे में। तो जैसे उन्होंने टीवी खोला, उसमें नेताजी बोल रहे थे,
भाइयों बहनों, मित्रों, मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहता हूं, परेशान मत होइए, मैं नोट बंद कराने नहीं आया हूं। मैं तो आप लोगों से यह कहना चाहता हूं, जिस संयम से आप लोग इस लॉकडाउन का पालन कर रहे हैं, दुनिया में ऐसा कोई मुल्क नहीं होगा जी। जिस तरह से लोगों ने कोरोना का मजाक बना रखा है, भाइयों बहनों, लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमें 30 ml डेली दे दीजिए, कोरोना हमारे पास नहीं आएगा। किस तरह की बातें करते हैं। लेकिन आपकी असुविधा के लिए मैंने एक सुविधा तैयार की है और ये चाहता हूं कि हर घर से एक व्यक्ति को बाहर जाने के लिए पास उपलब्ध कराया जाएगा।
जैसे इन्होंने बोला कि पास उपलब्ध कराया जाएगा, सब भागते भागते सलमान भाई के पास गए अपने अपने बहाना लेके कि अभी अपना कोई नया नया बहाना बनाए। नवाजुद्दीन के सबसे पहले एज यूजुअल बोले,
भाई मां कसम मैं आपको कुछ बोलता नहीं, लेकिन मेरे को इस पास का बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। काहे कि मेरे को आपका ये अंग्रेजी संडास में दिन में 3 बार ऐसा बैठ के केकड़ा बनना पड़ता है, मेरे को जमता नहीं है। मेरे को कैसे भी इधर बाहर जाने का है।
पंकज त्रिपाठी जी आज तुरंत,
गलत हो रहा है। मैंने अभी तक आप लोगों से कुछ नहीं कहा है, लेकिन सलमान भाई हमारी बात बड़ी संवेदनशील हो चुकी है। इस लॉकडाउन के लिए हम प्रिपेयर होकर नहीं आए थे। एक ही अंडरवियर था हमारे पास में, अब N95 मास्क पहन के काम चलाना पड़ रहा है। देखिए हम समझदार व्यक्ति हैं, देखिए और कुछ नहीं कर सकते थे। कैसे भी करके हमको बाहर जाने का प्रबंध करा दीजिए, वरना दिक्कत हो जाएगी। हम बड़ा परेशान चल रहे हैं, बाहर भिजवा दीजिए।
ऋतिक रोशन आए, बोले
छोटी छोटी बातें, जस्ट थिंक अबाउट मी। मैं डैनी साहब के साथ रूम शेयर करता हूं। कल रात को उन्होंने मेरा टेडी बियर फाड़ दिया, और जब मैंने डैनी साहब को बोला कि आपने मेरा टेडी बियर क्यों फाड़ा, उन्होंने मुझे सतरंगी छर्रा बोला। ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है, मेरा टेडी बियर फाड़ दिया, मेरी माँ ने मुझको दिया था। माँ आपने कहा था ये लोग बहुत अच्छे, मैं आ रहा हूं माँ, मैं आ रहा हूं।
ये अपना अपना लगे पड़े थे। राजपाल यादव आए, बोले देखो साले कैसी कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं। सलमान भाई हमारी बात सुनकर तो आप बहुत ज्यादा परेशान हो जाएंगे। ये आपका जो बॉडीगार्ड शेरा है, सुबह सुबह आके कहता है कि हमारी पीठ में साबुन लगाओ। 3-3 घंटे अपनी पीठ में साबुन लगवाता है, और जब हम फ्री हो जाते हैं तो डंडे के ऊपर बांध के कहता है कि पूरे घर के जाले साफ करो। और हम जब जाले साफ कर लेते हैं तो दोनों टांगों के बीच में हमको रात को दबा के सो जाता है। बताओ हम तकिया हैं क्या? सलमान भाई बहुत गुस्सा हो गए।
अरे क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? मजाक बना रखा है। एक पास और इतने ढेर सारे लोग मैं कैसे दूंगा? कोई भी एक वैलिड आदमी नहीं है जिसको ये पास दिया जा सके।
अमरीश पुरी साहब आए, ओके, बोले
मैंने कितनी बार कहा था तुझसे, इन पागल लोगों को एक साथ रखेगा, कोई रूल फॉलो नहीं करेगा। अरे कब तक की हंसना हंसाना चलता रहेगा? इस बात को समझने में तुम लोगों को कितनी तकलीफ हो रही है। ये एक संक्रामक बीमारी है, किसी एक को फैल गई तो यहां पर हजारों लोगों को फैल जाएगी। अरे कम से कम अपने लिए नहीं तो अपने घर वालों के लिए तो सोचो। मैंने तुम्हारा जैसा निकम्मा नहीं देखा। निकल जा मेरे आंखों के सामने से। मैं तो कहता हूं कि कोई सही आदमी हो उसी को ये पास देना।
परेश रावल साहब भागते भागते आए, बोले साला टुप
रे देवा रे देवा, रे राजू, रे श्याम। ये बुढ़ा 1 घंटे में कितने लंबे लंबे डायलॉग मार के गया है। ये वही आदमी है ना जो बैठ के बोलता था कि मैं वैसा आदमी हूं जिस रात को कोई काली तितली देख लेता हूं तो ब्लैक डॉग पीता हूं। साला यहां पे ज्ञान देने आया है। हट साला। अरे मेरे को भी मालूम है कि साला ये कोरोना है, लेकिन आदमी बाहर जाके तो देखा। साले इन लोगों की शक्लों को देख देख के मेरी आंखों में जंग लग गया है। इंसानों को देखना चाहता हूं, मैं बाहर जाना चाहता हूं। मुझे लगता है कि पास खाली मुझे मिलना चाहिए। ये बात कर रहे थे तभी एक और आदमी आते हैं, शाहरुख खान साहब, और आकर बोलते हैं आई नो सलमान भाई कि आप किसी एक इंसान को यह पास देना चाहेंगे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि इस पास की सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत मुझे, क्योंकि इस लॉकडाउन लगने के पहले मैंने अपनी नैना से एक वादा किया था। नैना, नैना, मेरी बात सुनो नैना। मैं आंखें बंद करता हूं तो तुम्हें देखता हूं, मैं आंखें खोलता हूं तो तुम्हें देखना चाहता हूं। तुम पास नहीं होती तो तुम्हें चारों तरफ महसूस करता हूं। हर घड़ी हर पल मेरे नैना बस मेरी नैना को ढूंढते। इसे प्यार कहूं, पागलपन या मेरे दिल की धड़कन, मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन इतना जरूर जानता हूं कि दुनिया के किसी एक हिस्से में एक ऐसा इंसान है जो तुमसे सच्चे दिल से मोहब्बत करता। मैं तुम्हें हमेशा प्यार करूंगा, मरते दम तक प्यार करूंगा, और शायद उसके बाद भी तुमसे सच्चे दिल से मोहब्बत करूंगा। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। अब सलमान भाई आए, बोले अरे क्या लगा रखा है तूने? मेरे पास तो मेरी एक भी नहीं रहती है, तेरे वाली तेरे पास में तो है। मैं तो कभी किसी को बोलता हूं चल तेरे को लॉन्ग ड्राइव पे ले चलूं, तो बोलते नहीं मैं तुम्हारे साथ नहीं जाऊंगी, पता चला तुमने गाड़ी चढ़ा दी। ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है। अरे मैंने तो बोला था ठीक है, अब तेरे को जाना है तो तू ही चला जा इस गाड़ी में, मेरे को नहीं जाना, ले जाओ तुम लोग ये पास, मैं तो चला। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। अरे 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 थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच, दिस इज अनबिलीवेबल। वाओ। सो आपके पास अगर थोड़ा और वक्त हो तो मैं, अच्छा वक्त में है? हाँ जी मैम। नहीं मैम, फॉर मी शाहरुख खान इज़ लाइक ए गॉड टू मी, बिकॉज अगर आपने वो वीडियो देखा होगा जिस दिन मैं शाहरुख खान साहब से मिला था, उन्होंने मुझे छू के मेरी ज़िंदगी बदल दी थी। मैं लगभग 20 साल से शाहरुख खान साहब को करता हूँ। मुझे लगता है कि जो काम करो वो पूरी ईमानदारी और पूरी मेहनत के साथ करनी चाहिए। तो थोड़ी सी इंटेंसिटी, मैं उनके बाल के बराबर भी नहीं हूँ, बट मैं कोशिश ज़रूर करता हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच मैम, थैंक यू सो मच। ओके, मैं जल्दी से दूसरी बात भी ख़त्म करना चाहूँ। जल्दी से बहुत बढ़िया से एक चीज़ आपको सुनाता हूँ, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने इतना सुना, इतने अच्छे तरीके से सुना, अनएक्सपेक्टेड था बिल्कुल। तो जैसे सर आप लोगों ने देखा कि अभी क्या है हमारे बीच में, फाइनली हमारे पास में सर कोरोना की वैक्सीन आ गई। लगता नहीं था, क्योंकि पहले जितनी वैक्सीन आई 4 साल 5 साल के बाद आती थी और इतना कुछ हो जाता था, और बहुत जल्दी वैक्सीन बना ली। लेकिन आज भी एक चीज़ है, एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसको मारने की दवा सर आज तक नहीं बनी। आप लोग देखिए यूएई में रहते हैं तो आपको समस्या नहीं है, मैं इंडिया में रहता हूँ, मुझे बहुत समस्या है मच्छर से, और जो इंडिया जाता होगा उसको बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती होगी मच्छर से, क्योंकि आप क्या नहीं होते हैं। कल सर यहाँ पर आने के पहले मैं अपने घर पर था, मैं रात को सोने की कोशिश कर रहा था, एक मच्छर आके मुझे परेशान करने लगा और आकर बोला मैं सोने की कोशिश कर रहा था, मैंने कहा चलो थोड़ी देर सोते हैं। मैंने देखा कि मेरे आवाज़ें बहुत आ रही हैं। जैसे क्या है कि मैं यूएई को जब भी देखता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कितनी बैलेंस चीज़ है, कोई एक्स्ट्रा नहीं, सड़क में जानवर नहीं है ना, कोई सब बढ़िया, सब कुछ वेल सेटल्ड है। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
अब हमको तो आदत पड़ गई उन चीज़ों के साथ रहने की। इतने कुत्ते होते हैं सर हमारी गलियों में जिसका कोई रिकॉर्ड नहीं है। आप अगर बहुत पीसफुली सोना चाहे तो सो नहीं सकते हैं आप। कुत्ते को मार दो तो पड़ोस वाली आंटी आके कंप्लेन कर जाती हैं, पुलिस वाला अगले दिन हमको उठा ले जाता है, तो कुत्ते को भी आप कुछ नहीं बोल सकते। तो मैं रात को सर सोने की कोशिश कर रहा था, मेरे घर के बाहर देखा कि कुछ जानवरों की आवाज़ें आ रही हैं। मैंने ऐसे विंडो खोल कर देखा, मैंने देखा ये तो कुत्ता खड़ा हुआ है, कुछ सामने फीमेल डॉग्स खड़ी थी। मैंने कुत्ते को ध्यान से देखा कि मेरे दोस्त मोंटी का कुत्ता था। मेरा दोस्त सर मोंटी पागल, क्योंकि वो आज भी कहोना प्यार दिन में 12 बार देखता है मैम, और कुत्ते को बैठाल के देखता है। तो सोचिए किस लेवल का पागल होगा कुत्ता। मैंने उस कुत्ते को देखा, कुत्ता गाना गा रहा था कहोना प्यार है। कुत्ते ने वहां देखा, बोला मैंने कहा यार क्या कमाल का गाना गाता है। मैंने जैसे उसकी तारीफ की, मेरी पालतू बिल्ली बोली अरे मैंने कहा यार ये तो बड़ा परेशान कर रही है। मैंने चलो थोड़ा मॉर्निंग वॉक पर जाते हैं। तो अब क्या होता है सर कि अगर मॉर्निंग वॉक पर अगर जाओ, यहाँ पर तो लोग जाते भी हैं, हमारे इंडिया में मुझे लगता है लोगों को बड़ा अवेयर रहना चाहिए। जब डॉक्टर मैम बोल देता है ना कि सर आपका कोलेस्ट्रॉल का लेवल बढ़ गया है, आपको वॉक पे जाइए, तभी जाते हैं, क्योंकि लाइफ में इतने बिजी होते जाते नहीं है। या तो ये पता चल जाए कि पार्क में कोई खूबसूरत लड़कियाँ आती हैं सुबह से मॉर्निंग वॉक पे, सब एडिडास ओरिजिनल्स के बढ़िया बढ़िया ड्रेसेस निकाल कर जाते हैं। वहाँ पर मैं गया, मैंने देखा कि वहाँ पर कोई नहीं है। वहाँ सर एक जानवर, 2 जानवर खड़े हुए थे, एक भैंसा खड़ी थी, भैंस खड़ी हुई थी। भैंसे ने भैंस को देखा, पूछा कहाँ? भैंस बोली हिया। मैंने कहा साहब ये तो कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा। मैं गया भागकर अपने घर, मैं घर गया तो मैंने सर उसमें देखा, मेरी माँ ने बोला कि बेटा कुछ कभी हाथ में बटा दिया करो। मम्मियों को बड़ी तकलीफ होती है कि हमारी ज़िंदगी भर कर दिया कुछ, तुम हमारा कभी हाथ नहीं बटाते हो, तो मम्मी को थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट करना पड़ता है। तो मैंने क्या किया कि मैंने कहा चलो आपकी कबर्ड वगैरह साफ़ करा देता हूँ। तो मैंने देखा सर पहले वॉकमैन आते थे, आप लोगों ने अगर यूज़ किए हो तो जब इनिशियल स्टेज थे मैम, तो क्या होता था कि सोनी का आता था तो वो लेने के जेब में पैसे नहीं होते थे, तो चाइनीज़ एक वॉकमैन आता था। तो उस वॉकमैन में क्या होता था, कैसेट फंस जाती थी लेकिन साला वो घुमाता रहता था, चाहे कैसेट खराब हो जाए आपकी। तो मैंने उसमें लगाया, तो उसमें एक वो रखा हुआ था, लता मंगेशकर जी का उसमें गाना लगा था, वो मैंने लगाया, उसको चलने लगा। खैर मेरी हैसियत नहीं है स्वर्गीय लता मंगेशकर जी की आवाज़ निकालने की, बट मैं कोशिश करता हूँ। गाना चला और सर चलते चलते फंस गया, कुछ इस तरह से चला। मेरी सांसों में तू है समाया, मेरा जीवन तो तेरी पूजा करूं मैं तो हर दम, ये है तेरे करम। मैंने कहा यार क्या यार, मैंने थोड़ा न्यूज़ देखी जाए, तो मैंने सर न्यूज़ चैनल खोला। अगर आप इंडिया न्यूज़ चैनल अगर आप फॉलो करते हैं तो उसको आपको देखने लगेगा कि दुनिया में कुछ सही नहीं चल रहा सर, कभी भी खत्म हो सकती है दुनिया। चीख चीख के चिल्ला चिल्ला के पागल, नमस्कार कहीं मत जाइएगा, ब्रेक के बाद दिखाएंगे कैसे किया पत्नी ने अपने पति का कत्ल। अब सर इन लाइनों में आप ये बताइए, कहीं से लग रहा है कि ये खबर बता रहा है कि औरतों को ट्रेनिंग दे रहा है कि आदमियों को कैसे मारो। हाँ बहुत अच्छी बात है मैम, लेकिन कभी दूरदर्शन देखिए, उसमें आज भी अंकल आंटियों बहुत प्यार से बैठ के अच्छी सी बात बताते हैं कि गोबर से बायोगैस कैसे बनाते हैं, और बंगाल की खाड़ी में चक्रवाती तूफान अभी भी उठ रहा है, लेकिन लगता तो है कुछ खराब नहीं है, आराम से आते हैं, न्यूज़ बताने का काम है, करके चले जाते हैं। मैंने चैनल चेंज किया तो उसमें जो है अब नहीं है NDTV वाले रवीश कुमार जी, वो अब इसके पहले NDTV में ही थे, तो न्यूज़ चल रही थी, वो बोले नमस्कार, चेहरा और मोहरा देख के हालांकि अभी तक आप लोग पहचान गए होंगे, हम लोग बिहार के हैं, हमारे यहाँ AC नहीं होता है, कूलर से ही काम चलाना पड़ता है, और ठीक भी है, आदमी को काम चलाना चाहिए क्योंकि ये बेसिक चीज़ें हैं। अक्सर लोग सवाल नहीं पूछते हैं, लेकिन हम सवाल पूछने आए हैं और हमारा काम भी है तो सवाल पूछना चाहिए। नेताजी आपको क्या लगता है देश में क्या चल रहा है,
ना क्या चाहते हैं? देखिए सवाल की गरिमा को बनाए रखिएगा।
ये बोल रहे थे, लालू जी बोल पड़े,
सवाल का गरिमा बना रखेगा। पगला ऐसा होता है, हमका 2 साल जेल में रखे, एकदम पागल हो गया, हम सुपरिटेंडेंट को बोले मोदी हमको जेल में भले रखे, लेकिन 2 साल पता नहीं चला कितना आसानी से निकल गया है। आज सुबह हमको हमारा बचुआ बताया कि जी बस साहब, बच्चों बताया कि आपका कमरा में जितना सैनिटाइजर छिड़का जाता था वो सैनिटाइजर नहीं था, वो बेहोशी का दवा था। ऐसा करके निकाले। हमारे पड़ोसी मुल्क से एक वहां पर पॉलिटिशियन को जोड़ा गया। वो बोले, इमरान खान साहब,
देखें जी, मैं आप लोगों से एक बड़ी तसल्ली बख्श बात बोलना चाहता हूं। आपने घबराना नहीं है। आपने कुछ भी हो जाए, आपने घबराना नहीं है। देखें, इस वक्त हमारे मुल्क के जैसे हालात चल रहे हैं, मैं आपको बताऊं, देखिए कैसा भी हो, आप देखिए, आप ये यकीन माने, हमने आपको कोक स्टूडियो दिया है। आप जब भी इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच दिखाते हैं, आप यकीन माने हमारे यहाँ की खवातीन आपके यहाँ दिखाई जाती हैं। आपके मुल्क से हमें कितना मोहब्बत मिली है। लेकिन मैं ये चाहता हूं कि कैसे भी ये जो 2 मुल्कों के बीच में ये सियासी तलखी है, ये सही होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि अगर हम आपस में मिलजुल के नहीं रहेंगे, आप यकीन बता रहे हैं, कुछ अच्छा नहीं रहेगा। 3 महीने पहले मोदी जी, आपके यहाँ से एक मिसाइल उड़ के हमारे यहाँ गिर गई। आप यकीन माने, हमारे ऐसे करके फुट से आवाज आती है, हम डर जाते हैं जी। देखिए, हमारे हिंदुस्तान के साइंटिस्ट तो छोड़िए, ये किसी बच्चे ने छुड़छुड़िया छुड़ाई थी और आपके यहां जाके गिर गई, और हम इसके खिलाफ जांच करेंगे। लास्ट वन, तो हमारे देश के रक्षा मंत्री जी माननीय राजनाथ सिंह जी आए, बोले,
देखिए, व्यक्तिगत तौर पर मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं कि कैसे भी करके देश की एकता और संप्रभुता पे किसी भी प्रकार के कोई सवाल नहीं आने चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है कि देश में कुछ भी होता है, राजनीतिकरण हो रहा है, ध्रुवीकरण हो रहा है, कुछ भी कर रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं आपको यकीनी तौर पे बता सकता हूं, दुनिया के हजारों मुल्क में इस लगातार कितनी भी बार मैं जाता हूं, लेकिन जिस तरह से हिंदुस्तानी दुनिया के हर क्षेत्र में जिस तरह से कार्य कर रहे हैं और देश का नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि सबसे आवश्यक बात यही होनी चाहिए। और देखिए, राजनीतिक मुद्दे, राजनीतिक टिप्पणियां चलती रहेंगी, व्यक्तिगत तौर पर यह बात होनी चाहिए कि हिंदुस्तानी व्यक्ति इस दुनिया में जहां पर भी है, उसने अपना नाम रोशन किया है, और इस बात के लिए मैं सबको तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूं। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Jai Vijay Sachan. I think when we started the annual seminar preparations and we were finalizing the speakers and all, right, so we were like 32 speakers, and we got comments that, how are we going to manage all of them in 2 days. And I think the last concluding part of it was, apart from the speakers, we had almost, I don't know how many number of Bollywood personalities here, the politicians here we've just heard here. So it has been really, really great, and we loved hearing you. I think you are an amazing person. You can mimic so many people at the same time without any effort, and it is really, can we have a big round of applause for Jai Vijay Sachan? To felicitate him, I would like to request Chapter Chairman C.A. John George, Chapter Secretary Rohit Daima to please be on the stage. The last section on the raffle draw, and committee member Suma Rajesh also please be on the stage. The last section on the raffle draw is going to start very shortly. I hope all of you have done the necessary registrations, visited the booth. We'll have to spin the wheels. There are a couple of sponsors gifts as well. Do we have the presentation of windmills, right? I hope all of you have put in your visiting cards. If not, we still have the chance. Put your visiting card for a 500 dirhams gift from Windmills, one of our sponsors. And I'd like to request committee member C.A. Rajesh now to take over the proceedings for the raffle draws. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. So we're gonna have raffles now. Not one, not two. We're gonna have 8 raffles coming up. So sit back and cross your fingers. So we'll start with the first raffle from Windmills. To pick the winner, I'm gonna invite MD and CEO Bilal Moti. Hope you all dropped your business card. So the gift will be 500 dirham worth gift. May I also request Chapter Chairman CA John George?
Where is John?
John is not here?
Anybody wants to put their visiting card?
If anyone wants to drop their visiting card, this is the last chance.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Murali Krishnan, Chief Financial Officer of Al Wataba National Insurance. Congratulations, Mr. Murali Krishnan.
Our next raffle is from MCA Auditing. To present the raffle, I would request Abu Dhabi partner MCA Auditing, CA BS Moni, to come on to dais. Team, can we have the spin on the screen? May I also request Chapter Chairman CA John George? He's not there? Okay. Okay, the winner of this raffle is gonna win Samsung Galaxy Tab. Go on. And the winner is Mohit Basin. Do you have the winner in house? So this year we have came up with a new way of entering into raffles based on the QR code to give a new experience for the members and attendees. Also to give an opportunity to visit our sponsor stalls. So in last 2 days we have around 4,500 scans of QR codes that we have, which is a very good start for us. So our next raffle is from ADX. Again, this is a sign-up raffle. Request team to spin the wheel. And the winner will get Apple Watch Series 8. That's Manish Agarwal. May I request Chapter Secretary Rohit Daima to come on to dais. So we have made an announcement. Whoever engages with the chapter post in terms of liking or reposting are eligible for three raffles. We did one in the afternoon. We'll be doing two more now. Request Ankit to give a 1 minute talk on that.
Hi everyone, Ankit from ICAI Abu Dhabi chapter. We would like to thank you everyone for the support and your love that you have shown on all the social media posts for throughout the year. Thank you so much. So can we have the wheel please? Is it applicable?
This is because of all his efforts he's making to make sure that each and every post is timely posted on all the medias. Congratulations, Ankit. Stay back on wheel 3. We'll do one more winner. Yeah, spin the wheel. We'll do one more winner here. Winner is Harshita Maru. Moving on to our next raffle. So this raffle is for most number of visits. So we have 23 stalls. So anyone who visited 23 or 22 or 21, top 3 are eligible for this raffle. Request team to spin the wheel. And the winner is gonna win a jewelry. Oh! So Rohit has won a jewelry. A pearl necklace from Damani Jewelers. This is a handmade pearl necklace from the signature collection DU Stall. Can we have the wheel back on screen, please? Yeah, we'll do one more winner, one more raffle here. So winner of this raffle is gonna win Apple Watch Series 8. Oh no!
Can I please invite John on the stage?
Thank you everyone. So the next raffle is gonna be for anyone who visited any of the sponsor stalls and scanned the QR code, and winner will get an Apple iPad. Can we spin the wheel? Srinivasan. Congratulations, Mr. Srinivasan. And the last raffle for the day. The last raffle for the day, we're gonna have 8 winners. So we made an announcement, whoever have registered before 24th of January are eligible for this gift. It's basically a t-shirt signed by Robin Singh. Can we have, can we spin the wheel? We're gonna do it 8 times until we find 8 winners. Back to back. Yeah. First winner, Ashok Kumar. Yeah. Ashok is, Can we spin the wheel again? This is for the second winner. Dheeraj. Can we spin the wheel again? Vikesh Jain. Can we spin the wheel again, please? Ashok Aditya. Go on, please. CA Muhammad Shafiq. CA Muhammad Shafiq is here. Okay, Aditya will collect on behalf of Shafiq. Nirmal Agarwal. Go on, please. CA Jain Mohit. Do we have CA Jain Mohit in house? Last winner. Okay, Naushad Babu. Luckily, we have one more chance. Vijay Mohan Babu. Oh. One last winner. Spin it again, please. Mohsin Abdul. Okay. Done.
Thank you everyone for attending the seminar. Now the delegate gift will be delivered outside. Please hand over your badge and collect the delegate gift.
Guys, can we say 3 cheers for the committee? Hip hip!